Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
All right, guys, the time has come. I hope you guys are ready. This is going to be epic. We are going to be getting into the closing arguments. And let me just give you all a little kind of synopsis of what is so unique about these closing arguments. First of all, for anyone who missed it on the last episode, I gave a little hint as to the insanity that is about to ensue by asking you guys the question, you know, how many objections do you think are going to happen over the course of these closing arguments? And why does that matter? Well, you all know, typically you never hear objections in closing arguments. They're exceedingly rare, few and far between. However, there will be objections aplenty in this one. So, that's the first thing. What I can say about these closing arguments is that they're some of the best in closing arguments in just for me, my personal opinion, personal taste, but in every way, in the good way, as in really good closing arguments, but also like in the you know, it's a literal like shit show kind of way, you know, like it's so bad it's good type of way. For some of it, crash and burn, complete and utter insanity, you know, like the thumbnail says, like this could result in like an actual knife fight in court. And then also I will say that with the prosecution's rebuttal closing, Andrea Nodolf does that one, and it's you know, it's brief, and as you know, rebuttal closings typically should be. But it's just mic drop after mic drop after mic drop after mic drop. It is so epic. And Mr. Dufour's is also epic. There's a lot in store for these closing arguments. They're so good. This is going to be such a good episode. I'm so excited for you guys to see this. I know I've talked a lot about it. And it's going to start out with a bang right from the very first sentence. Shout out to Black Witter. I'm so happy you're here. Y'all, this is I hope you guys are ready. Okay. Let me go ahead and pull up the file and just be prepared because it's going to start out right from the get-go with a bang, like I said. And it's for me, it's actually quite emotional. So, okay. Let me pull it up. Hope y'all are ready. Excelente. Let's do this.
It's a house.
I still cared very much for Ezra, but there was always just one more lie.
Court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. With the defendant, there's always just one more lie.
I'm going to play that again because it's that good. It's from Jason on Cross. Hold on. Let me play it again.
It's a house.
I mean, what, like, this could be a meme of like when something that comes out on cross-examination becomes the state's theme for their closing. Just have to say, incredible and so epic.
I still cared very much for Ezra, but there was always just one more lie.
Court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. With the defendant, there's always just one more lie.
And I just have to say a couple things. Again, this came out on cross-examination because Miss Fishney was pushing, and that he was just answering honestly. And that's when he said that. And that was like such a heavy hitting moment. And I just have to say, this for me was really emotional when I first, I mean, I hadn't actually watched the closing arguments, so I went to edit the video. And this is so huge because to me, this is like the state. The state can't, you know, Jason was a key witness in this case. I don't think they would have gotten very far without him. I think, and he's a victim, right? But he's not really a victim in terms of the law. Like, he is a victim, but he's not a victim in terms of the law. But he's a 100% a victim in this case. I think that this was the state's way of acknowledging his suffering and like validating his. I mean, all I could think of is, you know, that to me is as much a thing done for the state's own benefit as it is a thank you and a you know, for Jason. I'm going to play it just one more time because I think it's actually really huge. And I think it was like the only way the state could possibly have responded to Jason's trauma and to Jason's suffering and abuse that Ezra had, right? You know, emotional and verbal abuse, but like, they can't just, the prosecutors can't just like reach out and like, you know what I mean? Like, they have to be careful. And this was the way to do it. But this is like in such a huge way, you know? Let me just play it one more time.
It's a house.
I still cared very much for Ezra, but there was always just one more lie.
Court,
Epic.
counsel,
Epic.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury. With the defendant, there's always just one more lie. Just one more lie. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, really what this case is about.
Judge,
Is the
objection,
defendant
reapproach.
telling
Overruled. Please be seated. You can continue. Your objection is
this
preserved.
case is about whether the
And
defendant is telling
we're not even 10 seconds in. And what do we have? Our first objection, you guys. First objection. Insane.
the truth, whether her story is the truth or not. Because if the defendant's story is not true, the defendant is guilty. Guilty, first-degree intentional homicide of Alex Woodworth on March 22nd. I'd like to start closing argument with a discussion of what's not at issue in a case. And ladies and gentlemen, there's no question in this case, there's no doubt at all, that the defendant caused Alex's death. The defendant killed Alex Woodworth on March 22nd, 2018, when she repeatedly stabbed him. And there's no real question that that action was intentional, ladies and gentlemen, that she intended to cause Alex Woodworth's death. Now you may say, wait a minute, she testified, she said, I didn't intend to, I didn't want to kill him, I didn't plan to kill him, I didn't intend to kill him. But that's not the issue. Because as the judge told you just a little while ago, intent is not just what the person in their mind plans. That's one part of intent. All right, that's one way you can prove intent. If they say, yes, I wanted to kill that person, that proves intent. But intent is also proved if we can show, and if the evidence shows, that a reasonable person at that point in time
Objection.
knows that their actions are
Overruled.
practically certain to cause the death
Judge,
of
that's
the
not
individual.
law. Objection, that is not the law. Page 5 says the law. That's not the law. Objection, can we approach?
Your Honor, the law is if the person knows that it's practically certain to cause death, that is intent.
That's not what he said. Can we approach Judge? He misstated the law.
Your Honor, this is argument.
All right, this is argument. It's overruled. Your objection is preserved. You make your record after the argument.
And when the defendant stabbed Alex 16 times, she knew her actions were practically certain to cause Alex Woodworth's death. And when she left Alex Woodworth there, taking his phone so that he has no way of getting help, she knew her actions were practically certain to cause Alex Woodworth's death. It's not about whether the defendant killed Alex Woodworth, and it's not about whether the defendant intended to. It's whether you believe the defendant's story her most recent story that she was acting, she was afraid. That's what this case is about. And if you don't believe that story, then the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally killed Alex and that she did not act in self-defense. And she is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
What I'm going to do is I'm not going to leave the banner up there for the objection counter. I guess I could roll it as a ticker, but I don't want it to be distracting from like what's happening on screen. So what I'll probably just do is pull it up whenever there is another objection, I think. But I will run it as a ticker anyway, I think, just because it will be less invasive that way.
In assessing and deciding whether or not her story is true, you've got to look at her evolving story. Because her story evolves as time goes on. What's her first story? What's her first story about what happened? It's what she tells Officer Reeves and the medical staff at Mayo. This happened at Owen Park in Oak Cliff. I don't know how I got to Menominee. I don't know how I got to Dunn County. This happened at Owen Park. And that's important, ladies and gentlemen. It's important for a variety of reasons. But not the least of those reasons is it's important because when you use your common sense, you know why she's lying about it happening at Owen Park. And you know why someone who's being questioned by police and others about what happened would lie about what happened. Your common sense tells you that. And the judge just instructed you. It's one of, I think, it's a very short instruction, but it's one of the most important ones. And that's instruction number 195 that says, essentially, when you're deliberating, you can consider your experiences in the ordinary affairs of life. And what that, ladies and gentlemen, really is, it's the instruction that says, you walk through this door over here, you go back to the jury room, ladies and gentlemen, you don't check your common sense at that door. You use your common sense. And what does your common sense tell you about why someone's going to lie to a law enforcement officer? Your common sense tells you it's to avoid getting charged with a crime. It's to avoid getting in trouble. Why is the defendant lying?
To avoid going to prison for murder, right?
And saying it happened at Owen Park. She doesn't want them to go back to the scene.
Right.
She doesn't want law enforcement to go back by Don Sippel's house.
And that matters, right? Because part of her whole story when she testified, right? Not only is the whole self-defense thing, but part of her whole story is that she just wanted to help him. That's why she wanted to help him pee. I mean, my God, right? That whole thing is so stupid. She wanted to help him pee. Why did she take his phone? She wanted to call for help. So this also goes to refute that entire stupid insanity story.
and find that muddy road where Alex Woodworth lies dead. She doesn't want them to go back there because she needs to be able to get back there and clean it up. Get rid of Alex's
Now,
body
that's something I hadn't considered.
before law enforcement finds it.
Yeah.
That's why she's lying about it. That's why she's
Like-
misdirecting them over to Owen Park.
So that's a whole other thing that we hadn't talked about, and I hadn't thought of it, and I don't think you guys had either. The fact that she had plans to maybe return to the crime scene, to clean it up. I mean, that makes sense, right? I mean, my thought is really that, you know, she was probably planning to do this at Alex's house, maybe, right? And you know, when it doesn't go to plan, then you have to pivot. You know, as we hear in most murder cases, that's the case, right? And then, you know, we have talked about that. You know, the idea that potentially she was hoping to get his body out of the car and drive out of there, right? And then when she couldn't drive out of there, she had to try to make it seem like she came from as far away as possible. But I hadn't considered the fact that also potentially she would want to be able to get back there. I mean, I think it's actually more likely, in my opinion, that she was just really more so hoping that they would never find it, right? That if she just abandoned her car and abandoned Alex's body and lied about it, that she could, that just, I mean, it's wishful thinking, right? But like no one will figure out where he was and they would never find him. You know, potentially. So good screenshot. I know, right? So, because I don't know that she's really smart enough to know how to clean up a crime scene, you know? I mean, again, part of the trouble was she couldn't get the body out of the car. So, yeah, I don't know.
And ladies and gentlemen, I know you just heard a couple days ago from Dr. Hopper, and he talked about matters that are encoded and problems when stress events. But it's important when we're thinking about this and thinking about this lie here, that we think about where that lie and what events that lie is about. Remember all that stuff? He showed you that chart, and it's got the line where the stress starts. And that's where memory starts to work a little bit different. It's when that stress starts. And before that, memory just encodes like it normally would, and your memories are going to be like they normally are.
He's referring to what Dr. Bunny called superencoding.
And that stress event, assuming that that stress event even happened, or assuming that that stress event, you know, the stress event could be, as Dr. Hopper said, being involved in a murder, that stress has not happened yet when she's pulling into that muddy driveway. So there isn't any issue with her memory at that point in time, and yet she's saying it happened at Owen Park.
So
direct them away so she can go.
this is a really good point, because again, this was a really good point and a really good way to use their expert against them, because of the whole, again, what do you do when you've got a really good expert on the others from the other side? You use it to your advantage. Dr. Bunny was great for the state because he was a good expert. And so this whole thing, the thing is that, you know, Dr. Bunny testified about how the whole superencoding thing works. And if you, how this would work for Ezra would be either if you believe her story, which I don't know that anyone does, but it would be when it starts to go, when she starts to get SA'd in the back of the car, right? It would be like the moment where your brain would go into that. Or if you don't believe her story, it potentially could be when she's committing the murder. Either way, all that's happening once she's already parked next to the green army trailer, right? And there's things happening with the knife. So, but what's so interesting is when she was on the stand, I mean, okay, while she was in her interviews with Detective Brock, initially it was, I don't remember anything from any time. And then it was like, she remembered certain things. And then when it's on the stand, it's like, she remembered this is what's so crazy, right? She remembered every single detail of the crime scene, right? But prior to the crime scene, such as at Alex's house, driving over there, right? Doesn't remember a goddamn thing. Doesn't remember anything. She doesn't know. She doesn't remember. but yet she remembers every detail of the crime scene. That's actually the opposite of what Dr. Bunny testified to as to how memory works with trauma. It's literally the exact opposite. So, yeah.
Back later and clean it up. Her story evolves from there to, I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything. Even on March 23rd and March 24th, when she's interviewed by Detective Prock, when from her own story that she told you on the stand, her memory had come back, she's still saying, I don't remember anything. She doesn't want Detective Prock or any other law enforcement officer to go back to that scene. She wants them to stay focused on Owen Park.
And the thing is, she wants to say she doesn't remember so she can seem like she's a victim of something. But the same, and that what I'm referring to here is when she's in the interviews, right, with the detectives. But once they've found the body and they confront her with it, she wants to try to remember enough, quote unquote, right? She's saying what she remembers, but of course none of it's accurate. So she could try to make up a story of what happened. So it's like, I don't remember. And then it's like, oh wait, sorry, no, now I remember. Here's what really happened. But it's complete and utter bullshit because she's trying to fabricate a story. So.
And finally, when she's confronted with the facts, when she's confronted with information, Detective Prock was talking to her in a calm voice, talking to her in a friendly manner. He confronts her and says, look, we found your car. We walked down that muddy road and found your car. What do you think we found?
Y'all, his freaking timing and pace and his tone, excellent, right? So good. It's so good. The storytelling is so good. The way he said, like, let's listen to that again. It gives me goosebumps, man. Like, I've loved Mr. Dufour the whole time, but like, this is so good. I'm just so I'm so pleased with this.
We walked down that muddy road and found your car.
Yeah.
What do you think we found?
Wow.
And now she's got to go to Plan B. Plan A is Alex attacked her. He took off with my car.
Look at
Don't
her
know where
face.
anything is. Don't know.
Her face. She's like, do you? Another question for you guys. Let me know, when do you guys think she realizes potentially, like in her mind, I'm done. My goose is cooked. I'm going to prison. Like, when does it hit her? You know? I mean, if it does, if at all, because it does show her a lot during closing. So
He's at. Don't know anything about it. She's got to go to Plan B and say he was attacking her there,
right?
And then she stabbed him. And now all of a sudden, all those facts that, again, using Dr. Hopper's description, are the facts that are super encoded, the critical, the central details of what happened come out. But the story has to evolve even more, and it evolves into the story she told here. Because the story she told then.
Look at Miss Fishney. She's not even looking at him. This is crazy. So Mr. Nelson does the defense closing, which I don't think is a spoiler. I think you guys already were aware of that. And we've already, I mean, you know, Mr. You know, the way they have it with these defense attorneys, right? Nelson is the one who does most of the stuff where it's in front of the jury story. I mean, most witnesses, right? Not all, but most of them. Miss Fishney was brought in, it seems like, really more for being like the case law and argument outside the presence of the jury. Now, when we get to the next episode with this verdict and sentencing, I'm actually going to show you guys something I found that's really interesting. That has I was researching something, and guess who was all up in that research was Miss Fishney, which is really interesting. So we're going to look at that too next episode. But she is interesting. It's like she's not like Mr. Nelson's watching. Look at Ezra. Look at this. Look at Ezra and Mr. Nelson. They're watching him like hawks. And you know who else is over in that direction is the jury. Jury, see, he's talking to the jury. It's important to remember the layout, right, of the courtroom. If you see where that poster is on the bottom right of the screen, and actually I say poster, it's Alex's picture, which I wanted to mention that too. I love that this entire time they have Alex's portrait up for the jury. But he's facing the jury. Alex's portrait is facing the jury. And then Nelson and Ezra have their eyes glued on Mr. Nelson and the jury. And Miss Fishney, not looking. She's just taking notes, of course, right? She's probably writing things down to get ready for like appeal. You know, she's not going to be doing the appeal because, you know, it's all different attorneys, but she's making a thorough record. I mean, she's just, and look, they don't even have, Nelson and Ezra don't even have paper in front of them. Ezra's not even doodling. Crazy, right?
The same story she told. We need to take a look at and consider what the defendant does when she leaves Alex's apartment. Remember, testimony from everybody is that they were going to leave Alex's and they were going to go to someplace public. They were going to go to someplace where they could talk, be around other people, so there wouldn't be any issues. Well, what do we know about what the defendant actually did as she drove away? We know, ladies and gentlemen, that she's right here, Alex's apartment. She knows, and there's Half Moon Park right here. There's Phoenix Park right here, a couple blocks away. There's Owen Park that she talked about right here, real close to Racy's, where she wants to be. Does she go to any of those public places? Does she go anywhere near them? No. She takes and drives straight out of town from Cameron to Madison. It all just changes names and drives straight out of town. Away from the public. Away from a location where she can be with other people as she talks to Alex. Because her purpose is not to talk to Alex, her purpose is to confront Alex. And we're going to talk about that in a while when we talk about the defendant's motive. Her purpose is to confront and get Alex to change his mind about the relationship and admit, as she put it, that the relationship was a mistake. She needs to confront him, and she needs to confront him someplace away from people. What about, and you may have forgotten about, Dan Davidson, who testified fairly early in the trial. But what does he tell you about what he sees? What he sees is important for two reasons. It's important because it contradicts the defendant's story, and it also helps to fill in the timeline of what happens. Because Dan Davidson, bus driver at the time for Beauclair, person trained to make observations of other drivers so that he can make sure what they're doing, to watch them, to look at their eyes. Tells you he sees a car stopped in the road, pointed at this road on Louis Bjork's property. And he sees two people in there, and he sees a woman driving. Defendant confirms, yeah, I remember somebody driving.
You know, I'm just thinking about this because we worked through this crime scene a whole lot, and we worked really hard on trying to figure out this whole who's driving when thing. And I would have been in the impression that, okay, I would be in the impression that the window, the driver's window being down, right, and the cigarette butts being on that side could have been staged by Ezra, because we know that we heard in Jason's interview, right, well, we had this theory. Those of us who were there for that part. We had this theory that potentially, what if Ezra had saved those cigarette butts from earlier or whatever, and then chucked them to stage the crime scene. And then we learned in Jason's interview with law enforcement that he said that right after the police left, sure enough, right, when he was there with his bike and all that, that the three of them were talking. He said that Alex and him smoked his last cigarettes together. And so, again, Ezra could have rolled down that window. Ezra could have put those cigarettes out there with Alex's DNA. But the only thing that is tricky, and again, why would that make sense? Well, it would make sense that Ezra was in control the whole time. But the only thing that is tricky is that there's that blood. In the there's that drop on the steering wheel, and there's more blood than what's on the steering wheel on the driver's side, or the front driver's seat on the right shoulder side, which is exactly right below where he was stabbed in the head. And to me, it makes so much sense thinking through it logically, looking at the injuries. It makes so much sense too. If she really, how would you ambush, right? If you convince him to drive, you switch drivers, and then let's say, you want to catch him by surprise. Well, he's driving, right? And then, what's the first thing you're going to do? Because I'm sure she didn't intend to stab him 16 times. My opinion, she didn't intend to stab him 16 times. My opinion is that she wanted to kill him and wanted to stab him once, but doesn't know anything about stabbing people to death, as do none of us, apart from what we learned in trials. And then he wasn't dead, so she had to keep stabbing him. So the first stab would be to the head, right? That all makes sense to me, right? So she stabs him in the head. It's right above the ear. That's the first stab wound. And it didn't kill him. And he got out of the car. And then that's how you get the blood on the right below the ear part, right on the driver's seat. And then as he turns his head to get out of the car, then that little spot on the steering wheel looks like it was flicked to me, right? Potentially, as I picture it. It got flicked onto there because he would have just started bleeding. He's getting out of the car to get away from her. And then he wants to get back into the car so he can lock the doors and call 911, right? But the other thing that's so tricky is those tire tracks. We haven't figured that out. And it's up to us because it's not going to come up. No one talks about it. But what was that, right? That couldn't have been Alex. It's to me, those tire tracks look like someone, look kind of like Ezra driving all over Tarnation, trying to find spots that are the muddiest where she can get the car stuck. But what's interesting to me is that this is where I run into trouble, because that would be something that she would be doing after Alex was dead, right? Just thinking this through. Again, because it's not going to plan, right? And now he's dead, and now you've got to come up with a story. And you're like, okay, trying to stage a crime scene. The trouble, though, is that where the car is stopped at its resting point, if you want to call it that, the problem is that's where the blood is outside of the car there. Now, I guess ostensibly, is it possible that, yeah, I guess it is possible. Okay, let's say, I'm just trying to think it through. Okay, what if, maybe this is the answer. Maybe I'm getting somewhere. So let's say she convinces him to drive when they get to that. I mean, I still think when the car is stopped at the dirt road, that's probably when they switch drivers, right? And then she convinces him to drive because she's like, the anxiety, whatever. And then he starts driving, right? And then Stabbing McStaverson happens, and I would suggest it happens right near that army truck. And, he slams on the brakes. The car is parked at that weird angle, right? Car is parked. I still think that the car being parked at the angle it's at is interesting, right? And then, he gets out of the car, tries to get away from her, gets back in the car, locks the door, or wants to lock the door so he can climb one, but she's too fast. She catches up to him. She's behind him, Stabbing McStaverson to the end. Now, potentially, this is just me trying to think this through and try to figure out a way to explain that all the tire tracks. So potentially then, let's say he's still in the car. She closes that door, potentially, right? And then she drives the car up and down around and all, creating 3-point turns, as if you guys saw that episode, and it's the Hipster Business Extreme, the updated one, with that zoomed in drone footage where you can really see it. And she potentially, who knows what's going through her head? Maybe she's thinking that that's going to make it look like there was more of a struggle than there was, or, like she was maybe she's thinking, oh, I was trying to get away from him in the car. I mean, she's trying to think of a story, right? Or maybe it's just to try to get the car stuck to make an excuse for how she got out there, right? Or why they were there. Why the car, it's trying to make an excuse for why the car is there still, right? That's what it is, in case the car's found. All right. Hold on. I might be getting somewhere. So here's the thing. She would have learned, let's say she tries to pick him up and get his body out of the car. She fucking can't, right? But before she pulls him halfway out or whatever, knowing she won't be able to lift him back in, she drives the car all around to try to get it stuck or to make it look like it's having these issues in the mud, so that in the event the car is found, her explanation can be they got stuck. And that's why the car is there, right? Maybe. And so then she gets to a point where it's like, all right, it's good. The tire's good and wedged in the mud, blah, blah. Now she would have had to kind of like back up the same tire tracks that she drove forward in, but that's not that hard, right? Especially when you've got tracks that are that visible in the mud and the snow. And then, because we even heard that testimony that it looks like the car backed up before it got stuck, which is Ezra never testifies about the car going in reverse, which is interesting, right? Something that never came up. It only came up that one time with that one officer. It was Kyle Dufour on day 2, I think, of the trial. He says the car goes in reverse, it looks like. And I mean, totally. It just goes in reverse, I think, for a lot longer than anyone realized when you see the full thing. But anyway, so then potentially she puts the car back, and she would drive it back to where the blood was, right? Next to the trailer. Now, the other thing is that trailer would make it easy for her to have a landmark too, right? Of where to go. But that's where the blood is. That's where the crime scene is. Alex is still in the car. He might still be alive. Maybe, maybe not. She parks the car back there after adding these tire tracks or whatever, potentially. And then she opens that door, tries one last time to get him out, can't get him out. That's why his shirt's pulled up, his sweater, takes the coat and the shoes off to make him lighter, still can't get him out, and then leaves him that way. Maybe. So those are just some thoughts of me trying to still work through this, because they're both sides are going to try to explain this crime scene, right, in their closing. And the reason why I can say I don't think either of them are correct entirely. Well, I don't really agree with much of the defense's theory on that, but even from the state, is because there's things that are just kind of forgotten about, which is like the cigarette butts and the tire tracks that are just never mentioned, except for from Kyle DeVries about the tire tracks going in. They're all over the place in front of that car. Now, just like I've said before, just like with Murdaugh, they don't have to be able to explain everything. That's not their job. Just like in Murdaugh, right? They don't have to be able to explain everything. It's not their job. But, and I understand that. So I'm not saying that they're wrong, It's that I feel like it's my job. I have to understand everything, or try to. So again, that's where, even though it may not be necessary for a verdict, it's necessary for my brain to try. So yeah, I think you guys know that by now, though.
Driving around me, so the defendant confirms that in fact this happens. And Dan Davidson tells you clearly it's a woman, not Alex, but the defendant, obviously driving that car. Now, I know defense is going to say something like, well, how does he know? And, he doesn't write that clearly in his statement and so forth. But what reason Does Dan have to come here?
I mean, and again, I think
That's what he would.
I think that again, I really still think that my opinion is of the fact that they switched drivers there. And, you know, I don't know, the state, you know, perhaps potentially it wouldn't have been the worst thing for them to concede that point and be like, yeah, Alex is driving because, you know, I don't think the jury is going to be, you know, it's really, what do you think the jury is thinking, right? Does the jury think Alex is the mastermind? He's in control? No, I don't think the jury's thinking that. But if you can say, okay, well, if the jury's not thinking that and they know that they switched drivers, then you can be like, well, then it's even more clear that Ezra was in control. She convinced them to switch seats so that she could catch him by surprise and do the stabbing with Staverson with him driving. Oh, my mom's here. Shout out to my mom. Yay. Love you, Mom. So, yeah.
He has no interest in this case. In fact, he only became involved because he saw law enforcement searching along the ditches there, and he just decided to stop. And hey, there was this kind of weird thing that happened a couple days ago. Just thought I'd tell you about it. Doesn't have an interest in it. Clearly, the defendant was driving. But what else is interesting about that, and what else is strange about that, is remember the defendant's story on the stand. Well, I thought this would be a nice place to go to talk.
To that end, real quick, I thought this would be a nice place to go to talk. You guys like it? I made that today.
A nice place to go to talk.
Right?
Certainly.
Murder road. Murder gate.
Not a public place. Certainly not a place that looks like a good place to talk where other people are going to know. It's private property. It's a deserted area. It's a middle of a farm field. Is that the place you go to discuss continuing to be friends with Alex?
One more time because it's so relevant to what he's saying. Oh, good. Glad. I mean, that's the effect. That was what I was going for. I had to find the right type of sound effects. Yeah, it's scary. Right? I know. And by the way, just so you guys know, I now have that as a sound effect I can just do for whenever on anything. Like, whenever we feel like it, we can do this. Hold on. We can do this. Isn't that great? I'm so happy we have that. Yay!
Talk more about your relationship with Alex. Place to talk about what's happening at Racy's? Or is it a place to go and confront Alex? A place where nobody else is going to see what's happening.
I mean, I see that and I'm like, murder gate, murder road. Like I said before, when we went here on our field trip with Google Maps, I was like, what would it take to convince you guys to go down that road with someone? I would suggest that you would have to not be in control of that situation, like not drive. Okay, just in case the stream froze for you guys a second there, I'm here, the internet, we're having weather, so I don't know, but I'm here, it's fine. Okay, so, but potentially though, you know, other than the fact that Alex would be in the passenger seat again, if they did switch, I think it would have been Ezra being like, I can't drive because I'm too anxious and blah, blah, and then convincing him and him wanting to help maybe would have been like, maybe she realized no sane person is going to go down this road because nothing good will come of this, right? Like we joked about before when we were doing our field trip, if you're in that passenger seat and the car is stopped before that gate, you're getting out of that car and running. This is murder road. But potentially though, if she realized, oh wait, this is crazy, no one's going to go down this road, potentially that's when she would throw in that whole thing of like, oh, I'm having anxiety and I can't do it. And then in order to prey upon his kindness, and wanting to help, that he would take over and get in the driver's seat, but he would go down that road because she told him to or something, So
That's, ladies and gentlemen, what this looks like. A lot more than a place to talk about your relationship.
right? Thank you.
So what happens after they start pulling into there?
Thank you.
The car gets stuck the first
I
time.
just want to hear that one more time. This looks like a really good place to talk about your relationship. The sarcasm, the deadpan sarcasm is the best thing in the entire world, people.
To go and confront Alex. A place where nobody else is going to see what's happening. That's, ladies and gentlemen, what this looks like. A lot more than a place to talk about your relationship. So what happens after they start pulling into there? The car gets stuck the first time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, realistically, and again, this is before, as Dr. Hopper tells you, that the amygdala kicks in and you start reacting based upon instinct.
And there's that portrait. I just wanted to point that out, that portrait. They've got that portrait up the entire time during the state's closing, facing the jury.
Habit, those types of things. This is when you still have rational thought. And the defendant still has her rational thought about her. And what does she decide to do? The rational thought is you're on this muddy road and you're starting to get stuck. If you get stuck, rational thought says, I'm going to back out of here and get out of here before I get stuck so that I can't get out. Mm-hmm. That's what your rational thought tells you if you're just trying to find a convenient place to stop and talk. Despite the fact that there were probably hundreds of places to conveniently stop and talk where there are other people around.
Right.
But if you want to get to the location where you, over that hill that you heard about, to where you can't be seen from the road, so you can confront someone.
That's a really good point about that hill. That's a really good point about that hill. I didn't even think about that. That's a really good point about that hill. So, wow. So, because we've heard about this hill being the reason why it took them so long to find the car, right? But it never dawned on me that that could have been premeditated. But of course, we didn't know at the time that Ezra had been out there before. That changes everything, right? So it's like, because in other words, that's why it took them so long. Yeah, they couldn't see it. But also, if you're Ezra, wow, that's insane, right? Because now that we know she had been out there before, because we learned it in Jason's interview, that, man, oh God, the level that when it just gets worse the more you realize, right? That how much went into it, right? She would have realized that hill would have blocked the view. That's such a good point from him, though, but terrifying.
And confront them and make them do what you want. You want to keep going. You want to move forward. You want to go over that hill and get away from where everybody else is. Uh-huh. And that's what the defendant chooses to do. And once they get stuck, the rational thought is, let's get some help. It's going to have to get out of there sometime, and you're going to have a tow truck someday or sometime.
Yeah.
Just because it's going to cost some money. Rational thought is we need to get out of here unless we still need to confront him.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Jason would pay for a tow truck. Everyone knows that. But also, it's just like that whole thing of like, we live here now. According to Ezra, yeah, I think I'll just lay down and take a nap. I just live here now in the mud. Great. Good for you, Ezra. Have fun.
And he'd do that before anything else happens. Now, as I said at the start, this case turns on whether you believe the defendant's story or not. And I want to talk about
I love that.
why the defendant's story is not believable, why the defendant is not credible. There's 5 areas that I want to cover when I talk about that. I want to talk about the lies that she's admitted that she made. Things that she told you or told others were clearly lies. And not, as Dr. Benson talked about, lies of omission, but rather lies of commission, lies where she intentionally deceived someone knowing what she said was false. I want to talk about lies that are proved from the evidence. In other words, lies that, based on other testimony, other evidence, were clearly things that she said that are lies. I want to talk about inconsistencies in her story.
Well, there's so
And I'm
many.
going to talk about inconsistencies not in these peripheral details about things that happened after a stress event, but rather inconsistencies either before that stress started.
There you go.
In other words, changes she made to her story before the stress event happened, or inconsistencies in central facts, as Dr. Hopper talked about them. Fourth, I want to talk about how the physical evidence, the things that don't matter based on person's memory, don't matter based upon how people think about things, don't matter on whether you believe someone or not, but physical facts, evidence from the scene, evidence that we've uncovered, and how that physical evidence contradicts the defendant's story and says the defendant's story is not true. And finally, I want to talk about the DNA evidence and how the DNA evidence also, which is another form of physical evidence, another form of physical facts, how that evidence also contradicts the defendant's story. So what lies do we know that the defendant told? We know she lied about how Boy got scratched into her arm, right here. This large area of her arm, how that happened. We know she lied about who did that.
He's doing a great job.
And we know she intentionally lied about it. We know she intentionally lied about it because she admitted she intentionally lied about it on March 24th. Because on March 24th, when the defendant was interviewed by Ryan Prock, she told him, first in that interview, that Alex did that, and later admitted, again, when confronted by the truth, when confronted by facts that dispute her story, she changed her story and admitted, yes, I lied, I'm the one that did that. Why lie? Why misdirect law enforcement and try and point them over in this direction when you know they should be in this direction? You lie because you're covering up. You're covering up for what you did wrong. She lied
You know what's
about
so
going to Owen
interesting
Park.
is that there's so a lot of overlap we're going to find in these closing arguments that with similarities to Murdaugh, which is really interesting. And think about that, right? That wasn't in the closing for Murdaugh, but it was in cross for Murdaugh. Do you remember that, guys? When Creighton asks Alex, why do people lie, Mr. Murdaugh? Do you know why people lie, Mr. Murdaugh? And he's like, it's because, oh, what is it? He says verbatim. It's like, it's because they know they did something wrong or something like that. I think the answer is, let me know if you guys, I think that's what it is. It's because they know they did something wrong. And, while we know in both of these cases, or in any case, lying in and of itself is not enough to convict somebody. You can't be, just because you're a liar doesn't mean you're a murderer, right? We know that. But for these two individuals, the lying is such a huge part of the consciousness of guilt. I mean, I think maybe that's a theme of it's my favorite cases, right? Maybe that's something that they have in common. I don't know, but I can't think of other cases. I mean, I'm sure there's others, but to this extent, where the lying is such a huge part of the proof that there was murder, not just because they're a liar, right? But that the lying was because of the murder, like consciousness of guilt, or pre-planning, right? For both of these two. And the other thing they have in common is both of them still maintain their innocence or whatever, right? Like they're maintaining their story through and through. They're in prison, doing their thing, being the same people that they were before. They're not rehabilitatable, right? They're going to be the same. And they're going to be milking it for all it's worth with people. I mean, and we're going to learn. The reason I'm saying that is because we're going to learn about that when it comes to the victim impact statements and Ezra's sentencing. We're going to hear about letters she was writing in prison and stuff like that, correspondence to people, and y'all will see. It's insane. It's on another level, man. So yeah, it's just interesting. It's an interesting similarity of how the lying is such a huge part of it, right? Another thing they have in common is the willingness to talk to law enforcement over and over again, right? It's another thing that both of them did, but and taking the stand. So yeah, interesting. But yeah, not a super painter girl.
She knew. She admitted on the witness stand that she knew she didn't go to Owen Park when she said that. But she lied about it. Misdirected law enforcement. She lied about going to Racy's first because, and the reason why that's important, it may seem like a small detail, but the reason why it's important is she doesn't want law enforcement to know how important it is to her that she talked to Alex that day.
And I will say too, another thing, just like with Alex, it's similar with Ezra, or identical rather with Ezra, right? When Alex is like, when he's asked, like, why did you keep lying? He's like, well, once I had lied once, I had to keep lying, Oh, what a tangled web we weave. You have to lie to maintain to cover up for the first lie, to cover up for the second lie. And it's an ongoing domino effect. And it's the same thing with Ezra, right? And you know what makes it worse? If you do interviews with law enforcement or make multiple statements all over the place, that makes it harder too.
But that was the reason why she went against her father's wishes and drove to Eau Claire. That's why she went and found the keys that her father had hidden so she could drive to Eau Claire that day. That's why she went to Eau Claire that day despite not telling Jason the night before in their Instagram messages that she was going to Eau Claire that day. Because she needed to confront Alex. I'm going to talk more about that in a little while. But she didn't want law enforcement to know how important that was, so she said, I went to Racy's first.
Of course, yeah.
And changes that story when she's confronted with the facts, when she sees
And she would have done
this
better.
evidence that shows she's there first. She's at Alex's first. And then her story changes. And she lied when she told Ryan Clark multiple times on March 23rd and March 24th that she can't remember until she's finally confronted with what law enforcement knows. And at that point in time, admits, all right, you got me, but this is what happened.
Right. You got me, I'll be honest now. Yeah.
I also want to spend a minute talking about her evolving story or her changing story on where she was when she scratched a boy into her arm. Because in the course of just a few minutes of her interview on March 24th, her story changes on that. And her story changes because initially she tells Ryan Prock that she's sitting in the car
Right,
when she does that.
right.
And just a few minutes later, 2 pages later in the transcript of that interview, she says, oh, I did it on the road. Because I did it right after I fell down and the phone broke. So I was on the road when I scratched a boy in my arm. And her story changed yet again, moved again, when she got up on the stand.
Oh, yeah,
And her story then became, I did it when I was by the back of the car.
right.
That's another example of her story having to evolve and change.
Yeah, well,
Because
that's
by then she knew about the DNA evidence. She knew what Kevin Scott had found with DNA. And she knew that Kevin Scott had found her blood, her DNA, on the trunk of the car. So now her story has to evolve and change to show why her blood is going to be on the trunk of the car. So now it changes to, I scratched a boy in my arm when I'm by the trunk. It changes, it evolves. She can't keep her story straight.
Yeah, and the other reason why that's her story is because if you guys recall, from every law enforcement officer and crime scene investigator and stuff, whenever it was on cross-examination, Nelson, because it was usually him, asked every single one of them, did they check the back of the car for footprints? Did they walk around the back of the car, shit like that? And every single one of them was like, no, we didn't really do shit back there, blah, blah. It's just, they just took the DNA, but they didn't. But it's, in other words, it was to try to make it look like, okay. It was to try to make it look like they didn't do their job, but really it was for the defense team. It's right. It's in their mind, it's finding a hole, right? As in, because there's no way it was confirming for them that there would be no way for the state to disprove any theory that they came up with anything that happened back there, because there wasn't footprints back there. It wasn't, right? It's like they kept getting asked about it, and it's like, we didn't really go back there, blah, blah, or whatever. And, or we didn't get that close to the trunk, shit like that, right? And there's a reason, is because it's like, okay, well then now we have the wiggle room to come up with something there, so.
Every time she's caught in a lie, her story changes. Meadowland Park, caught in a lie, she's not there. Well, I can't remember. Caught in a lie that we found your car, her story changes. Caught in a lie, story isn't that great as far as self-defense when all Alex is doing is, making some really superficial scratches on her and wanting to look at her. So her story changes. He was trying to sexually assault me. As she's confronted with facts, she's confronted with the truth, her story evolves and her story changes. That's not someone who's telling the truth. That's someone who's trying just one more lie. Just one more lie to get out of being forced to take responsibility for the murder, the cold-blooded killing of Alex Woodworth on March 22nd. We also have lies that are shown by the evidence in this case, ladies and gentlemen. She told you, and her story is that this knife, right here, this EMT knife that was used to murder Alex Woodworth, that this knife was given to her by Joe Shane Carlin, her father. That's her story. Joe Shane, when he's talked to by law enforcement, including Investigator Kowalczyk, says, I didn't give her a knife. And specifically this EMT knife, he says, I bought 2 of these. I just bought 2 of these from Amazon. And he finds this one, the exact match to that knife. Finds this one in his living room where it was supposed to be and says, yeah, the other one should be in my junk basket in the kitchen or out in the truck. And he goes to look for those. He goes to look for it in those locations and he can't find it. He can't find it because this knife right here is lying in the ditch just before Sippel's daughter's driveway, where the defendant put it. And if he had actually given...
What's interesting, a knife off of Amazon, that has some potential similarities to Koberger, right? From what we know, that potentially there was that knife was bought off of Amazon. Like, why do people be buying knives off Amazon where everything is like traceable? You know, murderers need to be a little bit... I don't know. I'm not trying to tell people how to murder better, you know.
And this knife to the defendant, why is he looking for it? Because he didn't. She just had taken it. She took it to use it to confront Alex if she had to. And she lied about Max Martinson and the painting that she was giving Max. Remember, she told Detective Prock she gave Max a painting that she had painted for him. That may seem like a minor thing, not a big deal. But again, it's part of her attempt to make it look like it's not a big deal that I needed to confront Alex. This is really more what I'm doing. I painted this for Max, and so I needed to take it to him. What we actually know about that painting, though, is that's a painting that's also acting as part of the barrier in her relationship with Jason Mengel, because it's the painting that was hanging above the bed, Jason Mengel's bed, where she had sex with John Hansen. And it's part of the barrier in that relationship that she wants so much, that ancient love that she describes. And so she has to deflect attention away from how important the painting is, and she has to deflect attention away from how important it is for her to meet Alex that day. There's more lies from the evidence. Another one, minor one again, but another one that shows the defendant can't keep her story straight because she doesn't tell the truth. Is she said, I was talking to Jason, I was sitting in my car and talking to Jason when the police arrived. Well, you all saw the video from Officer O'Neill. You all saw that video, and on that video, Officer O'Neill meets with Jason over at the school, over at that Montessori school across the road. When he first...
There was that one episode where we were talking about this, when we were breaking down, I think we were going through the crime scene again at the timeline, and we were breaking it down. And I remember we went through this because somebody in the chat was like, wait a second, you know, was she talking to was she out? Like, we were trying to figure out the order of events, right? Like, when did they come outside the house, like Alex's house, right? Like, and when did they talk to the police, and were they already in the car, and this and that? And we were like, and it's funny because there was some confusion around it. We went back and we pulled up the body cam. And I can't remember what we decided happened. But what's interesting is that we were rightfully confused because apparently there's some discrepancy here that wasn't talked about until now. And I wonder why she would even lie about this, right? Like, Huh. We'll see what he says.
Gets there. And that he then pulls over to Alex's apartment.
I mean, and that makes sense though, because the police were called because somebody saw, it turns out it was the janitor at the Montessori school. Jason thinks he's outside of Alex's house. He thinks he's at a park. It's probably because it's like a playground. He doesn't realize he's at a school, right? He doesn't, he thinks he's at a park. And he's just there because he's like looking at the house. And when we did the trip there, the field trip, you can see the Montessori school is literally right across the street. But a janitor from the school sees him, and the janitor is the one who calls the police. So the police come to talk to Jason. So it would make sense if they talk to him first, right? And they only go over to Alex's house because they talk to Jason. Jason's like, yeah, here's why I'm here. Here's what I'm doing,
Defendant's not talking to Jason Mengel when Officer O'Neill pulls up because Jason Mengel is across the street.
Right. Yeah.
Her story also changes depending on who her audience is.
I apologize. Could you take that down? I can't see the slides. Is that needed still?
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Her story changes depending on who her audience is. Her story changes, her version of the events changes depending on who her audience is. When she talks about moving out of Jason's apartment, when she talks to Jason, she talks to some other people, it's because of the situation with John Hanson. She just can't take that. She can't be there because of that. But you saw that text exchange between Jenna Van de Zand and the defendant. She tells Jenna, I'm moving out because of Jason, because I can't take it with him anymore.
It's disgusting. She tells Jason she's moving out because she can't live there anymore. It doesn't give him a reason. And then when he finds out about John Hanson, because he finds the text messages, she says, oh yeah, that's the reason I couldn't be there anymore. See, and she uses that to try to support her lie about the essay, which is just crazy.
She tells Jason in that Instagram messaging, I'm going to see Alex and I'm going to tell him off one more time.
Oh, yeah, different.
If he doesn't, if he gives me that look again, I'm going to punch him.
Right.
I'm afraid I'm going to punch him. That's why she's seeing Alex, according to her communications with Jason. But her story now is, oh wait, no, I was going to see Jason to fix our relationship, to make us still friends. And to talk to him about what's happening at Racy's. Her story changes depending on who her audience is.
Just return a heating pad, again, another version.
And her story changes about the heating pad. She tells Jason, I want to return that because it makes me sad. But her statement to Detective Prock is, I returned it because I didn't need it anymore. On March 23rd, she repeatedly lies to Detective Prock when she says she has no idea where Alex's phone is. She repeatedly lies to him over a number of things. Again, where Alex's phone is a central detail that was clearly encoded because it's something she remembers with great detail now.
Right.
Again, we don't know, we can't know what the central details are, but we can pretty much infer them by the things that she can describe with vivid detail. And she describes with vivid detail taking the phone, walking with the phone, falling down, the phone breaking. This is her story now. So clearly that's something she remembers, something that's a central detail. Yet on March 23rd, she tells Detective Prock, I don't know where his phone is. She doesn't want to send them back to that scene. She does not want them to be back where Alex's body is until she can clean up and be able to follow through on her plan A, which is Alex attacked me at Owen Park. He must have dumped me in that area, and who knows where he is with my car now. She lies when she says she doesn't know where Alex is. She clearly knows where Alex is. She absolutely does. That is a central detail without any question. She knows where he is, and yet she lies because, again, she doesn't want to send law enforcement back there. She wants to keep to Plan A.
Yeah, I mean, again, I agree more with the idea that it's clear. I mean, my idea, anyway, my opinion is that she was just hoping this would never be found, right? She wanted to keep people from going out there, and I think she was just hoping this would never get found. I think that is really more of the truth of what it was versus her thinking she could go back there, because how is she going to get back there without a car? You know, she couldn't ask Jason for a ride because he rides a bicycle. So, you know, even if she got away with murder, right, and blah, blah, her plan or whatever, you know, went off without a hitch, I don't really know how she would have had the means to get back there and clean it up, especially when she already tried to move his body out of the car and she couldn't. She can't really what else is she going to do? You know what I mean? So I think it's really still, I kind of go more with the first part, which is that she was just hoping no one would find it. And she was trying to keep people from coming out there, you know?
And finally, she lies, a small detail, but she lies when she says she urinated herself. She wants to make herself look like she was really panicked. So panicked she urinated herself. Yet Joe Wayne and Jennifer Morris, who examined the defendant closely, said she had not urinated herself.
Yep.
She wants to make it look that so bad that she had to urinate herself. It didn't happen. So let's take a look now. Let's consider the physical facts in this case. Let's consider what those physical facts tell us, and let's take a look and see if those physical facts support or discredit the defendant's story. Do those physical facts tell us that she's telling the truth, or do those physical facts tell her that it's just one more lie?
What do you guys think?
Let's start with Alex's cell phone. Alex's cell phone is found there, and her story is that she fell while she was walking, and the phone broke, and that's where it's going to be. Well, physical facts tell us that the front of the phone and the battery, which is out of it, are down here. Right here. Much nearer the driveway. And the physical facts tell us the back of the phone is right here, almost to the location of the driveway. Physical facts show she's not telling the truth about what happened to the phone. Didn't break when she fell down. She took it apart, left part there, and left part in a separate location. A defense may say, well, wait a minute. We know there was water flowing there. There's water flowing along here. But the water is flowing in this direction here. From Don Sippel's down towards Louis Bjork's property. And what does your common sense tell you again about this? If water's going to move part of that phone, is it going to move this part that's heavy and going to sink? Or is it going to move this part that maybe is a little lighter and may float along? I'm going to make the back. Oops, sorry.
I love it when they bring
Going
it
to
back.
make the back
I just
move.
love it.
Not the heavier part. Physical facts tell us her story is not true. Physical facts about this injury to Alex right here in the side of his head, on the right side of Alex's head. That physical fact tells us the defendant is lying, and was lying when she got on the witness stand and told her story. And why, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to remember the details. And unfortunately for the defendant, she doesn't remember the details. Or at least she doesn't get her story to fit the details.
Right.
Because she told you clearly Alex is facing her. He's within inches of her. And the knife is in her right hand. She's holding this knife here in her right hand.
Oh,
Alex is inches away from her while she holds this knife in her right hand, and she stabs him with enough force to go through the temporal bone of Alex's head. And both Dr. Mills and Dr. Thomas told you that takes a lot of force. And ladies and gentlemen, if Alex is facing her, Alex's right side is here, her right side is here. How does she come around and stab him with enough force to go through his temporal bone?
I love it when they act things out. You
No,
know?
ladies and gentlemen, the physical facts tell you that this injury right here happened while Alex is facing away from her.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, that does not support self-defense. That supports an unprovoked attack on Alex Woodward.
Get it, Mr. Dufour.
That's what the physical facts tell us. Not somebody's memory, not somebody under stress, not somebody that has PTSD, not somebody that has anything else. Those are physical facts. Those are things that can't be changed. And that right there tells you the defendant is lying. Defendant's story is that except for one stab in the left side on Alex, every other stab took place while she's in the car. That's her story. That includes the stab to the head that we just talked about. That includes the slices along Alex's right side of his neck, slices that were so deep that they cut through the external and the internal jugular vein, leading, as all of the medical doctors agreed who testified about it, said it was going to lead to a lot of bleeding. That includes the cut to Alex's groin that involved a lot of bleeding. I mean, you saw, not only did you hear from the doctors, you saw Alex's sweater, you saw his pants, you saw how much bleeding that is. So Alex is supposedly either in the car or right near the car when that happens. When that slice occurred and all that bleeding, again, it's not spurting blood, but it's heavy bleeding. What do the physical facts tell us about that story, that Alex is in the car when that happens? Well, this is the interior of the car. Now we see a fair amount of blood in here, but what we see is transferred blood that's smeared off of Alex when he sits there after he's stabbed.
He sits there.
We do not see any pooling of blood.
Because this is just like what my theory, well, we've talked about. He's trying to get away from her. He gets back in the car, and you can see, remember, we thought maybe he's even trying to crawl and get to the other door because he couldn't get that passenger or the driver's side door closed quick enough, right? She's still after him. He's trying to get to the other door because there's a little bit of blood over there. I mean, you can see that. It's like, here's someone who's bleeding. He enters that side. He's trying to get to the other side, potentially open that door. But you can tell it's the transfer, with the exception of the blood that's in that door frame, which I'm sure he's going to get to. So
here on the floor, where at that time, according to her story, there isn't going to be anything. We don't see any pooling of blood right outside of the car, and we'll see that in just a moment. No, we see a lot of smears of blood. We do not see that large volume of pooled blood.
yeah, Mom, she stabbed him 16 times.
That you're going to see if that slice across the neck occurred there. But what do we see outside? Outside, we see pools of blood here. We see pools of blood here. See, it's not on this picture, but there's another pool of blood you saw up there. That tells you where Alex is.
I mean, yeah, it's like I said before, we broke down this crime scene in detail. Looking at just the evidence of the crime scene, it tells a story, right? And the story to me that it tells is he's in the driver's seat. When he gets stabbed the first time, he gets out, and you can see, if you look at the pattern of the blood, right? And where the blood is, that's him trying to get away from her. And again, what would you do if you were him? You would think, oh, I need to call 911, but how are you going to do that? Well, you need to get away from her. So the thought being, this is what makes sense, right? He's going to go in the car, he's going to lock the doors. I hope that is his plan, right? Until he can call 911, but she's too fast for him because he's already been stabbed in the head. And that's why that door is open. He gets in there, and yeah. So you guys know the rest, but just to sort of reiterate.
When his neck is sliced, when his head is stabbed, when his groin is stabbed, where those pools of blood are, there aren't any pools of blood right there. Ladies and gentlemen, that tells you Alex was not stabbed in that car. Those physical facts, those are not facts that are dependent on somebody's memory. Those are not facts that are dependent or that could be not encoded because of stress. Those are not facts that have anything to do with whether somebody has PTSD or not. Those are physical facts, and they contradict the defendant's story.
Now, I have to say, I still think he was stabbed as he was climbing into that seat, the back seat. I still think, and the reason is because of where the blood pattern is. There's like that cast off on the top of the door frame, and then there's like spray pattern on the bottom of the door frame, and there's a lot of blood in that area. I mean, and there's that blood on the seat too, right? So I think potentially that's where some of the stabs happened. I don't know if it was the vast majority of them. I mean, I still kind of am of the impression that maybe that first stab to the head was when he was in the driver's seat, and then the others were outside of the car, him trying to get away, and then also as he was climbing into that back seat, and then she was behind him, and then because again, just looking at the blood pattern, but again, what he's trying to say is that they weren't like inside the car together on the back seat. Like, in other words, I guess my point is like, we're going to hear from the defense, there's his story, Nelson's story, right? And Ezra's story, right? And it's like completely different, which is like they're in the back seat, right? And you guys know because you heard her testify. So, but essentially that's like a completely different situation versus, being outside of the car and then like getting into the car and like while you're getting into the car being stabbed, right? So, that's what I picture happening. I think there were some stabs there as he was getting into the car, but that's still very different from what the defense is going to say. So.
I also heard about the defendant's license. This is another physical fact. Remember? And I asked her, I said, all right. And this is.
Remember I pointed this out? Because I was like, oh my God, with the papers in the center console. I pointed this out when she was on the stand on cross, and he's bringing it up in closing.
The direct quote out of the transcript of the defendant's story that she told on the witness stand just a few days ago. All right, and you told Officer O'Neill you couldn't find your driver's license, correct? Her answer was, I think I was having trouble shuffling around. The middle console was full of lots of paper and stuff. She couldn't find her license.
We saw the picture. There was no paper in it.
What do the physical facts tell us about this one? Physical facts show us this is her license here. All right? That's her license.
Show us the console.
On the driver's seat. And what do the physical facts tell us about the center console?
There it is. Bam.
She can't find this license in here, in this spot there. That makes no sense. She didn't want to find her license. She didn't want to get her license out because she didn't want to open that center console because she knew
crazy.
This knife was in that center console.
Crazy.
She knew this was there, and she didn't want the police to see that knife
Crazy.
that were there, because that might raise some flags with them. That might raise some concerns that maybe everything isn't all right.
And the thing is that if there was nothing sinister going on, and if that knife was just there because she happens, like me with the knife wielder story, Mom, if you're still listening, they've all heard this story about me with the knives at the airport. Like, you know, it's like, anyway, if there's really, okay. Now, I actually did not know how the knife got there, right? Because I've completely forgotten about it. But let's just say that, like, I if you're Ezra, right, and you keep a knife, according to her story from before, where, she keeps knives in her car because in case something happens, right? Well, if that's the case, then why would you even worry about them seeing the knife, right? If there's not anything weird about the knife, then why are you being weird about the knife, right? So it's like this. So this isn't even consciousness of guilt. This is worse than that. This is lying to cover up premeditation. Because remember, this is before the murders, or murder, rather, one murder. This is before the murder. And so it's like, that just shows that this was like that to me, that this thing with the knife is such a huge part of where the jury could get to intent, right? And not that they have to find premeditation, but it's clear, right? Because only she would know that there was something that was going to happen after they leave the scene at Alex's house. Just a short while later, like in less than an hour later, from that interview from the police showing up at the house, is she going to go? They're going to go out to that road, it's just, it's crazy.
That's why she doesn't get the license out. She doesn't want anybody to see that knife.
By the way, Mom, everybody loves when I've told that story, and I've told about how the way that when I said something like, what was it? I'm an animal rights activist, and that you just were standing there dying laughing. They loved that part. I think that was probably the favorite part of the story. It was just how you just laughed at me because I was saying I was an animal rights activist, and that every time we would go to the airport ever since then, you'd be like, oh, you're on the list. They're coming for you.
And what do the physical facts about the defendant's injuries tell us? Physical facts about the injuries tell us exactly what Dr. Tillotson told you. We're going to talk about why Dr. Tillotson is credible in a little while. But the physical facts about her injuries tell you that those injuries were not inflicted by Alex in an attack on her. Even just looking at them and understanding them yourself, it's clear. I mean, this, ladies and gentlemen, comes right from the exhibit. I think it's exhibit 195. And you saw this was part of the page that was put up on the screen. And this is what the chapter talks about as parallel, superficial, incised wounds. They're not talking about geometrically parallel lines. They're talking about lines that are going in the same direction, all right, as opposed to, lines that are going all over the place. And you can just imagine if you're kicking and moving and your leg is going all over the place, it's going to be impossible to cut a straight line. Lines are going to be zigzag.
That's such a good point, right? If you're trying to get away from an assailant and they're cutting you with a knife, that's such a good point. And I'm sure he's going to get to it, but the other thing that would be changing if that's happening is the depth of the cut, right? Because again, if Ezra, not that her story has much credibility, but squirming, trying to get away, and someone's cutting you, right? Then not only are the cuts going to be in different directions, but also there would be a variation in terms of the depth, right? And they would be deeper. Never mind that, but he'll get to that.
They're going to be starting, stopping. They're going to be all over the place. But this is talking about multiple parallel, superficial, incised wounds. And what do we see on the defendant? Not only do we see that, but we start with this one right here, which the defendant admits she did to herself. And take a look at that in comparison to these on her hand. Very similar depth, very similar looking wounds. Compare them to these right here on her leg.
It's insane even to look at these pictures and be like, this is someone whose story is that she was self-defense for these wounds? Like like it doesn't. If she wanted to give any credibility to that, she would have needed to cut herself a lot worse, for starters, right? Like she would have needed to actually be injured. Remember, these were so superficial, they didn't even require any treatment. Like they didn't even need a Band-Aid. They weren't bleeding. By the time that she was at the hospital, they weren't even actively bleeding anymore. They had already started to scab. Like it was dry. Like that's wild. You know? I mean, I cut myself accident. I'm so accident prone. I feel like I get cuts like that worse on a regular basis that require more attention than this, you know? So
Again, very similar looking, multiple lines. Again, when you consider what the picture in the textbook itself shows, multiple parallel, superficial, incised wounds. Multiple, superficial, incised wounds. And you look at these, again, multiple, superficial, admittedly not parallel, but again, straight lines.
yeah.
Not something that makes sense with somebody who's moving and kicking
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
moving all over the place, which
Yeah.
is the defendant's original story. And I'm not going to, for various reasons, show another one of the pictures which shows the even more superficial wounds in the most sensitive area. But she needs those there because she knows that Plan B has to include claiming that Alex was attempting to sexually assault her, so she's got to put some wounds there.
And that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. I said that was very beginning of the trial. I was like, why would she do that? Why would she do that? Because she knows that there's not going to be any evidence if there was sexual assault. So this is the closest thing she could come up with, try to make it seem like something happened, right?
She's got to put some wounds in that sensitive area.
Yep.
But what, ladies and gentlemen, you remember, she said her story to Detective Prock is, I cut my hand when I grabbed the knife. I grabbed it with my hand on the blade, and it hurt a lot.
Ow.
This is what
Ow.
Dr. Tillotson says it looks like when you grab the blade, and it hurts a lot to get it away from your assailant.
And we've seen that picture.
And so the defendant's story has to change again. All right? She gets confronted with this when Dr. Tillotson testifies at a hearing before trial. She knows now that story about grabbing the knife by the blade to pull it away from Alex doesn't work anymore. So her story has to change. Her story changes to, I batted at the knife, and then I kneed him in the groin, and that's how I got the knife away from him.
Right.
Her story changes when she's confronted by the facts.
Just like Alex Murdaugh.
And her story on getting the knife then from there doesn't make much sense because according to her story, her glasses are off.
The similarities are insane, really, when you think about it, right? It's the same fucking thing. Like they change their story when they're confronted with the fact that they had there's you can't deny it, right? It's like you had to be lying, right? And I mean, it's like the way he came up with like the drug thing and the side of the road and all this other stuff. It's just like what Ezra did. The two of them honestly have like a similar mind. It's pretty insane, actually.
She can't see more than a couple inches in front of her, and yet she's able to find the knife, pick it up, and use it
I think he's smarter than she is.
without her glasses. Her story changes. Her story makes no sense. She's not telling the truth. And the physical facts, her own injuries tell you that. And her own injuries tell you how likely is it that Alex could have cut her exactly the same depth, exactly the same way as she admittedly cut herself, when Alex is supposedly doing that through her clothing.
There she is. It hasn't sunk in yet. What do you guys think? Also, let's take a moment to appreciate Ezra's updated profile picture. The shark weasel. That's her latest profile picture from prison.
Ask yourself, does that make any sense? When we talk about the defendant's clothes and what they tell us about her story, we start with the blood that's on her blue flannel shirt. I'm not going to take it out now, I'm going to take it out in a little bit. There's blood on her blue flannel shirt. And whose blood is on her blue flannel shirt? The defendant's blood. That's whose blood is on that shirt. And ladies and gentlemen, you heard the testimony, you saw the gold sweater. There's no visible blood on the gold sweater. How does the blood get from her skin onto the blue shirt without touching the gold sweater, without leaving a stain on the gold sweater too? We don't have magic blood that goes through that sweater from her skin to the blue shirt.
Magic blood.
Defendant's story is that she didn't take off any of her clothes, she didn't remove any of her shirts, she didn't take anything off, and she carved the word boy in her arm through her shirt. Now, first off, how do you do that and be able to make a readable word on your body
Right.
that you scratch into it with a knife through clothes without being able to see what you're doing?
Right. No.
But more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, here's what she does and where she does it. And look at that in reference. This is the shirt that's closest to her. This is the shirt that is just above this gold sweater or gold yellow tiger shirt. But the one that's closest to her skin on her arm. How do you do this through this hole in that shirt? And if that shirt is pushed up or out of the way, why is this hole there? Hole is there because she creates the scene afterwards. She takes off the shirts, she carves boy in her arm, and then cuts them up to try to fit her story. She just doesn't do a very good job of it. I want to talk a little bit more about her clothes. The defendant's story is that Alex is cutting her through her clothes, cutting her legs. They're going to bleed. We heard.
One thing that I'm thinking about is, so she was wearing so many layers of shirts. And she also had 2 layers. So, I mean, it was cold, but it wasn't that cold, right? Like, I can just say, what was it? It was like overnight, it would be cold enough to be freezing temperatures at that point in time when the murder happened. But, like, it was warm enough during the day that, like, the snow would be melting, right? And the ice would be melting. And she had on, like, leggings under her jeans. And then she had on, socks and boots, but then the number of shirts, right? She had the short sleeve shirt. She had that long sleeve shirt. Then she had a sweater. And then she had that flannel over the sweater. And then she had, like, there were some other clothing items that were in the back of the car, in the trunk or whatever. But, like, I mean, I'm always cold and I wear a lot of layers in the winter. But that would be a lot even for me for that temperature. I mean, and also, and that's the other thing, right? So, like, think to yourself, what would you do? What would a normal person do? They would wear 1 or 2 layers and a coat, right? Right? Like a normal person, right? And isn't it interesting that instead of having a coat on, she's wearing like a billion layers that are pretty much of equal warmth with the exception of the sweater. It's like a short sleeve shirt, a long sleeve shirt, a sweater, and then like another long sleeve shirt. And I have to wonder, again, if that was on purpose because she was thinking that she was going to be getting blood on her, right? And need to be able to dip some of those layers of clothing, potentially. Now, of course, her story, nothing went to plan, right? And the whole thing, she had to pivot. But again, initially, I think that, maybe she's planning on doing it at Alex's house, but still, this whole thing of like, we all know from murderers, right? It's like, well, if you're going to try to look innocent, you can't show up with blood all over you, right? So, and then she had to change her story with that she has blood on her because it was self-defense. So, well, yeah, it's because of we're just, it's not easy to carve into your arm, and the X is a Y. It's just that one line went too long,
That that, and you heard that from the doctors. Those cuts are going to bleed. All right. So you'd expect right next to the cut, where the cut in her leg is, you're going to expect to find some blood. Makes sense. And you know what? We did find blood there. But what doesn't fit the defendant's story is the blood that we find right next to that big cut on her pants leg, right next to where that incision or that incised wound is in her leg, is not her blood. It's Alex's blood. Why is Alex's blood there?
Because she's cutting herself after killing him. That's why.
When Alex wasn't bleeding when this was supposedly happening. Why isn't it her blood? Her blood is found on this leg, where her hand would be, and her blood is found in a mixture farther away from the cuts in the leg. It's because she cuts those clothes afterwards. And she cuts those clothes after she's killed Alex and Alex's blood has gotten on her. And she cuts them when they're not on her. And then cuts her leg so she can create the scene. She also tells Detective Prock, when he's asking her where she's injured, she makes sure that she says, oh yeah, there's a cut on the pants here. I was injured over here on on my left leg too.
I love his sarcasm.
There isn't one. Because she's trying to match up all the places that she remembers she cut her jeans. She just doesn't have a cut there.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't noticed
And
that.
still more on the clothes. And here I want to show you the clothes. I'll show you this. Because we got to take a look. And it's a muddy area where we're at.
By the way, I love this because we're going to see him be really careful with these gloves. But you know what's so interesting? When Ezra was on the stand on direct, okay, the way that Ezra describes her outfit is insanity, absolute insanity. It's my favorite, blah, blah, blah. It's the jeans that I made myself, which is BS, It's the tiger shirt and blah, blah. And the way she describes it, and she's so happy to describe it. And the way she describes that blue shirt, right? The one that's on over the tiger shirt. And everyone's been describing it as a shirt with dots on it. And it's the moment that Ezra says, when she's asked about that shirt, she just has to be, y'all, what does this say about her personality? Like, she's asked about that shirt. And she's like, yeah, my favorite shirt, she says about like all the shirts, right? And then she's like, everyone's been saying that it's a shirt with dots on it, but really they're like little plants. They're little plants. They're not dots. Well, first of all, we've all seen this shirt. They're dots, right? They look like dots. We've seen it up close. It looks like dots. But even if it wasn't, the fact that she has to say that, who cares? It makes literally no difference at all. But the moment she said it, I was like, oh my God. At some point, I was like thinking to myself, Mr. Dufour is going to have a field day with that. Because he knows her character. It's just like with Creighton and Alex. He knows her character. And he knows he knows. It's just one of those things. Like, she just said it. Like, that doesn't help her in any way. It doesn't make any actual difference. But it's it's just her character. She had to try to be, I don't even know what the word is, man. It's just so indicative of her character. And he knows it. And I was like, he's totally going to bring this up at some point in closing. So let's just wait and see what happens here. Because it's just so annoying. Like, she didn't have to say that.
And what do the clothes show us?
So happy to see you, Iowa.
Start with this yellow t-shirt, Alex Mengel's t-shirt. It shows us mud right here. There's mud on this yellow t-shirt.
Right. Here we go. Here we go. Watch
Shows
this.
us
Here we go.
there's mud right here on this blue,
Y'all.
was described as spotted, but what she said was a plant shirt.
Yes. Yes. My hero. That's a good point. The curves would be hard, wouldn't it? The curves would be hard. That's a good point. Yeah. I love that he brought up the fact that she called it plant. So my heart was so happy. Yes. You know what's so funny? You have to know how much that would have annoyed her that he did that. You have to know how much that she would have. She's probably sitting over there furious, because he called her out on her like that's one of those things, right, where it's like that's her true care. And it's hard to explain. It's just like with Creighton and Alex, right? When you truly understand the defendant and you know exactly the things that they're saying that are like Alex would do the same thing, right, where he would just throw shit in there that really didn't actually matter to his story, but he just couldn't help himself, and it was like, and then Creighton would backfire because Creighton knew exactly how to use it. And same thing. So. Oh, Iowa. Thank you for the super sticker. By the way, if anyone, I think all of you guys here have already subscribed. I would be shocked if you had it because I know you guys all are so supportive of each other. But Iowa's channel with all the backyard cam. Last I saw, Iowa, you were having some problems with the Wi-Fi. I hope you got that sorted out. But thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you for being here, and thank you for all the squirrel videos and the other animals. And look at how cute though. You had there was something the other before the Wi-Fi. There was some really cute squirrel thing too. And the cute bunnies, all kinds of cuteness. So thank you for being here.
Shows
Okay,
us
good.
there's
Good.
mud
Awesome. I feel your pain on that.
flannel
Right?
shirt.
I feel your pain on that with the Wi-Fi there.
But what it doesn't show us, ladies and gentlemen,
Ching gloves, the sweet bag, but evidence to show
it doesn't show us
Your stupid
any
sweater.
mud at all on the gold sweater. None.
Right. And there's the cuts on the
Ladies
sleeve.
and gentlemen,
So that matters,
considering
right?
that-
So in other words, you can see the cuts on the sleeve there because she's trying to say she carboined her arm through her clothing. And so you can see how you can see what he means by being staged because there's those cuts on the sleeve there on that sweater. But yet her long sleeve layer under the sweater was the blue shirt that had the, according to Ezra, plants, but they just like dots or whatever. And that did not have those. And remember, that's also why they brought in that one dude who did the transparencies where they laid the layers over top of each other. Now that makes sense why, right? Is so that they could then come back to this in closing argument because you can't argue things that haven't come in evidence, right? So yeah, her story makes no sense. It just makes no sense at all. It's not physically possible. So
Physical fact, the fact that there is no mud on that sweater, and yet there's mud all the way down to the yellow tiger shirt. That
Right.
tells us that her story that she never took any of those clothes off is not true. Because how does the mud get through the flannel shirt, get through the gold sweater, get through the blue plant or spotted shirt, to the yellow shirt? Why does it happen if those shirts don't come off? If she doesn't take off any of her clothes? It gets on there because she has to take them off to carve boy in her arm. It has to get on there because she takes them off so that she can set up that scene. That's why there's no mud on the gold sweater, but there is mud on the blue shirt and the tiger shirt.
Yeah.
We need to also talk about Alex's clothes and what they tell us. You saw
This part
when
is
Dr.
a
Mills
coat.
testified how with his clothes, with his sweater, his pants, his underwear, that those all match up. The holes in those clothes all match up perfectly with all of the injuries that Alex suffered. And you saw, and I'm going to show you again, Alex's coat.
Here we
We're gonna talk
go.
about that a little
We
bit.
talked about this a little bit.
Keep the gloves on for a little while because I need to talk about that a couple of times. But Alex's coat, and remember, he's got 2 stab wounds in the back. He's got 3 stab wounds in the side. And what do we see with Alex's coat?
This
Yeah.
is interesting right here.
We've got, I'll do it from the inside, I think it's a little easier to see on the inside.
Nice coat.
You've got 2 cuts in Alex's coat. Got one right here,
Uh-huh.
shoulder area. And we've got one right here, in the lower back. That's where we have 2 cuts in Alex's coat.
Now he's going to offer a theory.
What do
Now remember, we've talked about this a lot. Going through, he's going to offer a theory of maybe potentially what could have gone on with this coat. And I'm going to offer just another thing too. As to what I think potentially could have been going on with this, as to why we have the 2 stab wounds there on the shoulders, right? But then the coat would have come off before the side stabs to the side.
we know about cuts to Alex? Where we know about where he was stabbed? Well, first off, I apologize, not the greatest picture in the world, but this is Alex on Officer Zwiefelhofer's squad video. And you can see how the coat covers his side. Goes down, covers his side. It's important because what we know is that Alex has these 2 injuries labeled. And again, the labeling, the numbering, it's just arbitrary. We're not trying to say this was the 15th and that was the 16th injury he suffered. It's just how
You can't look at it now.
Dr. Mills marks them. Got this cut here, and this stab wound here, and this stab wound here.
Oh,
Of course-
he might be showing pictures of the stab wounds. She can't look at it now. What do you mean? What are you referencing here? Spring chicken on Christmas morning? I'm curious. I love that idea, but I just don't know what that was in reference to because it must have been something in the testimony.
Respond to the 2 holes I showed you
Argument.
just a moment ago in the coat. But we also have these 3 stab wounds. Sharp force injury number 8, sharp force injury number 9, and sharp force injury number 10. And according to the defendant's story, Alex has his coat off the whole time she's stabbing him.
Right. This is wild, guys. Opening his present.
The left
Okay.
side
Yeah.
of Alex's coat.
I mean, this is a big problem.
You can look all you want.
This right here is huge. Because I hadn't thought of this, right? I noticed the part about stab holes being missing from the side, but this part, that Ezra's story, even when she was on the stand, was that he had the coat on the whole time. He doesn't take the coat off until she's done, and then he lays on the top of it on the ground, which none of that is possible given the evidence. But this is such a good point, right? I like the part that I missed is that she says he has the coat on the whole time. Oof.
You take all the time you want to look at it.
You done, Ezra?
There is not a single hole in Alex's coat on the left
not
side.
possible.
Not one. Look at it all you want. Take as much time as you want. You're never going to find a hole on that side. So ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen, if Alex is wearing his coat, if the defendant's story is he is,
Yep.
how did these 3
Yeah.
stab wounds
Ezra messed up.
magically appear in him? They go
Magically.
through his sweater just like they should.
Yep.
But those 3 injuries took place after Alex had taken his coat off. And the defendant's story is that doesn't happen until after she had stabbed him every time she's going to.
Yep.
Her story doesn't fit the physical
Yeah, it's not.
facts.
It's just not possible. She needed to. She should have made a better story with that one.
Her story is a lie. Just one more lie. So what does the DNA tell us about what happened on March 22nd? DNA doesn't lie. DNA doesn't have problems with memory. DNA doesn't have issues. DNA tells us facts. And it tells us where Alex's blood is, and it tells us where the defendant's blood is. But maybe more importantly, in many respects, it tells us where the defendant's blood is not, where her DNA is not. Because where her DNA is not also tells us that the defendant's story is a lie. So let's start with the inside of the car. This is a photo that shows, and we've added on to it so that you've got an idea of where things are. What the DNA tells us about whose blood is in the car. Remember, the defendant's story is that she is being cut while she sits in the car. She's or not sits, but lays down on the back seat of the car. That the cuts to her leg happen while she's laying down in the back seat of the car.
What is so that's funny because sometimes we joke at the end of these live streams about bedtime story. For that very reason, people sometimes have been like, "Tell us a bedtime story so we don't have nightmares." But good night. Thank you for being here. Hopefully, if you're still listening for just 1 second, here, just because maybe this will help. How about something cute to kind of cleanse the palate in lieu of a bedtime story? How about this? So cute. So cute. Do I have anything else that's like, I've got my songs, I've got my Murdaugh song, and I've got some funny clips from Karen Reed. Anyway, but yeah, I think that's a cute one. You can also do this one.
However, sorry, team approach, I guess.
Oh, that was sweet. Very true. She'll be beautiful with rest or without rest. That's true. My mom is very beautiful. So yeah.
Let the cuts to her left hand happen while she's laying down in the back seat of the car. Those are going to bleed. We know that. We've heard that. Common sense tells us that. Whose blood is in the back seat of the car? Alex's. And only Alex's. If the defendant is being cut while she's in the back seat of the car, Why is none of her blood? Why is not any of her blood found in there?
Yeah.
They sampled
Yeah. Yeah.
a lot of locations in there. On the seat backs, all over. None of it's hers. It's all Alex's. If she was being cut there, why isn't her blood there? What does the blood and the DNA evidence tell us about the outside of the car? It tells us, and we've talked about this, I'm not going to repeat it, that the pools of blood are Alex's. But equally importantly, ladies and gentlemen, it tells us, and it's not shown specifically on here, but this trailer, defendant's blood is on 2 locations, 6 feet apart. You heard that testimony. 2 different spots, 6 feet apart on that trailer. Her blood's there. Her story does not explain why her blood's on that trailer. On that trailer because she's trying to set up a scene. Her blood is also, and while you can't see it in this picture, her blood is on the outside of this driver's side rear door.
Right.
Big
That's the one
drop
that's
of her
dripped.
blood is there.
Yeah.
It runs down the door. In her story, that door is never closed. How does her blood get on the other side of that door, a drop of it like that, under her story? It doesn't fit her story. It's not explained by her story. It's explained by setting up a scene later on when the door is closed and before she tries to pull Alex out of the car and leaves him in this position.
Interesting. I just noticed that. That's really interesting. So earlier in the stream, when I was talking about trying to figure out those tire tracks, and I was like, well, potentially maybe what happened was she did close the door, right, initially, to try to drive the car and drove the car around, right? Because the only way she could have made those extra tire tracks would have been. So I guess I was thinking, hold on, wait, what was I thinking? I was thinking that, right, yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that she kills him, right, kills him there, right, and then closes the door, and then, because with him in the car, and, right, that's exactly what I said. Whether he was alive or dead, we don't know. And then she would have, or he could have been, very close to being dead, and then driven in the car and made those tire tracks, right, trying to get it stuck in the mud or to look stuck in the mud, and then backed right on up to where the actual murder happened, where the blood out on the ground, right? And then opened the door and then tried to get him out halfway. But what's interesting is I only thought of that because of trying to figure out how the tire tracks got like that. But he's saying that that door would have had to have been closed at some point. The car's front wheel drive.
She's cutting herself, she's making up the scene, and that's how her blood gets on the outside. And her blood on the trunk, we already talked about, that's a spot. She had to change her story to fit the facts. And ladies and gentlemen, maybe most importantly, what does the DNA on the knife tell us about whether this knife was used to cut the defendant, as she claims? What the blood evidence and the DNA evidence on this knife tells us is that, yes, there's blood. In fact, Kevin Scott didn't just do a presumptive test, he did a confirmatory test to confirm that there's blood on the blade, there's blood on the handle of this knife. And what does it tell us about whose blood is on the blade of this knife? Who was cut with this knife? Alex Woodward. The DNA evidence does not say that there's any of the defendant's DNA, any of her blood, on the blade of this knife. Alex was cutting her with this knife.
Well, then wait a
Here
second.
is her
Then what
blood.
knife did she use to cut herself?
Her DNA is on the handle as part of a mixture with Alex, where Alex is the major contributor and she's the minor. And that, ladies and gentlemen, makes sense that she's using this knife to stab Alex repeatedly, which we know is the truth. No blood of the defendant, no DNA of the defendant on the blade of that knife.
So that's news to me, I guess, in the sense that it was such a long time ago that we heard from all those people. But I guess I didn't really put two and two together. That means she must have cut herself with one of the other knives that was in the trunk, I guess. And why would she have done that? Because wouldn't it have been better for her story to have her blood on that knife, right? The same knife, if she's trying to go with that story. That's a whole other interesting thing. Like, what would have been the point? Maybe the knife was too sharp and she was like, didn't want to cut herself that badly. I don't know. But it would have been better for her story to use that knife. Huh.
And what, ladies and gentlemen, do these wounds, these deep wounds to Alex's neck that severed the jugular vein, tell us about the defendant's story? They tell us, ladies and gentlemen, that again, she changed her story to fit the facts, to try and fit the facts. It doesn't work very well, but she tried to. Because her story to Ryan Prock on March 24th is that Alex is on top of her when she slices his neck 3 times. Alex is on top of her. And if that's the case, ladies and gentlemen, when that wound starts bleeding like crazy, like it's going to, that blood is going to fall down right on top of the defendant, onto her shirt. She's got to change her story after the fact because Alex's blood isn't on her shirt. It didn't come down when she sliced across his neck like it would have. So she has to change her story and say, no, he's not on top of me. He's in front of me.
I'm thinking about it with these. The thing is, I always go back to this thing, right? With these lies, there's also truth in the lie. I think this is where I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere with this whole thing with the car, because I think that her whole story about getting stuck is partially true. And here's what I mean by that. Because I said from the get-go, this whole thing about them going out there and then she got stuck, and then she had to move, no. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense for a lot of reasons. It doesn't look like that's what happened, given the tire tracks, right? Given I got stuck, then I got it unstuck, and then I needed to find something. And then of course, there's the whole thing about, not doing anything about it, right? It's not plausible, right? And again, if any of that were true, she would know she could have called Jason using Alex's phone and he would have paid for the tow truck, right? Or you go to the farmer's house and ask them for help. I mean, it's just, there's so many options, right? That you could have done besides laying down and taking a nap in the car. And so the getting stuck thing never made sense to me, right? However, it does look like the car could have been stuck in the pictures, right? When you look at that rear, not rear, you look at one of those tires, the front tire, and the state has actually said a couple times, they've actually referenced the car being stuck. But so I think what it is this. Here's what I mean. Because her story's not true, right? I think the car was stuck, but it wasn't stuck the way she said, right? And this is where you have the truth and the lie. She's going with this story because it's the story she created, right? The staging of the crime scene. Part of that was getting the car stuck so she could try to have a story, right? And that would be exactly why she had to get the car stuck. But it wouldn't make any sense for that to have happened accidentally. It just wouldn't make any sense. None of that adds up. And the tire tracks don't match that. When we saw that footage with the drone footage and it was zoomed in, and I get goosebumps thinking about it again. It's like, it literally looks like someone trying to get a car stuck. Back and forward over the tracks, crisscross, and it's in front of where the car is stopped. That gives me so much chills. It's insane because it's like, holy crap. Can you imagine after killing somebody, going to all that length with the car, trying to get the car stuck in the mud or make it look like it was getting stuck in the mud just to try to explain why the car is where it is and why you got stranded and how this whole thing happened, and none of it makes any sense because it's bullshit. Because it's bullshit, you know. I mean, but it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I'm not sure what you mean by that question, Kat.
Changing her story to try and fit the facts, because the facts from the DNA do not support her story.
Yeah, I guess.
She's all.
My point was just, I think her car did get stuck in the mud, but not in the way she said it did. I think it got stuck intentionally after the fact, after she killed Alex, in order for her to have a story. That's what makes sense. That's what makes sense. And that's why it's like, yeah, the car is stuck, but like something doesn't sit right, you know?
Also got serious inconsistencies. And again, the state totally agrees with Dr. Hopper that, you know, when someone is involved in a stressful situation, a seriously stressful situation, that, you know, we agree, the science is clear, that, you know, they will concentrate on central facts. Absolutely agree that if somebody's sticking a gun in your face, you're most likely to concentrate on that gun that's in your face. Absolutely, we totally acknowledge that. But the inconsistencies I want to talk about are inconsistencies either in central facts that that would be super encoded, that she would remember without any question, or for information that happens before that stress started. Remember that line that goes up, the stressful event is what starts that process of memory issues. It's the inconsistencies are relating to what happens before that, when your memory is normal. She told you, her story today is Alex was going to have her one more time. He was going to sexually assault her. But when Ryan Prock asked her about that situation, asked her what was going to happen, she said, well, I just think he was going to look at me. That's probably the first thing that came to her mind when she's talking about it then, but later on thinking about it, thinking, geez, you know, that doesn't sound really good. I killed him. Doesn't sound great that he was just trying to look at me and I just got these superficial cuts. It'll sound better if I say he was trying to rape me. That sounds a whole lot better. That sounds a whole lot better to protect myself from getting convicted of first-degree intentional homicide. Ryan Prock asked her, why would somebody be cutting your clothes? And she told him, I don't know. Again, a central fact is what's going on here. And later on she remembers and she says, oh yeah, that's right. He cut my clothes once before.
Right.
That's not something that was part of the stressful event. That's something that happened a long time ago. Supposedly, at least, happened a long time ago. And she doesn't tell Ryan Prock about that. She says, I have no idea. And while I guess probably not an inconsistency where she says one thing one time and she says another, but it's interesting to, when you listen to her statement to Ryan Prock about the events of March 22nd, when she's talking to Ryan Prock on March 24th, she says, when I got to that road. That was her, that's what she said. Well, that's interesting language because just think about it, again, using your common sense. When you're driving somewhere, that's how you're going to describe it. But if you're a passenger, it's going to be more like, well, when we got there, or when we, when they got there, something like that. Not when I got there. Sorry about this. Some more inconsistencies. Again, central facts. Actually, the first one is a fact before the stress started. All right, remember, her testimony, her story is, I'm in the car trying to find something to get us unstuck. All right, both times, when she talked to Ryan Prock in March, and when she got on the stand and told her story was she was trying to find something. But when Ryan asked her, did you throw anything out? She said, nope, didn't throw a thing out, didn't throw anything out. Her story changed now to, I threw out the blanket, I threw out the pillow while I was hunting through
And
them.
again, and for anyone who missed it, I think that the deal with the blanket was, again, she was trying to get Alex's body out of the car, and the blanket was one of the things she was using, as try to use it as like a sled, like to wrap him up in the blanket and to get him out of the car, to drag him out, I think was part of, I think that's what happened with that blanket.
Before the stressful event started, assuming you believe it was that stressful event, before that happens, when things are just being normally encoded, her memories are normally being encoded. Her description of Alex taking off the glasses, she never tells Ryan Prock that. And yet her story changes to that because it has to look better. It has to look like she can't see anything so that her story can be better for her. And her story changes on where the first cuts were. Her story changes on that because remember, she told Ryan Prock, he first starts cutting on my legs. But she changes it, and she has to change it to fit the facts. Because she's got to change it to fit the facts that her first concern was when he's cutting her sweater and then she feels that prick in her stomach. And now she's on alert. That's when the stress starts. She's got to change it to that. The change in her story. Ladies and gentlemen, when you've considered all of those things I talked about, the defendant's credibility is zero. Her story is just that, a story.
I think they leave it out there
It's not the truth.
in case the
It's
defense
not what
needs it.
happened. I want to spend a couple minutes, and I don't want to spend more than that because frankly, Alex's journals are
Oh.
a distraction in this
Yeah.
case.
I appreciate so much that he said that. It's been killing me, right, with these journals and how much time that the defense, especially with Ezra on the stand, dude, I mean, right? It's so offensive the way they tried to use the writings. I mean, I'm just glad he said that. Like, thank God.
They're a distraction from what really happened.
Yep,
The
yep, yep.
defendant murdering Alex.
Yep.
But we do need to talk about them briefly. And I think the first thing you need to think about them is the unreality of the defendant's story about how she first met Alex and
Oh,
first got
thank you.
to know
Yes, thank
about
you.
these journals.
Thank you. Yep.
Her story is she goes into a bar and she sees Alex sitting there. He's writing some stuff up
I mean,
and
he's saying what we're all thinking, right?
she asks him what she's writing about. Oh, that makes some sense.
That's fine. That's all looks good.
But what does her story then become? He says, yeah, I'm
Although,
writing about...
I mean, having said that, we already know that she met him either at Racy's the same night she met Jason, which was like, end of June or something. End of June. We know that she met him either then or earlier. So again, this entire thing is BS anyway. But it would only be even plausible if, she hadn't already met him. So
philosophy, and I'm writing about cannibalism. Ladies and gentlemen, think. to yourself and think about that situation. Use your common sense. Your common sense, what does it tell you? Does it tell you, A, that someone who just meets someone else is going to tell them I'm writing about cannibalism? And B, does your common sense tell you that someone who just hears that in a bar at night, what's their first reaction going to be to that? Is their first reaction going to be, oh, tell me everything you can about that area? Or is your first reaction going to be, oh, nice seeing ya, bye? That's...
Sorry, also, I just noticed that you just said Hosslong. I appreciate the Hosslong. That is the funniest, the way he says that. Let's hear that again. Oh my God, the sarcasm is so pleasant to me.
Reaction going to be, oh, tell me everything you can about that area. Or is your first reaction going to be, oh, nice seeing ya, bye? That's your first reaction.
Dufour, I love you.
You don't want to know everything you can about cannibalism from someone you've just met in a bar. But secondly,
That's just a shame.
look at the defendants.
It's just a shame that that interview, you know, I mean, there was so much good information in that interview, but like, you know, there wouldn't be, if anything had been able to come in from that, there wouldn't be any confusion of the fact that she had met Alex in June, you know, which, so.
Description. She describes Alex's philosophy and says, and certainly Alex definitely has an interest in St. Augustine's famous quotation, love and do as you will. There's no doubt about it. He has many writings about that. All of them philosophical, but he has many writings about it. And the defendant's story is that Alex told her that basically means I can do whatever the heck I want, whenever I want, I can take whatever I want. It's all about me and taking whatever I want. Now, there was only two people to that conversation where this supposedly happened. The defendant and Alex.
Attorney, I'm sorry.
Alex?
I think adjourn needs a break.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine.
Sorry.
All right. And if that happens again, somebody needs a break, that's fine. I know I can,
Break.
my wife tells me I talk too long a lot, so. There's only two people to that conversation, defendant and Alex. And Alex can't be here in person to tell you that the defendant is lying about that.
Guys, so I just want to know with that portrait, what do you think is going to happen when it's the defense's turn? Are they going to leave that portrait up or are they going to take that portrait down? What do you guys think? Because think about, like, I don't know, man. I love that they have that portrait up for a couple of reasons. Like, one, obviously, it should be there. It's about him, right? But the jury will notice if the defense takes that portrait down. So if you're the defense, what do you think the defense is going to do? Are they going to be like, are they going to take it down or are they going to leave it up? You know?
But you know what? Alex is still here to tell you the defendant is lying. Because Alex tells you it in the journal entry titled Desire and Will. One of the entries that's in Exhibit 697, the journal documents, but the one of the ones that the defendant didn't bother to bring up herself. Didn't bother to bring it up because it doesn't support her story. It doesn't support her story on what her discussions with Alex was about. Because that journal entry, and in that entry, Alex is here today telling you what he means. Telling you the defendant's a liar.
Objection.
Telling you...
Objections noted, overruled.
telling you she's lying to you when her story is that Alex believed in taking. Because desire and will tells you what love and do as you will really means. Love and do as you will means it is an expression of an excellent morality. It is about giving, to give and give and give to the other.
Forgives.
It is in fact, and Alex is telling you in that journal entry, it is in fact the exact opposite
Yep.
of the defendant's story.
Yep. 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 Yep.
That Alex is about giving. He is not about taking. And finally, the defendant's story on this issue, when you listened to her and heard her on direct and cross-examination, just doesn't ring true. She's on the stand, she's on direct, reads a part of a thing and says, oh yeah, I remember absolutely clearly,
Right, I know.
100%. Alex and I, we talked directly
Right.
about that. We talked about it, and he said this, and he said that, he said this, and he said that. But when I tried to cross-examine her on some of the entries that she didn't talk about on direct,
Yep.
well, you know, no, I don't really remember that stuff. I don't remember anything
Yeah.
about that.
Yep.
After months of time, she's able to, again, craft her story to fit her narrative. Just doesn't ring true. And I want to talk about the book Fear and Trembling. And frankly, ladies and gentlemen, this part is somewhat, I think, insulting to your intelligence. The
Yeah.
use of this by the defense.
Yeah.
Because the defense brought this book out how many times
I
to
know,
show you the
right?
cover of this book?
Yep.
To show you a cover of a
Yep.
book that's about the biblical story of Abraham and Isaac. And I'm sure many of you may very well be familiar with the story of Abraham taking Isaac out into the desert at the angel's command to sacrifice Isaac because that's what God wanted. And Soren Kierkegaard in this book writes a book about that and the philosophical constructs of that and how that has to do with faith. But they trotted that book out all those times not to talk about the contents of that book because you didn't hear about a single word inside of that book
So true.
during the testimony. All you saw was the cover
Cover.
because they want to insult your intelligence and think you're going to think because you see a book with a cover that Alex has that has a cover on it that has somebody with a knife at somebody else's throat, that Alex is somehow
It is. It
the one who is attacking.
is. It's
the defendant
offensive.
here.
Yeah. Offensive and insulting.
The defendant is trying to insult your intelligence.
Yeah.
Don't let that happen.
You know what that
And the
reminds
other thing about that book is
reminds me a bit too of Murdaugh again there with Creighton, where that whole idea that of like he's been lying to everybody and fooling everybody for so many years. He fooled everybody. Don't let him fool you too. Kind of similar thing here, you know. And I totally agree in both cases. I totally agree. You know, I totally hate it when the attorneys are, or a defendant, and you know, Alec, you know, are trying to are being are insulting the jury like that, insulting their intelligence, or being you know, thinking they can pull one over on them and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm not sure what you mean about this. He's not steering it towards religion. I mean, a lot of Alex's writings had to do with these religious themes. So, I mean, it's part of the case, you know, because the defense was trying to use the writings to make it seem like he's talking about killing Ezra or whatever, right? But really he's trying to explain how they were distorting the writing, Alex's writing and Alex's books and stuff, right?
as the defendant's testimony is, Oh, Alex would read that all the time to me while we're having sex. While
Oh
we're
my God, this part. Yes.
engaged in sexual activity. He'd sit there and he'd read it to me while he's having sex with me. Or remember,
So as implausible as that already is, he's about to point out something that I had totally missed. And it's a really good
her
point.
testimony as well. Her story is they always had sex in the dark
Forgot about that part.
or with a dim candlelight. How is he reading a book to her while he's having sex with her in the dark?
Yes.
I don't think Alex had X-ray vision. He doesn't have the night vision capabilities of the latest iPhones, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to hear it again. I want to hear it again. I want to hear it again.
Was attacking the defendant here. The defendant is trying to insult your intelligence. Don't let that happen. And the other thing about that book is the defendant's testimony is, oh, Alex would read that all the time to me while we're having sex, while we're engaged in sexual activity. He'd sit there and he'd read it to me while he's having sex with me. Or remember her testimony as well. Her story is they always had sex in the dark or with a dim candlelight. How is he reading a book to her while he's having sex with her in the dark? I don't think Alex had X-ray vision. He doesn't have the night vision capabilities of the latest iPhones, ladies and gentlemen.
You can hear a chuckle.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at
I love that you can hear a little chuckle. But Ezra did not think that one through, did she?
what the defendant's story says about what had to happen after she stabbed Alex 16 times. Let's think about it. Her story is essentially this. I stabbed Alex 15 times while I'm in the car. Alex then walked away, went over by the trailer,
Look at her.
stood around there for a while, said, I need your help urinating. So she gets up out of the car, walks over by the trailer. He grabs her again, and she stabs him another time in the left side. She said her story is she stabbed him again. He then lets go. She trots away to somewhere else. Alex then walks a little bit,
Trotting.
takes off his coat that doesn't, by the way, have any stab wounds in the side,
Yep, that's a problem.
even though he does, and takes his coat off, lays down on his coat, well, he's still, got blood running out of his neck, coat that doesn't have big pools of blood on it from that, or the wound to his groin,
Also, the coat doesn't have any mud on it.
as he lays on it. She then sometime collects her glasses, goes to the back of the car, her boy in his arm while Alex is just laying there on his coat. Not getting any blood on it. Blood somehow is getting onto the ground, but not onto his coat. She then goes back to the car, the inside of the car. Again, she's bleeding. Where does the blood go? Doesn't go in the car, but she goes in there, somehow rummages around, finds Alex's phone.
Right, and that's why he was asking, well, that's one of many reasons why he was asking her pointed questions about where she found his phone. And she was in trouble there because I know the phone was in his coat pocket, right? Her story was really problematic there. And so she's like, oh, it was in the car. And she didn't have an answer ready for that one. She's like, I don't know where it was. It was weird. She was not prepared for that. But it was a good point because with her story, it would have gotten her blood in the car, and it's not.
Takes off her other boot and trots off away. And Alex then after she leaves, because he hasn't moved yet, Alex all of a sudden decides, oh, well, let's see, I think I better get up from the ground here, pick up my coat, trot back over to the car, get all the way into the passenger side of the car, because that's where his feet are when he's found, and take off his shoes, put those down on the floor, and then take his coat, neatly lay it on top of his shoes.
And he forgets one thing here, which is he puts the scarf on. I don't blame him because there's so many things that you have to remember that are implausible here. But just remember, guys, he also has to put a scarf on.
And then proceed to die and fall till he's out of the car. That's what you have to believe happens. And let's take a look at Alex's position that he's in when he's found. Remember, he's sitting over here. He's sitting right here because that, you see where his feet are. Feet are down on the passenger side floor well. He's sitting there, and you can see the blood transfer on the seat where he's sitting. How does Alex fall into this position?
And I've said the same
Fall
thing.
so that his right arm is wedged into the door.
Yep.
His left
I've said we've looked at this. It really, then when you look at it, it 100% is somebody trying to get Ezra. What I mean is Ezra, right? Trying to get him out of the car, and he's dead. And so, and I think there was a potentiality too that maybe rigor mortis had set in a little bit. But either way, the way I think he was sitting up when he died, and then his legs would be bent. And the problem is then she tries to get him out, and the legs get stuck, right?
arm is somewhere there in the footwell. And his sweater is pulled up on his back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what this shows you is that somebody tried to pull Alex out of that car.
Yep.
That's how the blood gets here. That's from his neck wound. And transfers there as they're pulling him across, and he ends up getting wedged.
Wedged.
With the defendant.
And that's the exact same word I used. See, they couldn't say this until closing argument, but that's the exact same word that I used the first time that we were looking through that. And I was like, oh, that's what it is, right? Because at first it was like, oh, maybe he just fell that way. But then the more we looked at it, it was like, oh, she's trying to get him out of the car, right? And then I remember having that like epiphany, if you will, or whatever light bulb moment on a live stream, or long time ago, I don't know, a couple weeks ago maybe, but anyway, yeah, wedged is exactly the word I used, I think, to describe that.
That's what that shows you, and that's what that tells you. He isn't going to fall in a position like that. That makes no sense. But you have to believe that that happened for the defendant's story to be true. And ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the defendant's story after she stabbed Alex 15 times, waiting for that 16th one to happen. What's her story? She's in the car. She's in the car. Alex is over by the trailer, and he says, I've got to pee. Come help me. Now remember, she's in that stage where Dr. Hopper told you, assuming she's telling you the truth, that her amygdala is in control, right? All right? Her amygdala is in control, telling her, not consciously but subconsciously, to do what instinct tells you. The instincts that we developed when we had to worry about large predators coming and eating us. The amygdala is telling her what to do there. She's not consciously thinking what to do. She's not consciously thinking, should I help him? Should I not help him? Her amygdala is controlling her. And let's think about it in terms of Dr. Hopper's analogy of a lion comes walking through that door right there, and your amygdala takes over and tells you what to do. Is your instincts developed from when that lion might have been out there regularly eating you? Does it tell you to go up and give the lion a hug? No. It tells you to stay as far away from that lion as you can.
I love that.
Your amygdala tells you to freeze.
That's one of the best things I've heard. Oh my God, I love it. I love him so much. I went back too far. Hold on. I just love him so much. Okay, let's try it from here.
We had to worry about large predators coming and eating us. The amygdala is telling her what to do there. She's not consciously thinking what to do. She's not consciously thinking, should I help him, should I not help him? Her amygdala is controlling her. And let's think about it in terms of Dr. Hopper's analogy of a lion comes walking through that door right there, and your amygdala takes over and tells you what to do. Is your instincts developed from when that lion might have been out there regularly eating you? Does it tell you to go up and give the lion a hug? No. It tells you to stay as far away from that lion as you can.
Good.
Your amygdala tells you to freeze, maybe. Your amygdala tells you maybe to run. Your amygdala tells you get safe. And at that point in time, when she supposedly has been attacked by Alex and is fearful of Alex, she's in the car. Her amygdala is going to tell her,
get out of the
close
car.
the doors, lock the doors, you're safe.
Right.
Her amygdala is
And
not
what's
telling her to go up and help him pee.
And what's interesting is like that's exactly what we think, or I think anyway, Alex would have done, right? That it's interesting that they pointed that out, right? That whoever's in the car, if the other person's outside of the car, whoever's in the car would have the option, if they're able to lock the car doors, and now they're safe, right? Like they can't get attacked anymore. Again, she would have had that opportunity as well, but of course she wouldn't have any reason to because it's all made up. So.
And what about as she's leaving? Now her story is she lost one boot during the struggle in the car, and she takes off the other boot after Alex is laid down. What's your amygdala going to tell you as it decides that you've got to flee the scene to be safe? It's going to tell you to get out of there as quickly as you can. It's not going to tell you to take time to take off a boot so that you're moving with just in your stocking feet on a 40-degree day. Your amygdala is going to tell you, get out of there, don't worry about the boots, or the other option is put on the other boots so you can get out of there as quickly as you can. But it's not going to tell you to take time to take off the boot.
That whole thing doesn't make
at
sense.
that point.
I don't know what she was going for with that one.
What about the defendant's actions at Don Sippel's house? I think these are important. And they're important because when you're scared, you want help. You want the police to come to protect you, to take care of you. But what is the defendant's actions? He gets to Don Sippel's house. He doesn't ask Don to call the police. He asks if Don can take him to the hospital. She doesn't want the police there. She doesn't want the police finding her there and possibly finding Alex's body because she hasn't had the time to clean up yet. And she can't remember anything, but she can remember Jason Mengel.
Yeah, I pointed that out.
Remember it enough to be able to, in fact, spell Jason's last name for the police.
Oh, yeah.
What's Jason's last name? Mengel?
She remembers his first and last name, but she can't remember her own first or last name.
Jason, remember earlier you were telling me about Jason? His last name started with an M or an E? An M? M-E-N-G?
Again, here she goes again. She can always spell Jason's first and last name. No trouble.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about motive. Now, the judge has told you we don't have to prove that the defendant had a motive. Motive is not the same as intent. But that motive is something that you can consider. And if the defendant had a motive, it's something you can consider in determining whether or not she's guilty or not. And the defendant had a motive that day. And her motive goes back a couple days earlier to March 19th. March 19th, remember, is the day that Jason Mengel met Jenna Van de Zandt in a bar. And Jenna talked to Jason about the situation between the defendant and Alex. and talked about the relationship they had and told Jason, in fact, about the defendant's actions at Alex's apartment where she was in the shower, she came out with just a towel on and told Matt Schreiner, I just broke up with Jason. Isn't that great?
Which
A
she
big
hadn't.
smile
She hadn't
on
even
her
broken
face.
Hadn't even broken up with him. That was all that.
And Jason, when he gets home from the bar, calls the defendant and talks to her and confronts her about these things. Now, before that, they were trying to see about getting back together. They were still having loving conversations.
Yeah, and that's the thing is,
You know, they still were meeting occasionally and staying in a hotel with each other and having. And
the thing is that this whole thing, okay, so this whole thing about the letter is such a big part of this, right? Because again, they were getting back, things were happening, right? Like they were gonna get back together, whatever, right? And then this letter happened, or well, it wasn't like the letter that prompted it. It was meeting with Jenna, right? And then she wrote the letter. But him meeting with Jenna, like that thing on the 19th was big. So he meets with Jenna, and then I think he learns more than just that one thing he just referenced, right? He learns a lot more than that. It's just that we don't know it all from the trial. But he learns enough about Ezra that he starts that. Remember, it's that meeting with Jenna that causes him to A, break up with Ezra, and B, start making that timeline. Because that's when he's like, hold on, is my entire life a lie, right? So he learns enough from that meeting that's when he finally, even though he already knows that she's been lying about certain things, whatever he learns that meeting with Jenna is enough to where he's like, okay, hang on, what? So he scrolls out that timeline. Think about that, right? I think it was Kit Smits maybe in the chat one time who had the idea that maybe part of the whole thing, it wasn't just that Alex was in the way or that Alex reminded him, or reminded her the cheating or whatever. Because at that point, Alex wanted nothing to do with Ezra anymore, right? And we know that. But I think it was Kit Smits that suggested maybe she didn't want Alex to find out just how early they started. I think at the time the suggestion was how early they met, right? And now we know that they did meet really early, but Jason was aware that they met, right? So I think but I think that's on the right track. I think what it is it's like potentially, right? Because of that timeline, and Ezra, remember, Ezra gave that letter to Ezra, and it happened to be the one with the timeline on the back. And I think the significance of Ezra having that letter, because remember, there were supposed to be 2 copies, one for Ezra, one for Jason. But the importance of Ezra having Jason's copy is that Jason's copy had the timeline on the back. And that was in the car when she went to Alex's. And I have to wonder if she knew that Jason was trying to go through this timeline and that he was going to have to ask Alex questions in order to get answers. And my thought is that, and we've talked about this, is that potentially she could have even met Alex even before Jason. That's possible. But I really still wonder if they were sleeping together, what if it wasn't even Jason's baby, right? And we've talked about this. We don't, because the timeline that I've worked on, that I've got that graphic for it, and it's entirely possible that she was sleeping with Alex before she even moved in with Jason. And it's entirely possible that it was Alex's kid. And if Jason had found out, I think if Jason had found out that she was sleeping with Alex all the way back then when they first got together, but I think especially if he learned that it wasn't his kid, that would have been the end for them getting back together, right? And so I think that what it comes down to is that Alex would have been honest about what happened, right? Alex would have told Jason the information. And I think, again, the significance here is that this whole thing with Jenna prompted, the information was enough that he started to question everything. And the outcome of that was him making that timeline, scrolling out that timeline, right? That's huge. And the fact that he gave the letter to Ezra I don't think he gave it to her thinking about the fact that it had a timeline on it, right? That was just a coincidence, but she would have seen that timeline. And that's when she potentially could have realized, oh no, he's starting to figure things out. The next step is he's going to talk to Alex and ask Alex these questions, and Alex will be honest with him. So I think that that's really what it comes down to. But, I don't know that the state can make that much of an argument, because it's kind of going into things that some of that would be, they would have needed to be able to get more testimony from Jason about potentially conversations he and Ezra had. And you know what? That would have been hearsay. And so that's why that couldn't have come in. So
Making love. They were still having loving conversations, talking about how each of them want to have children, but they only want to have potentially children with each other. Still telling each other they love each other. But Jason calls her, confronts her with this, and hangs up on her. Defendant, what does she do? She immediately calls Jenna and says, Jenna, you got to fix this. You got to take care of this. You got to fix the problem you made.
So yeah, as far as
Jenna writes it.
we went through that at another point where it seems like she actually was pregnant. I'm trying to think. So in Jason's interview, he says when they go to the urgent care or whatever, he says something like they showed him a test. I'm trying to remember it. The way he says it, it makes it seem like he was there when the doctors said something about her being pregnant, and not just that she said so. However, it's hard to know, because that could have just been his interpretation because he trusted and believed her at the time. Who knows, right? But my thought is either she wasn't pregnant, but I think if she was pregnant, I think it was Alex's kid. Right. So he said he was with her, but my point being that he said that he was there in his interview. He said he was there. My point being that he heard from the doctors themselves. It sounded like that she was pregnant, and not just from Ezra. That's what I'm saying. At the urgent care before they went to the Mayo Clinic. So he said something like, it sounded like he said that they either showed him a test or he was there when they said the test was positive. That's what it sounded like from the interview. So, but again, the whole situation with what happened when she got to the Mayo Clinic was sketchy. And remember, he said he paid, trying to remember. I think at one point he said a card, but then it seemed like he was talking about the parking tickets. And then it was like, we went back and we realized he said he paid cash for the abortion, which means he could have just given it to Ezra. I'm trying to remember what we ended up deciding on that. But anyway, I'm sure it's timestamped in the video with Jason's interview. It is. There's a lot in there. So
Note, leaves it for Jason that he gets on the 20th. And in the note, basically, she says, oh, there may have been some miscommunications, but I'm out of this. I'm washing my hands of this.
I feel like what I kind of ended up thinking is that, I mean, again, there's so much that's weird about it, because even when you look at the timeline, remember the timeline, I can pull it up if anyone wants to see it, but there's that whole thing too, where the way that she tells Jenna that she's got an abortion would be the same time when she's supposed to be pregnant for the other story with Jason. Like, there's so much in there that makes it seem like she could not have actually been pregnant, because there's so many lies surrounding it, right? To where it almost does seem more plausible that Jason just interpreted, like, that Jason was there with her at the urgent care, right? But I mean, would they have actually let him go back in the room? Probably not. I mean, I don't think that's even allowed unless somebody's like got permission, right? Like on your thing. Like, he might have been like, in my interpretation of this is that he would have been in the waiting room at the urgent care, right, before the Mayo Clinic, and that she went back there and with the doctors, right, and in a way, it almost seems more plausible that potentially Ezra came out and told him, yeah, they did a pregnancy test and it was positive. But, the way Jason describes it, he's there at the clinic with her, or the urgent care, right? And, he doesn't think too hard about the way he uses his wording. And he's just like, yeah, they said she was pregnant. But again, it's like they told her she was pregnant, but he heard that from her type thing, right? It's like, to me, it's like, if he didn't legit see the test or legit speak to a doctor, I don't believe it. I think it's all made up. And there's really no indication for sure that he did. I don't know. I don't think Jenna misspoke the month, because they asked her during that examination, they asked her things about how she knew it. And it was like, because it was in relation to some event, or, there was also the time of year, like it was the thing, like, yeah, the leaves were starting to change, things like that, where they would remember. And what's really funny is, like, I'm the type of person where I remember everything. I would be able to tell you exact, like, maybe even a date, honestly, for certain things. But, like, I would know exactly. I would remember what I was wearing. I would remember, like, even if it just, they went, they went for a walk and had the conversation. Like, I would remember all the details of that. And Jenna seemed to be that type of person too, where she was really clear on the timeline of things, and it didn't waver at all. And even on Cross, when he tried to push her on that, she's like, nope, I know, here's when it was. He did try to push her on that. He's like, could it have been October? She's like, nope, it was September, which would have meant she would have been pregnant in August. So, yeah.
Jason shares this letter, this note, with the defendant.
Okay, here we go.
When she shares it with the defendant, it's clear Jenna didn't do what the defendant told her to do.
Again,
Jenna didn't fix it.
I think the big thing here is the timeline on the back. I really think that's the big thing. And I don't think that even came into the trial, really. Because Jason tried to bring up the timeline on direct, and it seemed like he wasn't allowed to, because Spring Chicken kind of would, like, change the topic. I think maybe there was a motion in limine, but we know about it from the interview. But the timeline on the back of that letter is really important. I think that really is a huge part of this entire thing.
And you can certainly understand why the hairs on Jenna's neck had gone up when she had that conversation with the defendant. Because now the defendant knows Jenna didn't fix this problem with Alex. She needs to fix it. And so she wakes up on March 22nd and comes to Eau Claire with fire in her eyes, as Jason described it. And she comes to get Alex to...
Objection. Note your objection. Preserve for the record. Overruled. May continue.
And when Jenna didn't fix it, she is going to fix it. She's going to go to Alex's apartment, and she's going to go there, and she's going to get Alex to admit their relationship was wrong. It was a mistake. You heard that in her own words in the interview on March 24th. She said, I went there, we talked about our relationship. I told him how our relationship was a mistake, it was wrong, and I asked him if he felt the same way, and he said no, he didn't. But she's got to fix it, because that's what's standing between her and the love of her life. Because remember that last Instagram exchange between Jason Mengel and the defendant the night of March 21st. An Instagram that's polite, but certainly not loving. An Instagram where the defendant tells Jason, based on her conversation with her father, my life starts now. And Jason doesn't respond to that with, our life starts together. He responds with 2 messages. 1, that's a good idea. 2, no more lies. And then the Instagram exchange ends with the defendant expressing her feelings are still there. She still loves Jason. She still wants to be with Jason by closing out that Instagram exchange with my husband. And Jason doesn't respond, my wife, he just responds, dream wildly. So the defendant's got to fix this problem herself. And the only thing standing in the way is that relationship she had had with Alex. She needs him to say it was a mistake. She needs to get Alex out of the picture. And Alex says no.
And again,
So she's
I think he's partially right. You know, again, it's just like with Murdaugh. It's like, I'm not saying that this is wrong. I just think there's more to it than that, right? And it's in here, it's like, yes, he's right. Alex was in the way, but I think the reason is because, again, I think she knew Jason was going to come up to Alex, or talk to Alex and ask him, because he was working on that timeline. He wanted answers. All he wanted was the truth, and Alex would have told him the truth, and that's the thing that stands in the way. And again, why would that matter? It would only matter if if he had something to hide, right? That Ezra wouldn't want him to say. What's that? Well, obviously they were sleeping together way earlier than Jason knew. But again, I don't know that would have been enough. I think the pregnancy is a huge thing. And remember, the other reason I say that is because right before, it was actually the night before, right? The night before the murders, she and Jason were talking on Instagram or whatever it was. And that was those were the messages when Ezra was saying things like, I would be a really good mother. I can't have kids if it's not with you. And it was all these things about having a baby. And Jason, and we heard him talk about it in the interview, he was like, I'm so confused. I'm like, why are you talking about wanting to have kids? Right? He said this was so confusing to him. And she was going on and on about, and then they said something, or I think it was Ezra, right? Something like, our kids would be so cute. They would have great genetics, whatever. It was all this shit about having kids with Jason. And then she said, sucks to know I'll never be able to have kids again. And at first we thought, wait a second, what? And then we realized she was saying, because if she can't have kids with Jason, she's not going to have kids with anybody. Like, it's a choice thing. But she said it as if it was like, a physical thing. And, the other interesting thing, right, is she would only be saying that if she knew that Jason did want to have kids, which goes against a lot of her testimony. But anyway, so when you think about that, that just adds to the whole thing of like, if she knew kids were important, it would matter. Well, and of course it would matter anyway, right? Who the baby daddy was. And if she'd lied about that, that could have been a last straw. So.
got to get him to a place where she can make him say it was a mistake. A place in private. Louis Bjork's field. And when Alex continues to say, no, I'm not going to do that, she snaps, she gets into a rage, and she stabs him. She stabs him in the head. She slices his neck.
It's total speculation. Objection. This is total and complete speculation. You're not allowed to speculate.
This is an argument, and I'm going to note your objection. It's overruled.
That's what she does. When you look at the defendant's testimony, when she's talking about something that other people are present for, that other people can confirm or deny, she can't remember things. Don't remember that. Don't remember that, Ask her about the interview with Officer Reeves. I don't remember anything about that. Ask her about talking to the nurses. I don't remember anything about that. Ask her about anything and somebody else can confirm or deny it, she can't remember it. You ask her about things that only happened between herself and Alex, all of a sudden her memory comes to light. And she remembers everything. That's not the truth. That's a story. Let's talk briefly about the experts. We've got Dr. Mills, Dr. Tillotson, Dr. Tovar, Dr. Benson, Dr. Thomas, and Dr. Hopper. Let's start with the medical experts. First thing that's important is both forensic pathologists who talked to you told you Alex died from sharp force injuries that the defendant inflicted on him. They confirm the defendant caused Alex's death. And then you heard from a couple of experts, a couple of doctors on the defendant's injuries. And you heard from Dr. Tillotson. Dr. Tillotson, the only doctor who testified here who wasn't being paid to come here and testify, whose only interest, he told you what his interest is. His interest is in his patient and what's best for his patient. All he's trying to do every single day, and all he was trying to do in this case was help his patient, who was the defendant. And he told you and he explained why, and we've gone through why. His opinion is these injuries are self-inflicted that the defendant had. And if they're self-inflicted, ladies and gentlemen, if all of them are, the defendant's lying, obviously, and she's guilty. You also heard from Dr. Tovar. Dr. Tovar on that, who says, well, my opinion is they're consistent with being inflicted by somebody else. And that's what he writes in his report. And my opinion is that Alex's injuries are consistent with somebody acting in self-defense. And that's what he writes in his report. And the defendant told law enforcement the boy was carved into her arm by Alex. And that's what he writes in his report. A report that he can't even get Alex's last name right, except about half the time. I mean, puts it in there, I think it was 17 times, he gets it right 9 times, he gets it wrong 8 times. That's the type of expertise that you want to rely upon. But not only that, he writes his report in such a way that it sounds like he's supporting everything the defendant says. But when you actually ask him questions, well, yeah, no, it could be consistent with something else. It could be consistent with self-inflicted injuries. No, it could be, consistent with somebody killing somebody unprovoked. Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, yeah, you're right. She told law enforcement that she did it herself. But he doesn't put any of that in. And especially galling is the fact that he puts in there that she says that Alex carved boy into her arm when he knew without any question that Alex didn't do that. And yet he writes it in his report. What credibility does someone who does that kind of stuff have with you? I submit none. Dr. Benson testifies it's his opinion that she is diagnosed with PTSD, but he cannot tell you the exact cause of that PTSD. He can't tell you what it was from. And Dr. Benson, who gratuitously adds the statement, "I'm not a hired gun," when nobody had asked him if he was or wasn't a hired gun. He just ports it out. Actually acted a heck of a lot like a hired gun when, on cross-examination, the state was asking him, does PTSD cause you to lie? And he says, well, that's a difficult question. You got to consider whether it's a lie of omission or a lie of commission.
That was when his credibility was just gone. That part was really a big deal, right? That he couldn't, I mean, because, and that was, wasn't that the one that I said was Spring Chicken's best cross? I think that was Spring Chicken who did him. But yeah, I mean, it was, yeah, he wouldn't, I think that was one of Spring Chicken's best crosses. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, good points.
Making it clear, commission, if you know you're lying at the time you're lying, that's not explained by PTSD. When you try to get him pinned down, he just keeps changing and changing and changing the question so that he doesn't have to actually answer that question. That sounds like someone who has an axe to grind in the case, someone who has an agenda in the case, not someone who's just here, like Dr. Tillotson, testifying about what's best for his patient. And then we have Dr. Hopper, and frankly, ladies and gentlemen, you know, Dr. Hopper is an expert. His science is very, very well accepted as to what happens. But Dr. Hopper was also not a hired gun. Dr. Hopper was telling you things, and he was being straight with you, and he was being straight with the defense, and he was being straight with the state.
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, that's why he's a great expert, right? He was being straight. Yep, totally agree. Totally agree.
He doesn't know what the stress is that started that whole process, assuming it even started, of causing this super encoding of central facts and not encoding of peripheral facts. He doesn't know what that stress is. Although he did say that that stress could be someone being involved in a murder. That was his testimony. But he doesn't know what it is. And he was honest about that. And he also told you that while certainly her statements and how she presented could be consistent with someone who had undergone a stressful event, he also said it could be consistent with someone who was just lying. And again, we can't know the cause of that stress. So, let's take a look at the timeline. This timeline is important. The timeline of events is important because this timeline tells us that right about 1:25 is when the defendant arrives at the scene where she ultimately kills Alex Woodward. And she arrives at Don Sipple's house about 4:15, the time of the 911 call. So we've got 2 hours and 50 minutes between that. 2 hours and 50 minutes between the time she gets there to Don Sipple's and the time she's arrived at the scene. Her description of what happened, you know, her description of getting stuck once, getting it unstuck, getting it stuck a second time, looking in the back seat for something to get unstuck, and sitting on the trailer for a little while, and then going back to the car and the attack that she just, her story talks about. An hour, maybe, at the most, to the time when she's heading to Don Sipple's house. 10 minutes to get there, that leaves her an hour and a half or more yet that's unaccounted for. An hour and a half in here that's totally unaccounted for by her story. And you know why? Because that's the time it takes her to set up the scene. That's the time it takes her to set up the scene after murdering Alex to make it look like it was self-defense. That's the time it takes her to try and get Alex's body out of the car. That's the time it takes her to try and put her blood in locations where she can do that. That's the time it takes her to cut herself. It's the time it takes her to take off her clothes, cut them, and then put them back on after she cuts herself. It's the time it takes her for the blood on her cuts to dry and then get to done.
Right, and that's another good point, that the blood had
The
time to dry.
time it takes her
Yeah,
to create a scene.
and I would submit
So what do,
she also drove the car around and got it fake stuck, or well, got it stuck, but on purpose at that point.
the physical facts, what do the evidence as it relates to the blood, what is the physical facts as it relates to where the blood is and what type of blood there is in various locations tell us about what happened? So ladies and gentlemen, those physical facts, that blood tells us that Alex Woodworth is outside of the car when he's stabbed. Those physical facts tell us, as we talked about, that the defendant is behind Alex Woodworth when she stabs him in the head. And that Alex is out somewhere in this area or here where those pools of blood are when the defendant slices Alex's neck. And then Alex retreats to the car to try and get away. He runs to the car, trying to get away, and as he's doing that, he's getting stabbed in the back because those stabs are through the coat.
And this is exactly. Oh, and here's the part I referenced earlier about the coat, where he says something about the coat coming off, and I have a different idea about the coat.
And he must take off the coat at some point in time to try and get it off. Maybe as he's getting stabbed, he's trying to take it off. And he gets in the car, and he's stabbed in the side three times while he sits in the car.
Right. So here's what I think about the coat coming off. So I agree with all of this. Here's what I think, though, is the reason why the coat comes off. So remember, he's been stabbed at this point in the head and in both of his shoulders, right? One on each side, because we have those stab holes in the coat. So my thought, remember, I still think he's trying to get to his cell phone. His cell phone will be in the coat pocket. And remember, he's trying to get away from her, trying to get into the car so he can lock the doors, call 911. My thought is that the reason the coat comes off is because potentially wherever those stabbings are in the shoulders, you know, they're like one on each side, potentially he's not able to reach with whichever are now, we don't know, I don't know which pocket it would be in, but he was stabbed on both shoulders. So potentially, why would the coat come off? Let's say one of your arms, you go to get the phone and the angle, like I'm just thinking about the shoulder blade. Potentially it was, he couldn't get it. He couldn't get it, right? Either it would have severed a muscle or a tendon or whatever, or maybe it was too painful. And that the way he had to try to get the phone out of the pocket, especially if it was like maybe in an interior pocket, would be to pull the coat off of him so he could get to the phone. That's what I'm thinking probably happened. It's the best thing I can think of. And I mean, maybe I'll think of something else, but as to why he took the coat off. I mean, could Ezra have taken the coat off him at that point? I mean, maybe, but I don't know why she would. I mean, she was stabbing him through the coat initially, right? And if I remember correctly, those stab wounds to the back shoulders were really deep, like some of the deeper ones, like 3 inches. So anyway, but my thought, when I was thinking about this, and I was like, why would he do that? And I was like, well, you think about where those stab wounds are, it could have rendered the use of like moving his arm in a certain way. It could have made that impossible. And then he would have had to pull the coat off on one side, you know, to get to the phone. So
again, those stab wounds are perimortem, as Dr. Mills told you, close to the time of death. And we have cuts in the seat of the car that tell us that there's stabbing taking place in there. And that's what the physical evidence tells us. And the defendant then tried to get Alex out of the car, as you can see here, and couldn't do it. That's what the physical evidence tells us. The physical evidence tells us the defendant did this intentionally, that she did this not in self-defense, and that the defendant is guilty. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you consider all of the evidence in this case,
go.
when you consider all of the evidence in this case, it is clear. It is clear beyond a reasonable doubt. It is clear beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant sitting there is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. It's time to tell the defendant, no more lies.
Yes.
You're not going to get away with
And again-
just one.
And again, quoting Jason Mengel. Remember, that was one of the last messages he sent to her, or was it the last message on the Instagram the night before? Remember, because she said life starts now, and he said, I forget what the first thing was, but the second thing he said was no more lies. He's quoting Jason Mengel again in the very last. He quoted him at the beginning and he's quoting him at the end. And I love it.
One more lie. Make her take responsibility for Alex's death on March 22nd. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Whoa!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a recess. I'm not exactly sure how long at this point in time. I don't know if we're going to have a snack or lunch, but we're going to have a break
jury
before
snack. Jury
the defense
snack.
closing
Jury
arguments.
snack.
So
Jury
um,
snack.
we'll let you know in a few minutes. Okay, so we're going to excuse the jury. All rise.
Jury snack.
All right, well, at this time, we're going to take up these the objections during
Oh boy.
the state's closing argument. Madam Clerk, I think what we ought to do is just have them order lunch. This is going to take a while, I'm sure. And we need to give the parties a break. So let's go ahead with lunch. Okay, first of all, there was a sidebar after the close of instructions. And Mr. Nelson, why don't you go ahead and, if you would, put on the record what it is that you raised at that time.
Sure, and can I share that responsibility?
Well, if Ms. Fishney wishes to do it, that's fine.
I have just the first one, judges, on the previous, I noted on the sidebar on page 4
Why are people leaving?
of the jury instructions, the first bullet point, there's the 5 words in the last line of the first bullet point, or the amount of force. And I believe that is an improper instruction on the law. There is no, at any time, analysis of anything other than her belief as opposed to the action. And so I understand Your Honor read it. We are asking that if Your Honor provides, and the state did not discuss it in their closing, we'd ask that Your Honor cross out those 5 words, edit the jury instruction. If you provide the jury, which I imagine Your Honor would.
Which 5 words? In the last sentence of that first bullet point?
Can I just approach, Judge?
Remember, he wasn't there when they finalized the jury instructions. It was Miss Fishney. When they were doing the charging conference, because I think he had to go file a bunch of shit. And so my guess is he didn't catch this issue, whatever the issue. He's got an issue with something about the word's amount of force. And
I'm aware that's fine, counsel.
Just to show you, Judge.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's there's an actual mistake or if it's he has an issue with something, right?
All right, and so what is incorrect about that?
Okay.
I think it should just read, but the belief was unreasonable. There's not an analysis of whether her actions were or were not reasonable. It's about whether her beliefs about her actions were reasonable or unreasonable. And so when it says, but the belief or the amount of force used when unreasonable, that implies that a jury could say, look, we thought she had the belief, and we thought her belief was reasonable, but we thought her actions were unreasonable, and therefore it's not self-defense, and that's not the law. And so
I don't think
that's my concern about when you put it in there in that language. And I apologize, I missed it yesterday. I understand that, but that's our position on it.
Your Honor, I disagree that that's not the law because unnecessary defensive force is found in 940.01 sub 2 sub B.
I actually brushed up. I actually was reading about the Wisconsin. I was looking at the Wisconsin statutes for all this stuff this morning. And I'm like, actually, I don't think he's correct on that. I think he's wrong.
And that reads, and I will read it verbatim, quote, death was caused because the actor believed he or she or another was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, and that the force used was necessary to defend the endangered person if either belief was unreasonable.
There you go.
I agree, it's all about the beliefs. My point is, I agree that's the law. And that reading of the law isn't the reading on page 4. The reading on page 4 talks about something other than beliefs when it says, but the belief or the amount of force. That's the problem. If it just said the belief about the amount of force, that'd be different. But it doesn't say about, it says or.
Well, so wait, do we just need to change or to and? Is that what it is? Ah, sorry, I did that thing where I went to hit play and it rewound. Hold on, sorry. It won't be hard to find that. Hold on, we're probably about here. Let's just see.
Necessary to defend the endangered person if either belief was unreasonable.
And I agree, it's all about the beliefs. My point is, I agree that's the law. And that reading of the law isn't the reading on page 4. The reading on page 4 talks about something other than beliefs when it says, but the belief or the amount of force. That's the problem. If it just said the belief about the amount of force, that'd be different. But it doesn't say about, it says or. It splices the sentence and says it has to be both about the belief as well as the action. And that's not the law. It's simply about the belief.
All right, well, I'm going to note your objection. It's preserved for the record. I'm going to keep it the way it is. I believe it's a correct statement of the law. And we disagree on that. And that is, it's going to stand.
Judge, the other thing I noted on the side was just as we were going through, I realized that there was not been a definition of great bodily harm. I'm not asking for that now. When I was already up there for the other moment, I just wanted to mention that. And then thirdly, I know Ms. Vishny wanted to comment or make record because she was involved yesterday, and I think she has some further things to say about the jury instructions. If I can hand it over.
Okay, go ahead.
So I don't understand. Okay. So here's the thing. This has got overlap with Karen Reed, okay? Because remember, major issues, in my opinion, with the jury instructions, right? They were the reason the jury's verdict or lack thereof, the whole confusion. It was the jury instructions. We broke that down in a major way before I think there was even issues with the verdict slips. We were already examining the jury instructions and like, wait a second, the wording is confusing here and there's issues. And, then of course there's the whole thing about, well, the defense not objecting in a timely manner. Now, having said that, that was to, not getting to see the note from the jury. And, that was, I think, one of the main ones. But essentially, it does boil down to, but the same thing would apply with the jury instructions, right? It does boil down to the defense has to object, right? And so while they did have objections, they did have the issue with the jury, the verdict slips, they never did raise an issue with the jury instructions before the mistrial, right? And that's the thing that I think is a big issue because the jury instructions were a disaster. And so while it's interesting to me that now Ms. Fishne's got an issue with the jury instructions, it's weird because, again, she was there when they did the charging conference and she was going through it word by word by word. I don't know why she now has an issue that she didn't have yesterday. However, at least she's making an objection about it. before it's too late and there's been a verdict or not lack thereof, right? You know what I mean? So, in other words, this to me is showing that even if it's the next day, or even if it's, even if it's not immediately, if you make it, you have to, is if you get that objection in before the jury's gone to deliberate and come back with a verdict or they're hung, right? Before mistrial is declared, as long as it's before then, right? I think it's still going to work, right? Like you can still get that objection. So. Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, she did. She declared the mistrial. The problem is, see, now I can't remember because my brain's, we've taken that break from Karen Reed, but, I'm trying to remember, there was one, where I was with it was there was one issue of something the defense could have done that I don't think they can argue. I don't think could be argued that they couldn't have done it. Having said that, there's way more issues that came from Judge Bev. I mean, that's without, that's not even debatable. I mean, there were so many issues. The problem is that if there's even one thing that the defense could have done, when you have a judge like this, it's not, then you're in trouble, right? If there's one thing, even one thing that can say that you could have done and you didn't do it, then you're done for, right? With a judge like Judge Bev. And that's the problem. There was one, I'm trying to remember what it was, but there was one thing that I ended up thinking to myself, that's the one thing they could have done that they didn't do. But I don't remember what it was. Was that just filed? I'll have to take a look. I remember hearing, was this like a week ago? Anyway, I'll take a look and see.
First of all, on the behest of the defense team, I want to apologize to the court that I didn't catch these things yesterday, both what Mr. Nelson has caught and argued to the court, and I do agree with him. And I realize that this causes inconvenience to the court, and these are things I should have noticed yesterday. So I just want to state that. And if the court is annoyed with me, I can appreciate that.
I'm annoyed with you, but not for
what
that.
I had noticed during the reading of the instruction, and I do think this is a clear misstatement of the law, is on page 7 of the jury instruction. So in the beginning in the jury instruction, the law is stated correctly that if the jury is not satisfied that the defendant is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the jury must consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide or first-degree homicide. But then when you look at page 7, under the very end where it says, make every reasonable effort to agree, and I don't have it right in front of me, or I'm about to have it right in front of me. What the jury instruction says is that it directs the jurors to consider only second-degree intentional as opposed to both first-degree and second-degree intentional. So I'm proposing.
So let me write down where I am in the video. So Kitsman's just made it. So Kitsman's where we're at is we've finished the state's closing, and this is in between. This is before the defense is closing because they're going through all these new issues that they're raising. So that's funny. I'm just answering this before I even saw this question. So what I was going to say though, is that if you wanted, because I know sometimes you guys like to be current. I was going to say, if you want to be current, what I was going to do is I was going to go back and just replay the first sentence of opening for the state because it's so good. But if you're going to go back, then I won't do it. So, because the defense closing is way longer than the state. So, So just let me know if you want to be able to stay current, then I'll go back and play that because it's just so epic. So let me know. Okay. Well, so I guess again, I was just, because of the conversation we had before, I wasn't thinking you would go back. But if you're going to go back, then I won't worry about it because you'll see it. It's at the very beginning of the video. So, yeah.
I assume you mean first and second degree reckless, counsel?
Yeah, well, what it says is you should conclude further deliberation would not result in unanimous on the charge of first degree intentional homicide. You should consider whether the defendant is guilty of.
Roger that.
There I go. All right.
And I'm going to rewind that to make sure I can hear what she just said. Absolutely, right? I know. I feel like I want to rewatch it as well, because, like, again, like when we did like Murdaugh, we'd all seen it, and most people had anyway. And I'd seen it already lots of times, and the new things I realized. Still, I'm sure I still would realize something new, but yeah, this is the first time that we've watched this trial, and there's definitely, there's so many things that we would appreciate even more. A second time through. So yeah.
I assume you mean.
Oh, Kid Smith saw it. Yep. Yeah, I know. Vindication for Jason, right? Team Jason.
First and second degree reckless, counsel?
Yeah, well, what it says is you should conclude further deliberation would not result in unanimous on the charge of first degree intentional homicide. You should consider whether the defendant is guilty of. There I go. All right. It says, if after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of second degree intentional homicide. What it should say is you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of second degree intentional homicide or first degree reckless homicide. In other words, it should parallel the language on the first page. So let me just say that I've written a potential curative here. Okay. All right. First of all, I don't think the jurors are very likely to remember the exact language, but I know that a copy of the written instructions is going to go to the jury room. So what I'm proposing you do is simply, after make every reasonable effort to agree, that the court just adds the words
right. They don't have the instructions
or
yet,
first degree reckless homicide, which would parallel page 1, and then in fact be a correct statement of the law. If the court thinks it's appropriate, I've drafted one more sentence, which is you do not have to reach a verdict on one without considering the other, because that, is actually true. They can consider them contemporaneously. It's a branching instruction. So right now, the way this instruction goes, it's going first degree intentional, down to second degree intentional, down to first degree reckless, down to second degree reckless. I apologize, I don't know the names of the cases, but off the top of my head, but I know that there is definitely case law that says when the penalty structure is identical, that one charge is not a lesser included of another. I just can't remember the name of the case right now, but I know it's out there. So first degree reckless homicide, although we might think of the state of mind as being less than intentional, because the penalty is the same, it's not a lesser included of second degree intentional, which is what I think this jury instruction does. So if you were to just add those words or first degree reckless homicide, I think that would cure it. And if the court wants to add other language, you do not have to reach a verdict on one without considering the other, though that is not pattern language. So the court might feel more comfortable just using pattern language or first degree reckless homicide. That I think would cure the problem.
Judge, I'm just pulling up the pattern instruction right now, and I want to take a look at that before I respond.
Right. I mean, I understand why the state wants to look at it, but, you know, I think we all realize that there is a problem with this pattern instruction. It doesn't fully state the law, but it's not like we can call the jury instruction committee right this minute and get them to redo it. So I think this would cure it while still staying faithful to the way it's correctly stated in the beginning.
Well, Your Honor, the language is consistent with the pattern jury instruction. I certainly believe that the pattern jury instruction is a accurate statement of the law. I know that they spent a lot of time looking at this. I don't agree that this is not I don't agree that this is an incorrect statement of the law. So I would just ask the court to not change it. I think it follows the pattern instruction, and I think when we start deviating from that, then that's when we start to get in more trouble than if we stick with the pattern instruction.
All right, well, I think the jury instruction committee has considerably more wisdom collectively than I do. So when in doubt, I think stick with the pattern instruction. I think it's accurate statement of the law. I understand that first-degree reckless homicide may have the same penalty as second-degree intentional homicide, but I think this is fairly straightforward, and I'm going to leave it the way it is. So, but your objection is noted, and your suggestion is noted, and preserved for the record.
Thank you. I just wanted to make it clear. I just want the court to make it clear, or I wanted the record to be clear that I have not waived this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Your
much,
objection
John.
is preserved. Okay. Now, getting to the arguments, Mr. Nelson, I allow you to make a record.
Judge, Ms. McCandless needs to use the restroom. Can
Okay.
the court excuse her from reviewing?
No, I think what we'll do is maybe others, would need to use the restroom as well. So I think what we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back. We'll take up the arguments related to the state's opening argument, and then we'll take a lunch break after that. Okay?
Thank you.
In anticipation that then I'll go back on at approximately 1 o'clock.
Approximately one.
Okay.
I guess the time frame for food would be about a half an hour. So hopefully the jury will get their food shortly after 12, and then we'll give counsel 1 hour for a lunch break. All right. Okay. We'll be in recess. Okay. There were objections during the state's closing argument.
Were there ever?
I guess we'll take them one by one. Mr. Nelson, first, when slide was put up and said one more lie in quotes. It didn't say it in quotes, but that was one more lie. There was an objection by the defense. And go ahead. What's your objection?
Yes, Judge, my objection was both to the slide as well as the use of essentially the name calling. It's one thing to say there is a lie. It's another thing to say she's a liar. And I believe they were not in the slide, but certainly in their words, calling her a liar, which I think gets to character. On page 7, of my document 120.
Literally is a quote. There's always just one more lie. That's not liar. It didn't there. Also, he just contradicted himself because he actually said what the slide said, but then he's like, but they said it. They're calling her a liar. No, they're not.
22 motion in limine prosecutors closing arguments on page 7 cite a case, and however I do want to make note.
Oh my God, is he
that
referring
since
to
then
motion in limine? No way.
I'm aware Mr. Maxey has made me aware that there may be another case, State v. Miller 2012, Wis App 68 341 Wisconsin 2nd 737, which rebuts State v. Jorgensen. So it wasn't in my brief. I made the objection. I stand by my objection, but there's a perhaps case that rebuts that. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right. Mr. Dufour?
Your Honor, the law certainly allows the state to say that someone lied. even say they're a liar as long as it's based upon the evidence, and that they're lying based upon the evidence. And
oh my God, that's the best quote ever. You can say they're lying if it's based upon the evidence. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Yes. 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 The evidence in this case is that she's a liar. Yes. Go. You go.
how the evidence shows it. Woo! And I think it's perfectly acceptable argument and specifically authorized by the law.
Okay, and the court overruled the objection and based on the fact in the court's opinion that it was an argument reasonably based upon the evidence that was in the record at trial. Okay, and the next objection was, I don't have a time noted, but it was on the argument where Mr. Dufour was talking about intent as being practically certain that it would cause the death, somewhere in that neighborhood. But on that objection, again, there was a request for a sidebar that was denied. Go ahead and make your record on that, Mr. Nelson.
Your Honor, I believe the prosecutor misstated the law. His argument was whether a reasonable person would be aware, and on page 5 of the jury instructions, the meaning of intent is clearly spelled out, and it says essentially either had the mental purpose to take the life or was aware. Doesn't say should have been aware, doesn't say a reasonable person was aware, it says was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. So it was directly contrary to what the law is, and then he was making arguments about that. And so I understand that we can make arguments, but as lawyers in a court of law, I think we should be bound by making arguments that are legal.
All right, and Mr. Dufour, any record?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, well, the court overruled the objection, and again, when the court heard, maybe it wasn't exactly the way the instruction says, but I think using what a reasonable person would be aware of is fair argument, again, based upon the evidence in the record. Whether the defendant was actually aware or not is something that would be up to the jury to decide. And so
I understand they need to decide the facts. I'm just saying that in deciding the facts, they should be told the correct law. And they didn't tell them the correct law. He said that the law was something other than what it is.
well, all right. The jury was instructed as to what the law is. And okay, so moving on to 1055, another objection to word. It was in argument about the journals, and Mr. Dufour used the term liar. That was objected to by the defense. Any additional record you'd like to make? I mean, again, the objections was overruled. It's preserved for the record, both by your motion in limine as well as your objection during the argument. But if you want to
No, Judge.
add to that, you can. Okay. And then also at 11:11, there was an objection related to the use of the term fire in her eyes. That's, again, overruled, but preserved. The objection's preserved.
Crazy, because literally that was in the body cam. We heard Jason Mengel say it.
Exception is preserved for the record.
And he said it on the stand.
There was no testimony from any witness that said they observed fire in her eyes.
Lies. That's
Jason
false.
Mengel testified, and when he testified,
You're wrong.
he testified that she was fired up.
He is speaking about a different moment in the testimony. He's completely wrong.
And when he asked to clarify that, he said it could have been positive or.
He's referring to that time where they were, that was in the same part where they had those messages on Instagram and he said something that could have been construed as racist. That's a completely different part of what, I don't know if he's just confused or if he's just if he's intentionally being misleading. But I mean, how the heck could he have forgotten the whole thing about the fire in her eyes part? Because when that was played on the body cam, that was talked about a whole lot. Like that came up in the trial. Anyway, the more I think about it, like he has to be trying to intentionally mislead the court because there's no way he could have just forgotten about that. That's where it came from.
Would have been negative. I know he used the word fired up. I'm paraphrasing when I'm saying could have been positive, could have been negative, but there was no testimony that there was, quote, fire in his eyes. I understand that that may have been what was in the police reports. It may have been it was what the state said they were going to prove in their opening, but that's not what the proof was in the trial. And closing argument isn't about what it coulda, shoulda, woulda been. It's about what it is. And the evidence was he said she was fired up.
Well, can your objections
Your Honor,
preserved for the record?
And I would note, Your Honor, as far as the evidence is concerned, it's in the squad video that he states that. So while he may not have testified to that,
Thank you.
it's in the
Yes.
squad video that the jury heard.
All right. Again, it's overruled, objections preserved. And then at 11:14, there was an objection about argument interpreting the physical evidence, and Mr. Nelson's objection was speculation, and overruled. But go ahead and you can complete your record on that objection as well.
I think my argument was essentially he said she stabbed him unprovoked in a rage, and there's no evidence of that. And so I just think the way that he stated it, the tone that he stated it, the matter-of-fact way, it's just complete speculation. And so that was my objection, Your Honor. There's not evidence of that in the record.
All right, well, that's, again, noted. Mr. Dufour, anything in addition you'd like to say?
Just, it's fair argument from the facts,
All right.
as far as the state's concerned.
Again, the court overruled it. The court's opinion, its argument is argument reasonably based in the evidence in the record. Well, so I'll just leave it at that. But again, the defense objection is preserved. And I think that concludes.
I believe there was Your Honor, I can't remember the time, but I believe at some point the prosecution was speaking about Alex's journal and made comments about Alex is now here telling you that she is a liar.
Yeah, we covered that.
And I'm just,
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was one of the objections.
Yeah.
That I made that objection for the same reason stated, and so if it was already covered, I apologize for repeating myself. I thought Your Honor was speaking of a different objection. And
No,
so-
that, we did cover that one in particular, and I know you had which I have right here, your motion to eliminate related to improper arguments, but again, the court's opinion, if from the evidence, it's a fair argument from the evidence in the case, that someone lied or that they're lying or liar, if it's based upon evidence in the case, I believe that's fair game for argument and closing.
Judge, just so I make sure my record's clear.
Go ahead.
My objection was the fact that prosecution was saying Alex is calling Ezra a liar. That's what they were saying. It's not just that the prosecution was, but he says Alex is here calling her a liar. And that was the factual and legal basis for my objection, is there's no such evidence.
All right, well, again, that's,
I'd move for a mistrial based upon that as well, Your Honor.
all right, well, that's noted. I am not going to grant your motion, but your objection is preserved.
Oh my God, I completely didn't even hear that part when I was making this video. I missed that one sentence. He just moved for a mistrial. He just moved for a mistrial. He just moved for a mistrial. What is happening? I mean, of course he did. I shouldn't be surprised, but yet, what? He just moved for a mistrial. Oh my God. Oh my God.
For the record, I believe, again, up to this point, that the totality of the circumstances, that is not so unfairly prejudicial that it would be a basis to grant a mistrial. So that motion is denied. Okay, then we'll have a lunch break.
Judge, I know we're going to have lunch break. Normally this is closed over lunch. I don't know, can we open it like at 12:30 so I can come back and get set up, and for 30 minutes is just, I want access to the room to prepare for my closing. I think it'll just make it more smoothly more time efficient if.
Yeah. All right, well, someone from the clerk of court's office will come. Okay, then we'll be in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you.
We believe that both parties should be restricted to 90 minutes per side. I don't think that we really need to each go on for 2.5 hours. I think that 90 minutes per side is perfectly appropriate. We can get it done in 90 minutes.
She wanted to live. She fought to survive. This is a case about self-defense. That's what this case is about.
It's not about Ezra's relationships with other men. It's not about Jason Mengel. It's not about the missing witness that you never heard from, John Hansen. It's not about whether she's posted racy photos of herself. It's not about all the drama going on at coffee shops in Eau Claire. This is about Ezra and Alex. What happened between those two people in the back seat of a car. A car stuck in the mud out in the middle of nowhere. This is a case about self-defense. Let's start with the fight in the car. Because I think the state has presented to you, and I'll eventually address some of their arguments that they've gone through, right? But I think what is clear, and I want to go through the evidence with you, is clear. This is about a fight in the back seat, right? Let's just think of the evidence. The state's theory is essentially this. After 15 days of trial, 19 months of investigation, 15 days of trial, their closing argument, they come up here and they tell you she's lying. Just want to wipe it all away. That's what they want to say. As if he's Obi-Wan Kenobi talking to the droids in the first Star Wars and just says, ignore all this. Can wash it away with one hand. You can't do that in court. Especially when you don't bring anything else. At some point you're going to be shown the law. I'm going to talk to you about the law. The judge has already told you the law. But we'll remember from the first day that I spoke with you. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypotheses consistent with her innocence, you should do so. The state has not brought you any reasonable hypotheses whatsoever. And they certainly have not disproved, which is their burden. Their burden to disprove beyond a reasonable doubt the reasonable hypotheses that I stood here on day 1 of the trial in voir dire and talked about, on day 2 of the trial in openings and talked about, and presented to you and say, this is what happened.
That was like a really weird way to just like, it's like not burden shifting, but it's like convoluting the burden. Let me play that again. It's like all the double negatives. I don't really know where it gets him. Let me play that again.
At some point you're going to be shown the law. I'm going to talk to you about the law. The judge has already told you the law. But we'll remember from the first day that I spoke with you. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypotheses consistent with her innocence, you should do so. The state has not brought you any reasonable hypotheses whatsoever. And they certainly have not disproved, which is their burden. Their burden to disprove beyond a reasonable doubt the reasonable hypotheses that I stood here on day 1 of the trial in voir dire and talked about, on day 2 of the trial in openings and talked about, and presented to you and say, this is what happened. And then we call our witnesses. Ezra gets up on the stand. And what do they bring in rebuttal to all of that evidence? Julia Post, a friend from high school and middle school, to say her personal opinion about another human being when she knows nothing at all about this case. That's what they do to rebut our reasonable hypotheses. But it starts with a fight in the backseat of the car. Here's the evidence that there was a fight in the backseat of the car, right? One is, she told that to Detective Prock on the 24th. And I understand the state says, don't believe that.
No, if Ezra said it, then it means it must be true, right?
Don't believe any of that. I came here on day 1 and I talked about what happened here. And the state has brought you no evidence to contradict anything that we say about what happened there. They want to call Ezra and question her credibility about what happened in the months leading up to that. They want to call her a faker or a liar based upon her mental condition after that. But they have nothing to fill that in there. So I do present to you Ezra's statement. She told Investigator Proc 19 months ago there was a fight in the backseat of the car. What else do we know? Physical evidence. They talked about it. We put it up. He put it up on the screen. Alex's blood is in the back seat of the car. It's in the back seat of the car. It's on the ground around the front of the car. Can I have the screen on, please?
Many things in this trial have been extremely repetitive. Particularly, I think many of the displays of photographs, we've seen the scene virtually 3 times over. And there's really no need to do that to engage in a summation for the jury.
So we know his blood is outside of the car, but we know his blood is inside of the car. It's in both places, right? So what we need to figure out is, logically, what can we conclude from that? We can conclude, like the state's trying to say, is there was a fight outside and then he retreated into the car. Or there could be, there was a fight inside, he got out, and then he got back into the car. Because we know at the end of the day, he's in the car. So where did it start? The fact that there's blood in the backseat of the car is consistent with the defense theory. There was a fight in the backseat of the car. And I can talk about where it is and why it is. But just because he was cut doesn't mean he's going to bleed profusely right away. There's no evidence that says he would be dripping. There's no evidence that says about the blood, how it would be spurting. What we know is his clothes were saturated. And we'll get to that eventually. There's a defect to the rear back seat of the car. Right? In Exhibit 621.
So I pointed it out here because we can see the Elmo. There's the Elmo. Hi, Elmo. And I realized when I saw this Elmo, look how cute he is. I was like, oh my God, the Elmo and Nightbot would be friends. Wouldn't they? It's so cute. I love you, Elmo.
Right there. As well as right there. There's defects to the back seat of the car. Reasonable hypotheses. Those are from a knife. A puncture wound from a knife. There's no testimony that they were there before. There's no testimony that says they're not from a knife. There's a knife in the back seat of the car. There's a fight in the back seat of the car. 4. Well, I think 4 is the one on the back seat of the driver's seat. 3 before is the one on the back seat in general. The displaced hat. As you recall, you can see it from here. Up here, if you recall, there's a hat. It's on the back of the driver's side thing, and it's been displaced.
Oh, y'all, this hat. Okay, so remember how many times in her testimony on the stand, they made such a big deal about, remember the times when she's like, when they're at the part where Ezra's talking about they're in the car, right? And there were times when she'd be talking, or Miss Fish did most of the talking, but then she'd be like, let me back up, right? And then she'd ask a question about, in what direction were you facing? Blah, blah, blah. And it happened a number of times over. And the answer kept being, it was like clear she wanted to lead her and get an answer about Ezra. And it was like, and I'm like, why are they bothering with this, right? And Ezra would be like, yeah, I had my back was pressed up against whatever, and it was facing this direction. I'm like, what is the point of this? It's for this shit about the hat. But just wait for it, because I'm going to dismantle it here in a second. I brought a clip in of Ezra from the surveillance video earlier that day. So let's take a look.
It was as if somebody had originally took a hat and pulled it over like a skull cap over the top of the hat. And then it got disrupted. Something happened to that hat. And if you recall, what she had both told Investigator Proc on the 24th and what she testified when she took the oath and talked to you, is at some point she was pressed up against the back of that seat. Her head, her neck was pressed up against that headrest. That hat is consistent with what she says. There's a fight in the back seat of the car.
All right. There's only one problem, though. This is Ezra from that morning right before. This is her at Racy's, being stupid, getting her stupid mocha. Do you guys see the problem? Nelson, you didn't pay attention to the video. No hat. No hat. No hat on Ezra. Uh-oh.
The mud on the ceiling, right? We entered those pictures in at the close of our case. That's not something the state had done before.
And the reason I will just say, so when I was going through this video and I heard him say that, I was like, what? I was like, there's no testimony that she was wearing a hat. No witness said they saw her wearing a hat. And then I was like, wait a second, I can do one better because we can actually take a look for ourselves and see if she's wearing a hat or not. And I was like, I don't remember her wearing a hat, but I could be wrong. Maybe she was wearing a hat. Nope, no hat. So.
At 709, you can see that mud on the ceiling in the back seat. It's documented again in 708. Exhibit 707 shows it with the sticker there. In Exhibit 710. Her testimony to Proc, or her statements to Investigator Proc, Detective Proc on the 24th is she was kicking and kicking and kicking. Her testimony to you was she was kicking in the backseat of the car. How do they explain that there's mud on the ceiling in the backseat of that car other than from a foot scrape from somebody kicking in a fight to survive? If you remember the shoes, her shoes.
There's like a million ways to explain that. And the most obvious one is that Ezra likely could have done that in her staging of the crime scene.
Shoes were muddy. Her shoes were at the scene. They weren't muddy from her leaving the scene, they were at the scene. And we'll get into his shoes before, but his shoes don't have much mud on them. Because she said beforehand she got out, she was walking around the car, she was trying to move or trying to get the car out. She had mud on her shoes. She gets into the car, they get into a fight, she kicks and kicks and kicks to survive. There's a fight in the back seat. Her hair is in the footwell.
You guys,
right?
Don't forget there's a fight in the back seat of the car. Don't forget.
She testified and she told Investigator Proc that at some point after he had put his hand up on her throat, he slid it around and pulled her hair out. And she said, I believe she said she screamed at that point. She said something at that point. There's hair on the bottom of that footwell, right where the hat was before, if you recall correctly. This picture here is the same footwell.
It's what's funny.
For this picture.
What's funny about this is he's looking. So what's funny about this is he's like, look, Ezra said her head was pressed up against here, and look, there's a hat. That means that she's telling the truth when she wasn't wearing a hat. And then same with this hair, right? It's like, look, she said he would hold her hair out. Well, look, there's hair. That means she's telling the truth. This is like backwards. It's like, this is like so gaslighty because it's like the reason that she has the story she has is because they did exactly the opposite of what he's saying. They looked at the evidence and then they're like, here's how we can explain that. And then she crafted her story that way. So it's fucked up that then to be like, look, she's telling the truth because look, the evidence is like what she said. It's just messed up. Ugh.
That's on the bottom of that floor there, under the coat. Here's a picture of the coat. That hair is under that coat, which we'll get to later when we talk about the order of events. But remember, the hair is on the bottom. On top of the hair are shoes. On top of that,
why
is
he's not even bothering to put the pictures on straight for the jury. He's just like laying it on however he, like, what is going on? Is he okay?
Coat on top of that is Alex. There was a fight in the back seat of the car in that footwell. He pulled out her hair. In the exhibit, when we heard from the people from the crime lab, Kevin Scott, he
How
tested.
are they both in the footwell? There's no way two people could fit. What is happening? And I thought, okay, I thought her head was up against the seat, but okay.
That hair.
Right, I know. It
was
just
Ezra
goes downhill
McCandless's hair.
too. It's
That's her hair in the footwell.
it just goes downhill like in a major way. It's something it's spectacular.
Where the fight was. Alex's injury to his knee. I believe we spoke about that in opening. We spoke about that right from the beginning of the case. I told you, pay attention to the injury to his knee. There was something that happened to his knee, and there's no explanation for how that could have happened other than his knee being
What is happening? Nelson,
on a hard surface rubbed against it.
what is going on?
The bottom left-hand corner there, if you can't see because of there's an abrasion. The state's medical examiner,
Oh, what a mess.
Kelly Mills, testified. Ms. Vishny asked her questions about that. She said, yes, that's an abrasion, and that occurred at the same time as the other injuries. That's what the state's expert said. And the state's expert also said, when they looked at the clothes, there was no mud on the knee right there. There's no mud.
There was no mud
So
on
how do
any
you
of the
scrape your
clothes.
knee when you're wearing pants? You do it on a hard surface. Where's the only hard surface that could have happened where he wouldn't have got mud on it? The back seat of that car. That's consistent with a
What?
fight going on in the back seat.
You're saying it's upholstery, a hard surface? I'm lost. Nelson, you've lost me. No. It's upholstery.
And if you'll recall, again, I said that in my opening. I brought that to you. In 15 days of witnesses, 45, 50 witnesses that the state called, 2-hour closing
I
argument.
mean, right? Totally could have.
Not once did they rebut or disprove that reasonable hypothesis. They
Who
brought
cares?
me nothing.
Nelson, like the whole thing hinges on that knee scrape.
Number
right?
9, the
Well-
back door, right?
Well, she's innocent, boy. Send her home. Let her go. Let her go free because this knee scrape. What a mess.
The crime scene, the back door of the vehicle is open. I think as we can see in other previous pictures. This door, now granted, that's at the crime lab, right? But I think we all recall that that door was open at the scene because we remember Mr. Woodworth's half in, half out of the car.
Why are you? What?
How come that door is open? Somebody got in that door, right?
God.
But what we know is this, is when they tested the car, there is no blood on the door handle on the outside. Remember on the other, if you look at the one with the
Oh,
outside
right.
door handle with number 1 pointed on it. So this is the outside of the car door. You recall there's this right here where there's the blood on the outside of that door, right? But what they didn't do is they didn't find blood on that door handle. They didn't find blood on that door handle. Here's the other side of the car. There's no blood on that door handle, and there's no blood on that door handle. Which tells you this, nobody opened that car door after there was bloodshed. Which means the door was
He says
open
bloodshed.
before there was bloodshed. It's the only reasonable explanation. And why would the door be open on that car in the back? Because 2 people were in the back seat of that car. And there was a fight in the back seat of that car.
Was there?
That evidence, or the lack of evidence, supports the reasonable hypothesis there is a fight in the back seat of that car, ladies and gentlemen.
There was a firefight!
Now, you saw all these pictures, and you've seen me, I'm struggling to even find the pictures sometimes. There's just so many pictures, right? But there's no pictures of the ground that show a struggle being on outside.
No, wait. Don't worry. I just proved
There's
that later.
blood on the ground, right? There's definitely blood on the ground, but there is no pictures whatsoever. That's the scene, right? That's all the blood outside there. And we know it's muddy. We've seen mud on shoes, we've seen mud on pants, we've seen mud everywhere else. If there's a knife fight going on out in a muddy area out on that field, there'd be more mud on Alex's shoes. There'd be mud displaced all over in that area. There's no evidence of a struggle outside of that at all.
What?
Basically, the only evidence that they've got of a footprint nearby is what I'd asked. When I'd asked, I believe it was Deputy DeVries, and we talked about this footprint that he agreed was going in the direction towards the open door.
And we don't even know what shoe it came
Right.
from because they don't have someone that does that. So
And that was the last print. Because if it's still there, if somebody stepped on over it, right? We all just know logically, if that foot's put there, that's because nobody else stepped on it afterwards. The state's theory is he runs into there, and afterwards she's standing out there stabbing him from outside of the car and trying to drag his body back out.
What?
That footprint is at marker 5, right there. And it's in a direction going into the car.
We don't even know whose shoe it is, so it doesn't matter.
Absence of any struggle, mud, scrapes, falls on that scene out there outside suggests that where the fight was wasn't outside. The fight was in the back seat of the car. 2 more points. It simply rings true.
Uh-oh. No, it's not.
Use your common sense.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
2 young people
Here we go.
who had previously
Ready.
been sexual partners
Get ready.
are in a car. The car's stuck out in the mud, on the middle of nowhere. They're in the back seat. It's not a crazy hypothesis. It's based upon common sense, right? It rings true. It started in the back seat. Last point, similar to the first point, is Ezra's testimony.
Oh, boy.
She came in here.
Oh, no.
She talked to you.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
She took that stand.
Oh.
She took an oath.
Like, you would do better to just try to pretend that never happened, in my opinion.
She told you it happened in the back seat. And I understand they're going to attack her. They have attacked her. They'll continue to attack her. They'll attack her sex. They'll attack her gender.
And we are going to ask that the charge of self-defense should be tailored to the circumstances of our case, and that therefore that the language where it says reasonable person should become reasonable woman. It's our position that because women and men are different in terms of their physical abilities and because of the experiences of women, that this would be appropriate to tailor this jury instruction to the circumstances of our case and use the phrase reasonable woman. And we're not asking for something like reasonable alleged sexual assault victim or reasonable abused person, but just woman, to reflect the fact that Ms. McCandless is a woman and that should be taken into consideration.
They'll attack her sex. They'll attack her gender. They'll attack her anything. They'll attack any way that they can. But I submit to you this. She went through that on March 22nd. And you heard the tapes of her on that day afterwards. You heard her hysterical. You heard her in that trauma. And she got back up here again and told you what happened. There was a fight in the back seat of the car.
There was a firefight!
I'm going to come back later and talk to you about why the state's theory just makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. It started in the backseat of the car. But I want to take a step back before I go back into some more facts and just let's talk about the law for a second, right? Because I think this entire
I think Nelson's broken. I should have made a counter for how many times he says it started in the backseat of the car. I think it would be already like over 30 by now. It's like if you just stop because he's stuck like a broken record repeating something, like it's wild, really.
case, it's very good that we need to frame it in a court of law. This isn't an argument down at Racy's. This isn't somebody sitting at the kitchen table with their parents gossiping about a case. This is a great duty that you've been selected to serve upon. And it's a big weight. I think the judge even says that in the instructions later, that it falls upon you. But the good news is you have the law. And the law, as the judge said in the beginning, we live in the United States of America, the greatest country in the world. And oftentimes why many, many, many people say it's the greatest country ever is because of our legal system. The rule of law, right? Don't want to go too far into history, but back in the 1700s, when this country was founded,
are you guys like?
It wasn't founded based upon a particular religion.
This
wasn't founded on a
this gets so insane. It's insane. It just gets just. I can't even tell you, y'all.
Particular ethnicity. It wasn't founded on a race. It was founded by people who came here, and they were mixed, right? If you lived in Pennsylvania, came from a very different place from Europe than if you lived in Massachusetts, or if you lived in Delaware, or if you lived in Georgia. And of course, there were many people that didn't come here of their own free will. But what our country...
Who had slavery on their bingo card for today? Not me.
When it was formed on the law. They wanted to say, we want to make our own laws. Not a king, not a monarch, not anything along those lines, but followed on the law, voted upon by the people, and most importantly, the right to a jury trial, decided upon by a people. Three principles that
I need to make a clip of him saying bloodshed and smiling. I'm gonna have to do that just because that's like that smile. It's like he's breaking to where the smarmy bit with the eyes. He's lost the eye part and it's just the mouth, and it's almost more like serial killer-esque than anything else. It's just I don't even know. It's like it's just so creepy, right? Like when he said bloodshed, he did the mouth smile, but the eyes aren't smiling. It's just, I don't know, man.
Govern that system. The presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, and proof beyond reasonable doubt. So let me talk to you a little bit about those. That's the instruction that the judge read to you, right? First thing. The defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Those are long instructions. I remember back here at about 8:30 when the judge read those, and it was about, 45 minutes or so of reading of those. I think there's like 20 plus pages. I submit to you, I should probably double check, but I'm pretty sure that the only place that the word requires is found in those pages is that sentence. This presumption.
Y'all, what is happening? I should probably double check, but I'm pretty sure. What is going on?
Requires a finding of not guilty. That's for you. That's something that you get. She is presumed innocent. The second part of that is that the burden upon overcoming that is on the government. They have to bring evidence to you, as it says there.
This is one of my favorite parts. Look at him standing there. I love this so much. It's such a disaster. It's such a disaster. I love this so much.
You've probably read it by now. The burden of establishing every fact necessary.
I will say that is probably, I hate to say this, maybe the only compliment I can give him for his entire closing is that the way he said, you've probably read it by now, was funny. And that's the only positive thing I can say about his closing, unfortunately. Like, he stood there really awkwardly, but then that was a good way to handle it and keep going. But that's it. That's all I got.
To constitute guilt is upon the state. The evidence, before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. We don't have to bring you anything. They have to overcome and bring it all to you. So if you, as you sit there, you have unanswered questions, you think, well, this doesn't make sense. It wasn't explained to me.
Basically, what he's saying is that it's up to the state has to satisfy you. That's what he's saying.
Objection, Your Honor, it doesn't properly state the law.
Sustained. Go ahead and continue.
The law speaks for itself, right? Later on, when I talk about it, you can consider reasonable doubt. You can consider both the evidence and the lack of evidence. If they haven't brought it to you, it's because it doesn't exist. It's their burden to do that. The third part of the law that you should consider is what's that level of proof, right? In these cases, it's the highest level of proof that we have in the law, in the land. In civil cases, all right, if somebody's been wronged and they want to sue another individual, they want to, and the only way we can do that in the United States of America or any place for that matter is you sue them to get money, okay? In order to do that, the plaintiff has the burden to prove by what's called a preponderance of evidence. And the best way to think about that.
You guys, I just died. I couldn't believe my mind. I've never seen anything like this. No, I'm like, is he just going to use up time? Well, first of all, Miss Fishney said we can get done in 90 minutes. I'm like, yeah, bullshit. Because, okay, this close. The jury's got to be so confused, right? Like, are we in law school? What is happening? What is happening?
I like to think about it with these reams of paper here, all right?
Okay, let me take back what my previous statement. I can give him two compliments. The second compliment is this demonstration with the reams of paper is actually a really good demonstration, but this is completely irrelevant and pointless. But it is a good analogy for people that are like in law school. I give him a half point.
So if one side's got a ream of paper of evidence, and the other side has a ream of paper of evidence, and this is the plaintiff,
I know.
they don't win. You can bring all of this, and you don't win, because this isn't any more than this. Make sense? But all they need to do in that scenario, all right, one side, another side.
Look at Judge Peterson's
When it's the
face.
lowest burden of preponderance, they just need one sheet of paper. You put one sheet of paper on that side.
There's one part in this, I don't remember where it is, but Nelson's really, it's at some point where Nelson's really losing it, like worse than it is now even. And the camera kind of like pans over and zooms in on Judge Peterson's face. And I have it on a replay because it's so amazing. I don't remember when it is. I'm just looking forward to it.
And they've met their burden. There's a middle burden as well. In Wisconsin, it's called clear and convincing evidence. And that's in cases where if the government wants to take your child,
what is happening?
Right? Or if there's other civil matters, they need to convince, bring a level of proof that's called by clear, convincing, and satisfactory evidence.
If you're on this jury, you're like, what? The government's going to take my child? What is happening?
A little muddled, certainly in my mind.
Oh.
But what does that mean?
Let me rewind that. Sorry. I paused it and we missed the context for another really incredible moment here where he's like saying to the jury, I don't understand what this means, but yeah, I'm going to explain it to you. And what?
There's a middle burden as well. In Wisconsin, it's called clear and convincing evidence. And that's in cases where if the government wants to take your child, right, or if there's other civil matters, they need to convince, bring a level of proof that's called by clear, convincing, and satisfactory evidence. And it's a little muddled, certainly in my mind, but what does that mean?
What is happening?
And a jury would need to decide that, but I would submit to you that in that situation, clear, convincing, and satisfactory would be when one side is twice as much as the other side. Makes sense to me. It's pretty clear that the burden has been met.
You just said it was muddled. How is it muddled and
In
clear?
this case, it's the
Is it clear and convincing evidence, or is it muddled and convincing evidence, Nelson?
highest burden of proof that's necessary. The state needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. The meaning of reasonable doubt, right? A doubt based upon reason and common sense. A doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or the lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. That's what reasonable doubt means. And you can read on.
What's really funny is this is just from the jury instructions, which they've already been read, which is great. I think I think that school's better. But why are you like? So we've got the really brief history of the country, kind of, not really, and we've learned about the burden of proof in civil trials, and now he's just going to the jury instructions, which, you know, they've already heard this, and this is going to be, it's a good idea to reference these, but the amount of time he spends just literally like going through whole sections of things, it's like, is he just vamping? But one other reason I'm a little bit concerned about Nelson is because it's been about 2 minutes since we've heard him say it started in the back seat of the car. So I'm kind of worried about him at this juncture.
Also talks about what reasonable doubt isn't. But the line before that really is what changes it.
Oh boy.
And I've talked to you about that. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypotheses consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and find her not guilty. So, in this situation, it's no longer one side have more than the other side. The plaintiff in a case like this, the state, would stack as much as they want over on this side. Put it all up there. That's fine. But if you don't make reasonable doubt go away, it doesn't matter.
Y'all, the way he does that with so much resentment, that's really funny, Kat. I just pulled that comment up. Let me play it again. The way he stacks that paper with, you can just, there's so much resentment for the government. It's palpable. I mean, I don't even know what to say.
The meaning of reasonable doubt, right? A doubt based upon reason and common sense. A doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or the lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. That's what reasonable doubt means. And you can read on. It also talks about what reasonable doubt isn't. But the line before that really is what changes it. And I've talked to you about that. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypotheses consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and find her not guilty. So, in this situation, it's no longer one side have more than the other side.
Resentment.
The plaintiff in a case like this, the state, would stack as much as they want over on this side. Put it all up there. That's
Put it all
fine.
up there. Look at that.
But if you don't make reasonable doubt go away,
He hates the state.
it
It's
doesn't
crazy. It's
matter.
amazing.
They have to eliminate reasonable doubt. And from the get-go, I stood here, looked you in the eye and said, here's what our reasonable hypothesis is. Here's what happened. Prove beyond a reasonable doubt it didn't happen. And they haven't. They haven't brought you that evidence. And they haven't brought you that evidence because that evidence doesn't exist.
He's just making
If it did, I submit this whole group, prosecution team, certainly amongst the prosecution team, they'd have found it and they'd have brought it to you.
What are you talking about?
But after 15 days,
are you in the wrong
they
file,
haven't.
sir?
And they haven't because it doesn't exist. And it doesn't exist because she's innocent.
What are you talking about? What
Right?
about all the evidence? He's talking.
That's what the law says.
Is he trying to
And-
pretend like? Well, I'm so confused. I don't understand.
In this case, it's about self-defense. So let me talk a little bit more about self-defense as well.
Because you need evidence for that. If you also anyway.
This is I believe we all agree,
Oh, this part.
a fair.
Okay, take a look. I paused it real quick. Take a look at this. This matters. So let's take a look at what's on here. It's from the jury instructions, right? Okay, now I'm going to play the video.
Reading of the law on self-defense. I'm going to give you a second to read that while I take down this other one from distracting you. And it may be that that is not legible enough, so I want to bring up the other one.
Not legible enough. So he's going to bring up another one. What? Not legible enough? Oh, and by the way, I forgot to point out, remember when I was asking you guys that question about the portrait of Alex and if it was going to be up or down? What they took it down. Which I don't know if that's surprising, but I don't know, man. That's risky, right? That they took it down? Like, ew, right? Like,
Apologize, I'm having a PowerPoint. Scraping the stuff together here.
Oh, sorry, I was talking Lemire wine that I forgot about that part. Oh my god. Ugh.
I apologize for not having a PowerPoint. Scraping the stuff together here.
Yeah, you're unprepared, Nelson. Ugh.
I believe that's the accurate reading, same as similar to.
He's doing the same thing that fucking dude. It's like, feel sorry for me because blah blah blah. It's like the state was prepared. The state did a fucking great job, and freaking Miss Nodolf slays on redirect. And it was such a great. I love their plan. I love how they had Mr. Dufour do the original one and really go through it. And then she comes in, bam, 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 wham, bam, thank you, ma'am style, right? Quick and fast and furious, basically. It was so smart. And anyway, this just, I don't even know. He could have made a PowerPoint. He had that option.
To that.
But he didn't. And then he's like, feel sorry for me. But here's what I wanted to show. So that poster board, he was like, sorry, he was like, that may not be legible. So now he's got this on the Elmo, which not only is harder to read, but says the exact same thing. I don't.
Self-defense, when it's an issue, it allows her to threaten or intentionally use force only under certain situations, right? There's basically three parts to it, okay? The first two are her beliefs. That's a subjective standard.
Exact same thing.
Right? Did she believe?
And it's harder to see.
That's what your first consideration is. Did she believe that there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with her person? Second is, did she believe the amount of force she used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate that interference? And we're going to talk about those. I'll go through the evidence that shows she had those two beliefs. If you find that she had those two beliefs right away She's not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. They have to disprove, and this is where it gets into these double negatives, right?
It doesn't
But they
have to. No, it doesn't have to. He's doing that convoluted thing again. Oh my God.
prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she did not have a belief that she was in actual or imminent, there was going to be an actual or imminent unlawful interference with a person. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she did not believe that. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she did not believe the amount of force she used. If they haven't done that, right away she's not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. You don't even need to consider intent, which I'm going to get into here later. The third part of self-defense is an analysis for you to decide, were her beliefs reasonable? Right? And that, I want to make sure I get that correct. On page 8 and 9 of the jury instructions, talks about that. And you're going to get a copy of these jury instructions. Is that legible? And here it's talking about it. Here it's talking about it in regards to second degree intentional. Apologize for chunking it up like this. But the jury instructions break it out into different parts. So that third part of self-defense is, were her beliefs reasonable? And this is what you need to consider, all right? They need to, for second degree, consider whether or not that a reasonable person in those circumstances would not have believed she was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference.
Again, they've already even read this.
Or 2 or 3. But what I want to focus on is the last paragraph there. The reasonableness of her belief must be determined from the standpoint of Ezra at the time of her acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. The standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the position of Ezra McCandless under the circumstances existing at the time of the alleged offense. We started out with, there's a fight in the back seat of the car.
Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Now
Those are the
he's
circumstances.
back, guys. He's
That's
back.
the position of Ezra McCandless. We're going to talk about that more, but I wanted to frame that up for you because post-traumatic stress disorder is certainly something you need to consider.
Oh, great.
As well as what Dr. Hopper talked about regarding how the defense circuitry works. And when there is an attack, how the amygdala overtakes your prefrontal cortex, your rational part of your brain. And then people begin to act. Ordinary and prudent people, all right? People of ordinary intelligence and prudence, when they're following their amygdala, they are relying upon habits and reflex. Habits and reflex. That's the circumstances under which you need to consider self-defense. So with that, let me just step back out of it now. Let's go back to some of the facts that we talked about, right? I already talked to you about the facts establishing that there's a fight in the back seat of the car. Let's talk about the order of the events, because the order of the events is very crucial here. The state says that there's a particular order that this alleged crime happened. I submit to you that the order of the event is what Ezra says happened, and it's supported by the evidence. I think some of these I may have talked about a little bit before, but I want to address them regarding the order of events. The back door is open, right? And no blood is on any of the door handles. To me, that leads us to believe that the door was open before the stabbing and the cutting. That eliminates the state's stood up here and said, he got stabbed, he ran away, he went to open up the car door, he opened the car door, he got into the car door, and she chased him, stabbed him in the back. I believe that's what he stood up and said here to you was their theory. The order of the events, that there's no blood on that door handle. Because under their theory, he gets stabbed outside and he's bleeding all over. That's what explains all of the blood on the ground. Well, there'd certainly be blood on his hands. We saw all the pictures. His hands are covered in blood.
Ugh. Wait for it. It's just
And certainly if what their theory is, however odd or unlikely it is, under their theory, she'd have blood on her hands. That door was open. And that door was open because people were in the back seat of the car. And people were in the back seat of the car before any fight happened. That's the order of the events. Second point, there's no blood on the wallet, right? Picture of the front seat with the wallet. That's the front seat of the car. There's no blood on any of that.
Kate Smith is asking. No, it's not. He's just. He's misstating and getting, but the thing is it's all addressed really well on redirect, which I really applaud Miss Nodolf because this is such a mess. It would be, I don't know how she was able to do it so well, right? All in the same day. Like, it's not like she had time to go through it and re-listen to it and make note. Like, she's having to come up, with, I would imagine maybe they have some idea of things, but some of this stuff, he's vamping a lot of this, right? He's not using the layout. There's no power. Obviously, it's a mess. It's all over the place. So she does such a great job of, in this chaos of finding the things and rebutting them. So we'll see that. Yeah.
On the piece of paper, on the Visa card, on the wallet, on the dollar bill, on the $20 bill, there's no evidence whatsoever that there's any blood on any of those items, let alone on that front seat. So, what does that lead us to conclude? That wallet was taken out before any blood was shed. That wallet was taken out first, right? And what is the state's theory? And I think we agree. Where was the wallet? The wallet was in the center console. And where was the knife? The knife was in the center console. That happened first, all right? That happened first. There's no blood on the center console opening it up, which means somebody was in that center console rummaging around prior to anything blood being shed.
Somebody?
That's the order of events.
Somebody? Shouldn't it be?
No reason for Ezra to be rummaging around in her own center console, pulling out her own wallet. Under the state's theory, she had this knife and that was her plan all along. Why would she have been rummaging around through the center console to get it? It's the person who was just looking for stuff and came across it. That happened first. 3, Ezra's sweater, right?
Even that?
That's Ezra's sweater. She was wearing that sweater. There's no evidence to the contrary. There's no evidence that she took it off.
That's a good point.
What we do know is it's
money was
got
ever touched.
no blood on it. 0, none, nada, zilch. No blood on that sweater. Why? Because Alex cut the sweater.
Wait. Why?
Not about.
Sorry, I went to pause it and I acted. Why did he just use a million? Hold on. I was going to rewind it anyway. Wait, we're not this far. Why did he just use a bazillion different words for 0? Let me see if I can find where we were right before this. Okay, I think we're close to it. That was a good face. Okay, we're close to it because we need to get to the sweater. Hold on. Let me see where this is. Sorry, guys.
That's the order of the events. Second point, there's no blood on the wallet, right? Picture of the front seat with the wallet. That's the front seat of the car.
Isn't this right where we were?
There's no blood on any of that, on the piece of paper, on the Visa card, on the wallet, on the dollar bill, on the $20 bill. There's no evidence whatsoever that there's any blood on any of those items, let alone on that front seat. So, what does that lead us to conclude?
Wait.
That wallet.
Sorry, there is blood on the front seat. By the way, I'm not really impressed with how well I did at finding the exact spot, because this is a long video and also he does repeat himself a lot. But there was blood on the front seat though.
was taken out before any blood was shed. That wallet was taken out
was-
first.
Sorry.
Right?
I bet he was smiling because he just referred to blood being shed.
And what is the state's theory? And I think we agree. Where was the wallet? The wallet was in the center console.
Why is he talking about this?
And where was the knife? The knife was in the center console. That happened first. All right? That happened first. There's no blood on the center console opening it up, which means somebody was in that center console rummaging around prior to anything blood being shed. That's the order of events. No reason for Ezra to be rummaging around in her own center console, pulling out her own wallet. Under the state's theory, she had this knife and that was her plan all along. Why would she have been rummaging around through the center console to get it? It's the person who was just looking for stuff.
I don't think it's a good idea for him to be asking questions that have an actual legitimate answer that the jury could conceive of when the answer is pointing to Ezra's guilt. Like, don't ask questions that you can't provide an answer for, Nelson.
Came across it. That happened first. 3, Ezra's sweater.
Don't ask questions,
Right?
period.
That's Ezra's sweater.
Okay.
She was wearing that sweater. There's no evidence to the contrary. There's no evidence that she took it off. What we do know is it's got no blood on it.
This is so weird.
0, none, nada, zilch. No blood on that sweater.
Ugh. Nelson.
Why? Because Alex cut the sweater first. Under the state's theory, she cut it later, right? Under 2 ways. How would she be able to cut it? Scenario number 1, she pulls her shirt out or she pulls her shirt out and she cuts it. Well, the knife would certainly be bloody. There's no knife, there's no blood on that. The hand marks
There's no knife?
from somebody with bloody hands would be all over that. There's no blood on that. Nobody with blood on their hands cut that sweater. That happened first. The state's theory, as strange as it is, and the first time we heard it is today, is that she took it off. She took it off it somehow after this stabbing, covered in blood. She takes it off, yet there's not any blood on that sweater. There's no blood on that sweater because Alex cuts it first. Makes no sense that Ezra would have cut it herself before any of this. Why would?
I was thinking about this whole thing because, like, so what the state is saying is just what had to have happened, right? When we looked at, I know Kitson hasn't seen that part yet, more than likely, but looking at where the blood is, where the mud is, and where the cuts are on her arm and where the cuts are on the clothing, she had to have taken that top layer off. So the question would be why, and I guess it was just to carve void in her arm, right? If she had too many layers on and she couldn't roll up the sleeve, I guess that's why, because that shirt with the dots on it or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, now the only other thing I could think of that could be potentially why she took some of those layers off would be if she was getting hot because she was working really hard to try to stage the crime scene. And, they say stabbing people to death takes a lot of exertion, and then also trying to move him out of the car, get him out of the car, potentially. But yeah.
Would Alex be around if he sees somebody else cutting their sweater?
Oh, did he pop his collar?
Alex cut that sweater first. That's the order of the event. The blue button-up shirt, right?
Oh boy, here we go.
Now, you listened to Mr. Dufour's closing, but I heard him say, her blood's on that shirt. That's wrong. Flat out, completely, totally wrong.
I'm objecting. It misstates my closing argument.
gonna say, he
never
didn't-
said
he
what
didn't
the
say
blood
that.
was on there. I said it was on the blue flannel shirt.
Maybe I
Right.
misheard. Fair enough.
Sustained.
Yeah. I was
But the
gonna say,
bottom line is this.
wow.
There's no evidence of blood on that shirt. There looks like there's reddish brown stains, right? But the state, who owns the crime lab, who has the crime lab, who sent all of this other evidence to the crime lab, didn't test that shirt. Didn't test it in any way. They didn't test that shirt. I believe the
Now, I
evidence
will
was
say
that there's
this-
reddish brown stains, and you may
Don't
recall
please-
from your own.
If you're a crime lab, don't ever not test anything, because all you're going to do is give the defense something to complain about. Right, and rightfully so, I should.
Observations of it, that there was a reddish brown stains up in this area, through this area, and on this little flap. Not to mention, on that flap, if my tie's like this, and this is the shirt, right? And then it gets cut,
What is happening?
and the flap falls down. There's blood on this side of that flap.
She's not wearing a tie.
Shirt's
Allison.
whole, there's blood on the outside of that.
What is going
Shirt
on?
gets cut, falls down, there's blood here.
This is
How
bizarre.
does that
I don't
blood
even
get
know.
there on the
I don't know
inside?
what's happening. Well,
It only gets there on the inside if it's cut first. The shirt is cut first, it's exposed, and then somebody bleeds on it.
okay.
And a reasonable hypothesis, consistent with the evidence, that they chose not to try to even attempt to disprove, is that blood is Alex's blood.
Okay.
All that blood is
Great.
Alex's blood.
Great.
It's just as reasonable. They say that he's bleeding all over the place. That's his blood
Well,
on
they
the
didn't say
inside of
that.
her shirt
They didn't
after
say
it's been
that.
cut.
I object. Stop.
That's the order of events. Sweater gets cut, blue shirt gets cut. That's how it happened.
I have a question though. Were they in the back seat of the car? Was there a fight in the back seat of the car? That's my question.
Now, how did it drip down on there, right? Depends, and we're gonna go through Ezra's statements.
It is a nice.
But when they're
I-
face to face in that footwell and she's fighting for her life,
I have to just keep going.
she
because
wants
I
to
don't know what
live and
do
she's
with my
fighting
phone.
for her life and her shirt's up again, they're in its close proximity, she can get blood on her at that point, right?
What is happening?
That's when the blood can get transferred onto that shirt from Alex.
Okay.
Order of the events, what else? Alex's DNA. It's on the knife handle. And if you recall, Kevin Scott came, he testified, I think there's 3 of his reports here, right? It was item O in the evidence, and he tested it for blood, and on the handle, there was 2 sources, Ezra's DNA and Alex's DNA. And what his testimony was is it was confirmatory for blood. But he can only confirm if it's one person's blood. So he could not rule out the possibility that it's Alex's touch DNA and it's Ezra's blood on that knife. They cannot rule that out. A reasonable hypothesis consistent with her innocence, he's holding the knife. And if he's holding the knife, it's because he's cutting her sweater, he's cutting her shirt. That happens first.
The DNA on the knife is confusing because the state said something that said basically the complete opposite. But I was confused because I was like, well, then what? I thought the knife was going to have both of them on it. That's what I thought. Why? Because Alex was stabbed with it and Ezra was cut up and carved a boy into her arm, right? And so I was actually surprised during the state's closing arguments when, and I didn't catch this when it happened, when the testimony about the DNA on the knife happened, you know, and I've watched all that stuff so many times, but I just wasn't listening for that part specifically, you know, but, I was surprised when in closing the state said, you know, that Ezra's blood wasn't on the knife. Because it seems like her blood should be on the knife. And I don't know that the other ones, I thought they said the other ones, well, I guess I'm pretty sure, okay, hold on. I think they said the other knives did not have anything. So maybe the point was that her blood was on the knife, but it was so little in comparison to Alex's blood. I don't know. It's weird. It's like another thing that I kind of feel like we should go back and listen to the testimony about that part because it's blowing my mind that there's contention about the DNA of blood on the knife. It seems like that should be a no-brainer. Like it is or it isn't, you know? Like, I don't know. Of all the things. So, Yeah.
Only reasonable hypothesis consistent with the evidence is that there's a fight in the backseat of the car. She struggled for her life, fought to survive, and when he stopped moving. He stopped strangling her.
What?
He stopped fighting with her. He stopped grabbing her. She stopped. He gets out of the car and he staggers around. And he staggers around so that there's blood. His blood on the ground. Right? And if you recall in the testing, all right? His blood, cigarette with his DNA, cigarette with his DNA, his blood, number 12 is his blood, right? A boot with his blood on the outside of it, a boot with his blood on the outside of it. 5 is the footprint. This is all Alex's blood. Consistent with him being stabbed, getting out of the car, staggering, walking around. Every one of the medical experts, aside from Dr. Tillotson, I understand he's a medical expert, he didn't talk about the scene. Dr. Mills, Dr. Tovar, Dr. Thomas, all talked about somebody with the wounds that Alex Woodworth had would have still been able to walk, would have still been able to talk. And I believe the state essentially conceded in their argument just now. They just said he ran.
No, he said trotted. And he was saying trot with everything.
Right? He ran. I don't know whether he ran or he walked, but we know medically possible for him to be walking around.
And he was saying it sarcastically because he was talking about how Ezra's story is complete and utter nonsense. And that's when he used the word trot.
That's the only reasonable hypothesis. Marker 15. Here it is. This is marker 15. That's the front tire, right? This here's a front tire. It's stuck in mud. That's the number 15. That's Alex's blood. That's well in front of the front door. The front door, you see here, right? That's marker 12. We can't even see 15 in the dark in this picture. 15 is in front of that. So he's up there walking around, he's here walking around, he's here walking around.
It's not walking around. He's trying to get away from Ezra and get into the backseat of the car, lock the door, and call 911, my opinion.
There's something that happens. Inside, he gets up. It's reasonable hypotheses consistent with her innocence. He's walking around outside. So let me just briefly talk a little bit about, before I do that, I apologize. Alex's clothes. I believe we saw this, and I apologize. And just fair warning for everybody, I'm going to put up a picture of Alex. Those are his pants. He's standing up. Use your common sense. He's been stabbed. But that appears to me, using my common sense.
This is fucked up because that's from the autopsy. He's laying down. Notice, so this is Nelson. He took the picture and he's put the picture vertical as to make it look like Alex is standing up when Alex is laying down.
That there's a person standing and blood is doing what blood does when they're in a standing position. Gravity has it run down their body. That means he's in a standing position after he got stabbed.
He was sitting.
State's theory is he stands, he gets stabbed, he runs into the car, then he falls down in the car, right? This happens really quickly. You saw his blood, his clothes were saturated in blood. Saturated in blood. Under the state's theory, he got stabbed and he's laying down in the car within seconds.
That's not what they said.
Right? I mean, that's their theory, is he got stabbed, he ran away, and he got into the car. That would take 5 seconds, 10 seconds at the most. Probably not even that.
We shouldn't be speculating on that.
That doesn't happen there. That's somebody who's standing. He got stabbed and he's still standing. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later when I talk about the reasonable beliefs. Because if he's...
And so remember, guys, part of the reason that they're like, okay, they have to try to... The whole deal with this, and I don't know if the jury's picking up on it. I'm sure this is me trying to make heads or tails of this because this is a mess. But the point, what he's trying to do is he's trying to show that there was a continued threat, right? Remember, the whole thing with the jury instructions is that they have to figure out if the amount of force used was necessary because it's self-defense. So it's a matter of like, he was coming at her in the back seat, right? And then when the threat stopped, it stopped because he got out of the car. That's why they have this whole story. The threat stopped because he got out of the car. And he even said when the threat stopped, she stopped. However, that's not exactly true because then she continues to stab him again outside of the car. So the story about that is that's where the whole peeing thing comes in, right? That because according to the defense, that he asks her to come and help him pee. And because she wants to help him, then she goes back over to him. And then it starts happening again, is what they say. And they don't even say what starts happening. But she's the one with the knife. So I don't really know what starts happening. And I don't think Ezra even specifies. He starts doing what? I mean, he's already been stabbed, according to Ezra at this point, 15 times by now or something. I think it's like there's like one last stab wound that happens, according to her story. She's the one with the knife. I don't know. And so, but the point that they're trying to say is that the whole point of this, and this is why he's trying to talk about the standing part here, right? The standing part, in order to make it seem like he would be capable of then becoming the aggressor again, right? He has to be the aggressor for her to feel like, for her to justify the use of force, according to like the jury instructions, essentially, right?
Still able to stand. He's still able to move. And remember, they're going to come back up here, I'm sure, and say 16, 16, 16. They're going to say it over and over and over and over again. But we know this. He was still moving even then. He was still moving even then.
Ugh.
So is it reasonable for a person to believe that even though they've used a certain amount of force and that person's up and they're moving, right? It didn't stop him. He's still up and moving. That's what his clothes show. All right? That's the order of events. Again, we already talked about Alex's footprint not being disturbed. The blood evidence on the door frame.
Didn't we already do this?
On the entrance to the door.
Maps.
So this is the, you'll see, here's the car.
I think the part where I have it, where Judge Peterson's face is amazing, and it zooms in, and then I have it on replay. I think that's coming up. I could be wrong though.
So that's the picture of the car.
Sorry, I talked over that. That was really funny. The oops part is good. Hold on. But it's just such a mess. Oops. Oops. Oopsie daisy.
On that entrance to the door. So this is the, you'll see here's the car. Oops. So that's the picture of the car. I'm going to show you the next picture, which is going to be this area here, the back of the door frame, right? 16 and 17. This is the blood evidence. That's Alex's blood. Somebody's getting back into the car in that, and his blood's on that part of the car. There's a close-up of 16.
That looks
Here's
like steering.
11, which is the footwell in that same area.
Spray. That's why I think he was stabbed at that threshold there as he was getting back into the car. And that's consistent with what we've been saying the whole time, because she's chasing him back into the car. He's trying to get away from her and shut the door, and she's stabbing him again. I think that's where she stabs him in the back shoulder areas, right? And then it's after that he goes to take the coat off, but in my opinion, he probably can't. And reach for his phone, but in my opinion, he probably can't. That's when he takes the coat off. But that's spray, looks like to me. There's a bunch of, we've got in that area where that threshold is, where the door frame is, there's a number of different patterns of blood. And they didn't bring in an expert who can talk about it. I mean, that's something that would have helped, right? It just dawned on me. There was no expert in blood pattern analysis. I don't know why. I don't know why that didn't happen. Like, why the fuck didn't that happen? I don't know how I didn't think of that until now. But that would be the normal thing, right? Like, Because I'm thinking back to all the things that I've learned from the experts on blood pattern analysis. And I'm like, oh, wait, we didn't have one. So I'm doing it. But it looks like there's a smear. It looks like there's cast off, and it looks like there's spray. And those are all important in figuring out what happened. And Kit Smith agrees that it looks like spray. Yeah. And so I think that there was some of the stabbing that happened in this threshold here. And then again, he was probably trying to crawl away and get to the other door, and he didn't make it because she kept stabbing him.
So as you come down on the car, this is down by the feet. This is the footwell here. His blood. If you look at the pictures, his blood is around all of that entrance to the car. Somebody who's out of the car, bleeding, getting into the car after that. There's pictures of the top of the car. This is that's the outside of that same car, right? It's hard to see on the permission to hold in my hand, Judge, and show the jury. So in this area here, there's blood smear. That's Alex's blood. And that gets there not from somebody who's running to retreat into a car. That gets there from somebody who's struggling.
I do like the time.
And leans on the car in their own time to get into the car later, consistent with her testimony, consistent with her statements. That's the order of the events.
You know, if Ed Wallace, I don't know if you guys know Ed Wallace, if Ed Wallace took a look at this, we would learn a whole lot. It would be awesome, honestly, if Ed Wallace could take a look at these, or Kenny Kinsey. But Ed Wallace is like an expert when it comes to blood spatter and footprints as well. Although actually, I know Kenny Kinsey also is like a well-trained at that too. But Ed Wallace, especially when it comes to the blood spatter, is I think like the best of the best. Yeah, I mean, it's 100%. Yeah, it's 100% premeditated for a whole long list of reasons I'm not going to go into right now. But yeah,
we know it's medically possible. We know Ezra says he's outside the car when he leaves, right? Mr. Dufour got up here and said to you, she changes her story every time. She changes her story all the time. You confront her with evidence and she changes her story.
Like Alex Murdaugh.
You know what she did when she talked to Investigator Proc? She said, he was outside when I left. And then she left. You know what she said on the stand? He was outside when I left. She wasn't there when he got back into the car. If she's some big faker, some big set up the crime scene, some big person who's planned this whole thing out, right? She just missed that fact? Like when she's...
I don't even know what fact he's referencing, but what's going on with his face?
Making up this story, she just forgot that according to Mr. Dufour, she left him in the car and tried to pull him out. And then when she sets up this big lie that she's going to say to the state because she's some big liar, she just forgets the fact of where his body is? No. The gist of her story stays the same.
She's lying because she's trying to make it seem like he was still alive. Duh.
Stays the same all the time. He was outside of the car. And then we know it's medically possible for him to get up. We know that. We know the evidence around.
There's so many problems with this entire story in theory that I just don't even know where to start. But okay, I'm just
on the scene is he could have got up. He's standing. The footprint, he got into the car. He's the last person to leave a footprint in that area. That's from his shoes, I believe, if we can even. All right, I had shown that before.
Oh God.
We guess that's the footprint, right? That's his shoe. That's his shoe.
Okay.
You'll recall probably.
I'll reiterate that footprint that he was showing us earlier, and he was talking about it facing a door or facing something, and I'm like, well, I don't really know what his point is, but B, we don't know whose shoe it is because they didn't have an expert, blah, blah, blah. Well, I will just say that based on looking at the tread, I was like, it kind of looks like a boot. But now that I'm seeing Alex's shoe compared to the footprint, or shoe print rather, it definitely was Ezra's boot. But what's funny is he was saying it and trying to make it seem like it was Alex. But looking at the tread on that, it's really worn down and it's circular. And it's like really, yeah, it's really worn down versus what we saw in the shoe print was like thick lines, like horizontal lines. It's like, honestly, I mean, if you look at the two, I don't think you need to really be an expert to say like definitely that was Ezra's boot, not his shoe. So anyway, all right.
Probably her boot prints or her boots that were out there, right?
Oh,
Reason why it bothers is that's his print. He's the last one there.
wow. He just literally went against. Okay.
We know this. There's no drag marks in the ground. There's no drag marks in the ground whatsoever.
What?
Nobody carried him into the car. She couldn't physically do that.
No one's saying that happened.
You can argue about her weight, what her size is, but she's not carrying him into the car.
No one said that.
Certainly not without getting blood all over every article of her.
This is just pissing me off because no one said that. And what is he broken? Nelson, are you broken?
Clothing. And we know from his shoes, right? The back heel, you're dragging somebody into a car, you're probably going to drag them with your hands under the arms. The back or the bottoms of his shoes don't have mud piled up on the backs of the shoes or on the bottoms of the shoes in the heel area. Certainly not on any of them.
No one
Just
said
a little bit of mud, not on the tops, not on the heels. He's not dragged into the car.
Well, what about him laying on the mud,
He walks and
Wilson?
gets into the car. That's what the evidence shows.
According to you, he was laying in the
We
mud.
already went through the blood evidence on the door frame, all right? So let's talk about this. Ezra's credibility, dare I say it. State wants to attack it. The state wants to attack her. The state wants to say, don't believe it. Well, let's go through some things that I think we know. March 22nd. 4:10.
Right, good point.
4:15, I apologize.
Yeah.
All right? I got that wrong. 4:15 is the testimony. It was when the 911 call is, she's at Mr. Sippel's house. You heard the recording of her. You heard how she sounded. You've heard from medical professionals who basically, everybody agrees, she's not in the right state of mind there. Is their claim she's faking all that? Remember, their theory is her plan A is to do something and then she gets the car stuck.
Do something?
Plan A, I think their plan A, I think they said was
God.
she was going to not let the police, that's it. Plan A, they said, was she's going to kill him, not tell the police where it is so that she can go back there and clean up the scene, right? That's what they said their plan A was, right? But then they find the body, so then she has to come up with plan B. And plan B is, well, I was attacked, I was sexually assaulted, and all those things. But they're also standing up here and arguing plan C or D or E, I'm not sure, where they're saying she cleaned up the whole scene. Right? They came up here and say, she cleaned up the whole scene, she set up the scene, she did all of those things.
What?
Well, if she set up the scene, then why is she later...
I'm so confused by what he's saying. There was never any cleaning up. Okay.
making these statements that you say she is because she has to go back to the scene to clean up the scene? Why even go to Don Sippel's house? I mean, you could go on and on and on about how much their theory makes absolutely no sense with the evidence, with common sense. First thing is, she's in a dissociative state.
Oh my God.
That's what the doctor said.
And part of
That's what the medical records show.
Part of the problem is that so much of what he's saying is based entirely on with this presumption that everything she's saying is true. I mean, so it's just a problem.
Right? Dr. Benson got up here and testified, and I understand Mr. Dufour gets to make his arguments, but I submit to you, he's about as credible as a witness you'll ever see anywhere, anytime. And he diagnosed her with post-traumatic stress disorder with depersonalization and derealization.
At all. He got literally
Childhood onset, based upon the incidents that happened March 22nd. Can't say what the incidents were, we get that. she's in this dissociative state. On the 22nd, when she arrives there, she doesn't know her name. She's some master planner that's trying to set this whole thing up. Why would I think I'm going to try to fake a mental condition?
Yeah.
That makes
obviously.
absolutely no sense. And what we do know is when she got to the hospital,
You saying it makes no sense makes no sense.
they put her in the
It's
hospital
malingering. People do
based
all
upon her
kinds of-
mental condition.
I'm sorry. I just, how can you even say that? His own expert admitted that people will do that, right? To avoid getting in trouble or to get out of a lie. Like, it's a no. I mean, he's the one that wanted to talk about malingering and wasn't allowed to come in. So he knows it's a thing. I swear.
So she just fooled all of these doctors, all of these other people, but the state knows better. People with medical degrees know better.
Huh?
No, they've done nothing to disprove that she was in that dissociative state. What else do we know?
Our job is not to.
We heard from Dr. Hopper, who talks about
It is. It's like
trauma and how trauma impacts the brain as far as memory goes, right? Yet the state wants to come up here and say, well, we get it, there's central details and peripheral details, and we agree with everything that Dr. Hopper says. But then when they say this would have been a central detail, they ignore what Dr. Hopper said. Because what Dr. Hopper said is, look, we don't get to decide what another person's central details are. We don't. I wouldn't know what any of your central details would be as I'm speaking right now, let alone if you were under attack or had some traumatic event. And if you think about her statements, and I'm going to go through it in detail, what the Dr. Hopper talked about was the gist of it. Remember, he had that slide. He said basically at the end, it's really just, it's the gist of it. That's what we need to think about. And he talks about the tree and the trunk, and that's the main idea, and the details are the leaves. Well, what does she say right away to our farmer Sipple, right? She says, I was attacked. I wanted to get them off me. And I understand there was some confusion about pronouns because her and some of her friends at that time used pronouns that maybe aren't in the mainstream way of some other people using pronouns. But she was consistent. The gist of it was she was attacked. She needed to get somebody off of me. She spoke with Emmer Shields. She spoke with Joe Wayne. She spoke with Corey Reeves. She spoke with the SANE nurse. She spoke with Jennifer Morris. She spoke with the social worker, Swartos. She talked about fear. She talked about being scared. Right? That's the gist of it on the 22nd. She's in a dissociative state. She talks about fear. On the 23rd, when she meets with Mr. Prock, Detective Prock, she tells him she was scared. I understand. We're going to get back to the 23rd, right? She doesn't disclose everything. She doesn't share everything. But the gist of what she says, and when I asked Detective Prock, he said, yes, she said she was scared 9 times. She used the word scared 9 times. That's the gist of it. She said Alex was upset, I think 11 times, maybe 12 times. You guys took notes, you can check that yourself. That's the gist of it. And then on the 24th, she says the same thing. Eventually, when she's in a position, place to share, she talks about being attacked in the back seat, defending herself. That's the gist of what she says. We know about PTSD, right? And we know about that diagnosis that she got. And we heard from Dr. Benson that one of the conditions of that is somebody would not want to talk about that. And I think I forgot a point. Just want to make sure that I get to it. Green notebook. What did Mr. Sipple say about this? I just want to go back, because you know what? We're talking about witnesses. Remember 90-year-old Farmer Sipple came in here and he talked to you guys. And what did he say? She was visibly shaking. She was really upset because what she went through. That's what he said. She was visibly upset because of what she went through. Sounds like Don Sippel believed her. PTSD. We move on. There's this avoidance, right? That's a symptom that we know it is. Somebody wouldn't want to talk about it. It's in the DSM-5, right? Exhibit 720B. Well, first off, page 275, individual may experience dissociative states that last for a few seconds to several hours or even days, during which components of the event are relived and the individual behaves as if the event were occurring at the moment. Some of that. The individual commonly makes deliberate efforts to avoid thoughts, memories, feelings, or talking about the traumatic event. I get it. They want to put everything in the scope of she didn't talk about it. That means she's deceptive. That means she's doing that deliberately to mislead them. Or a reasonable hypothesis consistent with her innocence is she was attacked. She fought for her life. She was in a dissociative state. She was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and she was overwhelmed. A 20-year-old young lady. Completely and totally overwhelmed. And she buried her head in the sand. I get that. She buried her head in the sand. And they want to say, because of that, you should convict her. Don't believe her because she acted like trauma victims act. She didn't want to talk about it. They want to talk about
How gross is that, right? And they're not saying
the
that.
denial,
Well,
this line about memory. Again, I understand she didn't say that. What they don't have is her line about the stabbing.
What?
They don't have that. She's not lying about the stabbing, right? They want to talk about lying about boy. And that is an odd fact in this case, right? I think we can all agree that is a completely and totally odd fact in the case. But that doesn't make her guilty of intentional homicide or reckless homicide. It doesn't mean she wasn't acting in self-defense. If anything, it's confirmation that she had trauma.
Oh my God.
Right? And this is a response to trauma. What else do we know? Again, she never lies about the stabbing. The gist of the event is consistent. She's attacked, she's scared, he's upset, he keeps grabbing her, she wanted out and away. She doesn't lie about the how, the who, the when, or the why about March 22nd in the backseat of that car.
I would disagree with that.
We know about stress impairing retrieval, right? So even if the memory was there, depending upon how much stress she was under at different times, it's not organized in the way that a lot of other things of ours are organized. It's fragmentary, it's images, and it's not going to be in this time sequence, right? And again, I suspect it was difficult, maybe it wasn't, for Detective Prock when we went through the transcript of his interview, right? And maybe it feels to you as if we were attacking him. That's not the point. The point was, if they're going to judge Ms. McCandless on what she did or she did not say, you need to evaluate the way in which she was interviewed, and when she was interviewed, and how she was interviewed.
Even when you did that, though, it's still, honestly, you still came out looking
Was
great.
she in a position at that time for somebody to get all of the information? Because I suspect the state wants all of that information. We wish we had all of that information. You wish we had all of that information. Because if that
Can you tell the jury what to think or what they do think?
context and cues would have been there,
Ew.
she had them, right? But for whatever reason, on that day, for lots of reasons, her mental state, all right, the
For whatever
PTSD,
reason, for lots of
the stress impairing retrieval, perhaps her own denial or avoidance, right? And the lack of context or cues, she was not in a position to tell all of the information. But now they come to you later and say, well, she must be lying now because she's telling you different stuff. But what we heard from Dr. Hopper, remember my last questions to him were about, we know that over time, recall can improve. Not memory, not the encoding, that's already done, not the storage, that's already done, but the recall, the retrieval, the going and getting it out of our head and sharing it with somebody else. That can improve over time when the stress goes down. And so what's going to happen to basically anybody in a stressful situation when they're talking about things is they're going to, what we think of as, remember things later. They're going to be able to talk about things later that they couldn't talk about then. That's just the nature of trauma. And so for them to say, we agree with all of their research, he's fine, but then they come in here and they just on around the other side, they attack her and they say, no, she adds stuff, she does this other stuff, therefore you can't believe her. That's contrary to the science. The science from the expert that they say knows it all. Right?
So now he's getting to the part where I feel like he's just groveling.
Right?
The groveling phase.
That's contrary to the science. Her having information later, that's consistent with actually being a trauma victim. The inconsistencies that they do talk about, and I'm going to go through some of these, those are about peripheral details. And again, that's common for what people in her position would do. What she does tell, what she says, it's corroborated by the evidence. I went through that. What she says is corroborated by the physical evidence. There's a fight in the backseat of that car. Her
There was a firefight!
clothes were cut before that fight happened. All right? That's corroborated also by what she did earlier in the day. Everything she says about that day is basically corroborated. She leaves out a non-event.
Oh, fuck.
She didn't tell the police about knocking on a door and nobody answering. Okay.
You know that's not the point. The point is that she went there first because that was her intention. Nelson, stop. I'm losing my mind.
I get it. She left that out. But I think we'd all agree it's literally a non-event.
No.
Right?
No.
She also didn't tell them when she stopped at a red light.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
She didn't
stop.
tell them other things that I imagine somebody would do in the morning.
Oh my God.
She didn't tell them those things. It just
No.
was an unimportant, who cares detail.
No, it's
Right?
not.
She's
And
open.
the thing is that even if you just think about her stupid testimony, the whole point that she says, so she goes to Eau Claire, is to go to Alex's house and return the stupid heating pad and the other bullshit stuff. And so what he's saying literally makes no sense. Even if he's like, believe my client, she's telling the truth. Well, if you do that, then it still makes no sense. And all of a sudden,
With Max telling her she's going to go to Alex's, she's not trying to hide the fact that she went to Alex's. We have witnesses to her disassociation and stress. All right. How about her injuries? How about the mark to her neck?
oh boy.
Right? We've seen that picture. Permission to publish in person, Judge? You've seen this, right? Picture of the mark on her neck. The state didn't talk about that at all in their closing now. They didn't talk about it to begin with, right? So I suspect when they get back up here, because they get two shots at this, when they get back up here, they're going to talk about this. So I won't have a chance to know what they're going to say because they've kind of sandbagged on that, not talked about it at all. But what we know from the evidence when people were up there testifying is the same nurse saw it. She documented it. She put it in her report. They're going to say, well, nobody else saw it. Well, okay. But nobody else was doing an examination of her that the same nurse was doing. And what we know for sure is she was under constant supervision. Every witness that got up there, because they asked, did you see the mark on the neck? And they'd say, no, I didn't see the mark on the neck. And then I'd come back and say, but she was under supervision the entire time. Nobody saw her put this mark on her neck. Are they saying that she put this mark on her neck in the hospital? She was never alone in the hospital. She was with people all the time. You know why they would make such a ridiculous argument? Because they want this to go away. And they can't make this go away.
Sorry, that's just
This
what? It's I mean, it's either really funny or it's sad. I don't know. What do you guys think? Funny or sad?
she was strangled. And their only answer to it is they just want to make it go away. Talk about denial. Talk about denial. This exists. It's in evidence. It happened.
You know what is like happening as this is going along? It's getting more unhinged. He's like been drinking his own Kool-Aid, but like he's drunk on it or something. Beyond, and I feel like if I remember correctly, it just gets even crazier to where I remember there's one point where I'm like, even Ezra's probably like, dude, chill out. Like, you don't need to go this far with it. Like, you're going further than I did. Or if I recall, I feel like there's a moment like that. And we still have yet to get to the good Judge Peterson moment. So, looking forward to that.
And it happened because what Ezra said happened is what happened. Let's think about it really. What are the main challenges that they have to her credibility, right? They want to bring in, and I'm sure they're going to talk about it next. They want to talk all about this other man, John Hansen.
He's not even like halfway done or something. That's crazy.
Tell me one piece of evidence that they brought to you other than this photo that they're going to show you. What? This photo of a young lady that took of herself and shared it with somebody, right?
Oh,
and they're trying to use
for
sex.
They didn't even bring that up.
Trying to use that against the young lady.
I'm just gonna say because Kit Smith, I know you didn't see all the states of it. They didn't even mention John Hansen. I don't think his name even came up, and they didn't bring up the photo. They didn't bring up any of that.
Don't say no. I'm not going to use that. Read the instructions, right? Read the instructions. What the judge told you about what you can consider regarding this. But what she says about John Hansen, you saw the interview about that, right? They brought in nothing to say that wasn't true. Where's John Hansen? Where's John Hansen?
So when he said this,
they didn't bring it.
I had the thought, I've this whole time I've been saying the same thing. It just, when he said this, it made me wonder if the defense had a motion in limine that he couldn't be let in because the testimony would have been too prejudicial to Ezra, right? About like alleging SA. And my thought was I wouldn't put it past them if they had a motion in limine that he couldn't be brought in. So that A, he wouldn't be brought in, and B, at closing, they could argue this and be like, why didn't he come in? Why when it was like their fault? I wouldn't be surprised.
John Hansen, because he had nothing to add to their case. Because what Ezra said about John Hansen is what happened. She drank too much, she was vomiting, and she had a sexual encounter with
and the irony too, right? He's like, yeah, they want to talk about this and that. They didn't do any of that. They didn't talk about this, but you are. The hypocrisy. It's like, yeah, this picture, blah, 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 and John Hansen and da, 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 and they want to do this and that and blah, blah. But like, they didn't do any of that. But now he is, and he's drawing attention to it. I don't even understand. I don't even know what to call that. I mean, yes, it's hypocritical, but like, what? Why? Like, why? Like, what's the point? Like, what is the point? I don't understand. Is it because he assumed they were going to talk about it and no, it can't be. I was going to say maybe he just had already planned on saying this and because he assumed they were going to talk about it. But no, this is clearly not a planned closing argument. This is just a free-for-all. So I don't know.
Under that circumstance, she didn't call the police. She didn't call it all of these terms. Sounds like she regrets it. But that's what they want to bring in to attack her credibility. Is her prior sexual behavior. In 2019?
He's saying they did talk about it in their closing, which they didn't.
They want to shame a woman.
Oh, you're saying for John Hansen, I guess?
For having sex. They want to bring in Jason Mengel.
None of that, please. I just...
Former boyfriend. What does he say about her credibility?
Oh my God.
They didn't ask him about his opinion about her credibility, right?
Well,
they brought in this Julia Post,
Are you joking?
middle school, high school friend. They didn't bring in Jason Mengel to say she's got this reputation. There's all this background information about that. They want to bring in, right?
You guys, I feel like he's trying to put our brains in a blender is what I feel like, because it's like everything he's saying is so backwards. I just don't even
The
know.
word boy, and that's what their main inconsistency is. She didn't talk about boy. How about this? Grabbing the
No.
knife. They
Okay.
talked about that a little bit. And I want to go through that with you. It's on Exhibit 290, because this is where they say it's an inconsistency.
Oh yeah,
And the
there's
main part of it is on page 44.
there's something interesting about this, and Andrea Nodolf does such a great job on rebuttal for this, where he does something, it's so shady. It's like something's, I don't remember exactly what it is, whether it's misconstrued or something's left out, but just know that this is going to come up in rebuttal in a major way, and it's going to be really satisfying. Oh, satisfying.
Page 44 of the transcript is
I
where
know, right? I know. He's got more shit. It's unfortunate.
she talks about it.
It's so crazy because like
And if you're
the opening statement was so good, I thought, right? I mean, never mind the fact that it's all bullshit, but I thought it was a really good opening statement. Like I said, I started like this closing argument is the type that I'm like, does he need serious help? Like, what happened to him? You know,
call, Mr.
Something
Dufour
happened.
stands up here and
Not the
says,
person.
she lied and changed her story about the knife after Dr. Tillotson testified in some other hearing,
Actual plan.
right? He got up here and looked at you and told you she said she grabbed the blade and pulled and got it away that way. That's what he said, to try to convince you that she's a liar. What does she actually say? Right? I started to try to wrestle him and fight him off of me, kick and do whatever I could, but I got the knife and then I just started. How did you grab the knife? I grabbed it. I grabbed it from and I pulled. What did you grab? The blade? I grabbed the blade the one time and that hurt a lot. Okay, so I tried grabbing the base of it. Okay, and then I don't know. She doesn't say she pulls on the blade and pulls it from him. That's not what she says there. Absolutely, that's not what she says there. And I believe at other parts of the transcript, she talks about how she got the knife. Which, remember, this is page 44, right? So just chronologically, before she gives this description, here's the description she gives at the bottom. And I cut my hand because I kept trying to grab it. And then, so he kept grabbing me and stuff, and then I finally got free, and I finally got the knife away from them, and then he kept trying to grab me. That's what she says about how she got the knife. She doesn't say there that she pulls it away from him. She doesn't say that. And I believe in another even spot, top of page 44, that's where he says it, just before the other quote that I had. And then, so we have the first one, I did 40 in the middle. I didn't do it in chronological order, I apologize.
Great. Thank you,
I started to try to wrestle him and fight him off of me, kick and do whatever I could, but I got the knife and I just started. She said in her testimony, she kicked him, she kneed him, she got the knife. She says to Proc, I tried to wrestle him, fight him off, kick and do whatever I could, and I got the knife. And the state stands here and asks you to convict a young woman who's in a fight in the backseat of her car, struggling to survive.
No, that's why.
And they say, no, she said she pulled the knife from him. No, she didn't. She didn't say that. She never said that. She said she kicked him, she fought him, she got the knife. Ezra's testimony about Alex. They say, well, she's never said anything about Alex before. If you remember from the testimony, she interviewed with Investigator Proc on March 1st.
I love how he keeps saying, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to do that. It's like, they don't do and didn't do and don't do in terms of their closing, like most of the stuff, if not all of the stuff he's saying. It's wild.
And on March 1st, she talked about Alex. They were saying, what happened with John? And then she said, after I saw John, I went and saw this other friend, Alex, and something happened, and it hurt. It's unclear what she said by hurt, but she said it hurt. She says that on March 1st. On March 23rd, when she speaks with Investigator Brock on page 14, she talks about it where she's talking about Alex. And she says, line 609. Let's go through it. What were you scared of on line 599? Being hurt. By who? Alex. By him doing what? Him harming me, making me want to do something he wanted. He was upset. Right? And then as she says at the end on line 616, he would kind of get upset when I was too sensitive or in pain and stuff during those interactions, during sex. She told him, Proc, on the 1st that sometimes this happened. She tells Proc on the 23rd that sometimes this happened. She tells Proc on the 24th that sometimes this happened. She tells you in her testimony sometimes it happened. And they get up here and say, she's never said this before. She didn't say it all before. She does say it. She says it there. She talks about his journals as well. So let me just,
No.
we went through the gist, right? Let's talk about the state's theory just a little bit. Because one of the first things that the state talked about in their
Didn't you already go
closing
through this? Like,
was, just
Oh my
make sure
God.
we get the law right.
what a mess.
The first charge the state stood up and argued for, they're saying she had the intent to kill. Right? And bottom of the instruction, intent to kill, that she had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware. Those are two ways that they can prove intent. She's never said she had the
That and why they could be objecting to this because he's using his own copy that has highlights on it. He shouldn't be doing this.
mental purpose whatsoever. She said all along, I wanted to get him off. I wanted to get him away. I didn't even want this to happen. I didn't want any of it to happen. That wasn't her mental purpose. And then they have to say that she was aware. Not that she should have been aware. Not that anybody else might have been aware. Not that a reasonable person could have been aware. They have to prove actual awareness of this young lady in that moment, at that time, in order to prove intent. And I submit to you that they can't. And that's why they made the argument that they did.
What?
Because if you read the law, she had no intent to kill. She didn't have it. She wasn't aware of it. On the next page, on page 5, when it talks about deciding about intent, right? Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from her acts, words, and statements. Certainly not from her words. It's certainly not from her statements.
I disagree.
And it's certainly not from her acts.
I disagree.
Her acts are, she stabbed him until he stopped. Once he stopped, she stopped. When she left,
That's why I brought that up, right? Because I knew then that explains why their theory makes no sense and why none of it makes no sense. But that's why he's been hammering home the order of events and when things happen. This is why.
he was still alive. We know that because when she left, he was on the ground and he got up and he moved.
No,
She didn't have the intent to kill
that's
him.
impossible, Nelson. Ugh.
Talked about some of this. They talk about her evolving story, and I need to go through this, I know, but what are there, again, we talked about the different plans that she said that they had. She went to Sipples, fakes this dissociative episode, pretends to lie about this all, because she doesn't want anybody to see the scene, right? And then she lies about Owen Park. Read the transcripts. She doesn't say she was at Owen Park. She says, maybe I was. She talks to Reeves and the people at the hospital about a park. She doesn't say she was there. There's some confusion, no doubt. But this theory that she's trying to keep them away from the scene, all right, is contrary to their own theory where they say she staged an event so she could set up self-defense. If she staged the event to set up self-defense, why wouldn't she just go and tell Farmer Sipple, I was attacked, he's over there, he tried to rape me, he tried to do this. That's, their theory makes no sense. It undercuts their own theory.
Oh boy.
They talk about her purpose is going there to confront him, to get him to change his mind. Again, use your common sense. If I want to have a relationship with a person like Jason Mengel, why would I need to worry about somebody that's over there?
Are you saying you want to have a relationship?
They're not in the way. She saw Jason Mengel that day. She wanted to be with Jason Mengel. She could have been with Jason Mengel. Alex wasn't in the way. She didn't have to confront Alex to get him out of the way. Her and Jason were fine. They'd been talking back and forth. They were fine. They had like 637 texts the day before, Instagrams the day before that I'm sure they're going to get up here and talk to you about, right?
Again,
But then why would she be worried about somebody that's off over there? She didn't do that to confront him. She's there for 45 minutes beforehand, and everything's fine.
well, not really.
Their whole plan about she goes there with the knife in order to do something, a house full of guns, and 5'2", 120, 130-pound woman says, I think I'm going to go kill somebody, and I'll get in a hand-to-hand combat in the backseat of a car out in a rural, secluded area.
Yeah,
That's
again,
their theory?
Well, again, I don't think that was her initial plan. I think it was to do with the house, and I think she wanted to stage it to make it look like a suicide because because that had happened before, and that would be explain why the knife, Nelson.
That's what they say happened? Does that ring true in any way, shape, or form? Is there any evidence to even support that? Frankly, it's ridiculous.
You're ridiculous.
They try to impeach her with the car getting stuck, right?
I love that
Well, why
one.
didn't she just back up? If you
I love that one because you know what word the jury does not know? Impeach. That's a word that's never used in front of juries, really, unless it's people arguing with each other, like attorneys arguing with each other. But that's never a word that's used, like that's not defined for the jury. It's not in the jury instructions. Like even when they talk about witness credibility, the word impeach is not used. They don't know what that word means. So I love that he just throws that in there. Like he's not even thinking about what he's saying or who the audience is.
all pictures from the scene,
Oh boy.
all right? As you see, she's driving up, somebody's driving up, Alex is driving up, her's driving up, and we'll talk about that later.
Did you notice that, guy?
These are glared, so.
He just said she was driving up. Let me rewind that. And I mean, he's so discombobulated. It could have been a mistake, but still.
Seat of a car out in a rural, secluded area. That's their theory? That's what they say happened? Does that ring true in any way, shape, or form? Is there any evidence to even support that? Frankly, it's ridiculous. They try to impeach her with the car getting stuck, right? Well, why didn't she just back up? If you recall pictures from the scene, all right, as you see, she's driving up, somebody's driving up, Alex is driving up, her's driving up, and we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
These are glared, so. There's no vehicle that gets stuck on the way up on the top of that hill, right? The car gets up over the hill, and then as you heard the witnesses say, then there's southern exposure, and things are softer and warmer, and then the car gets stuck. And once the car gets stuck, a car gets stuck. He's like, well, you should have turned around before you got stuck, but they didn't know they were going to get stuck until you're stuck, right?
Is he broken? Hold on. I just don't even. Hold on. Like, what's happening?
Getting stuck, right? Well, why didn't she just back up? If you recall pictures from the scene, all right, as you see, she's driving up, somebody's driving up, Alex is driving up, her's driving up, and we'll talk about that later. These are glared, so.
You're not gonna get stuck.
There's no vehicle that gets stuck on the way up on the top of that hill, right? The car gets up over the hill, and then as you heard the witnesses say, then there's southern exposure, and things are softer and warmer, and then the car gets stuck. And once the car gets stuck, a car gets stuck. He's like, well, you should have turned around before you got stuck, but they didn't know they were going to get stuck until you're stuck, right?
Oh my God, I
And so the car gets stuck. It doesn't even make sense.
what you're saying does not make
And then he
sense.
says, well, she should have done something. She should have asked for help. She doesn't have a phone, if you
Well,
recall.
Alex,
I doubt there's wireless out there, right? She doesn't have a phone.
Wireless? What is happening?
They try to say that she must have had some guilty intent because she didn't do what her dad said. She didn't do what Jason Mengel said. She drove into Eau Claire. 20-year-old woman with her own car, driver's license, decides to go to Eau Claire. Her dad didn't want her to. Fine, fair enough. That doesn't mean because a 20-year-old doesn't do what their dad says that they're some evil intent. She's never said anything about, they talked in here about scratching boy into her arm on the road. That's not what she said. She's never said that to anybody. She didn't say that to you. They talk about Joe Carlin and the knife. She's got 3 knives in the car. There's just knives in the car. She's trying to set up some attack. Why would she have some of the other knives? Why would there be knives in the trunk?
At some point.
If they have some evil intent that she says that they have, why would she have just...
No, this is just... Also, there's one part where you just starts thinking out loud. It's so good.
Left some of the weapons there. Doesn't make any sense. She doesn't ditch the knife or the phone, right? If she has some evil intent, she wants to throw them away, she'll throw them away. They're right along the side of the road. Speaking of which, I think I forgot to mention before when we were talking about the clothes and the knife and everything like that, their theory is, oh, because the knife doesn't have her blood on it, that somehow she wiped the blood off? Is that what they're going to say? Right? Alex's blood was on the blade, right?
Oh no. Now he's just...
I believe the officer, the Kevin Scott said he took a Q-tip along the entire blade from the tip all the way to the bottom, from the tip all the way down. And he found Alex's blood on there. All right? But what's the state's theory? The state's theory is she cut him
You already did
and
that.
then cut herself. So if that's the state's theory that she cut him and then cut herself, why wouldn't her blood be on that blade? That doesn't make, it doesn't support, so I don't even know what their argument was, to be honest, because it doesn't make any sense. But what we do know is if he cut her first and then she got cut, defended herself, his blood would be there. And then she does what she does with boy. Let's talk about that for a second, because the evidence of her shirts, I think we've already got it up here. They claim it had to be when she took it off. This is the first shirt she's wearing, right? That's the flannel.
Oh my God.
There's a cut on the sleeve.
Is he broken?
Just watch. I got sleeves on my shirt, right? When I go like this, you know what happens? The sleeve comes up. So they're trying to say like she took off all of her clothes and then tried to cut through. No, there's a cut there. It just got pulled up.
Here, put you got all your clothes. I am getting so hot.
What's her next article of clothing
You guys
then?
remember that song? I'm entertaining myself.
Is the sweater, if you recall, and the sweater's got holes in it as well.
He did.
And we were talking about the sweater with Kevin Scott.
The weird tie thing. Yeah, that already happened.
Remember the size of that hole with Rich Day? And then I talked about this sweater
We did this
and the
too
size
already.
of that hole. How that was just a little bit smaller, but it was in the same spot. And then we have the blue button up,
I want to take my
which has a
clothes
hole
off.
here, right? That's consistent with somebody starting in the outside layer, making a hole, making another hole, making a third hole.
No.
And then that's her, all right?
There's
That's
no-
never tested. That's in evidence, right?
No way.
So we don't know whose blood is on any of that. But it could have been his blood got transferred onto that sleeve right there. It's, again, their arguments don't make any sense with the evidence.
Are
They
you
talk
listening
about her
to yourself?
wanting to lie so that she can buy time to clean up, right?
You are. Oh my God.
What evidence is there that she couldn't have walked out of the hospital at any time that she wanted? There's no evidence that she couldn't have done that. She was in a hospital. If she needed to get out of the hospital, she gets out of the hospital to go clean up the scene. It's a ridiculous theory. Totally ridiculous.
We heard in the interviews, just to remind you guys, because we heard in the interviews that they said she's in a locked facility, but that she was free to leave the interrogation room or interview room at any time, but she was in a locked facility for her own safety.
That she's trying to avoid to try to buy time for it.
Okay. He's
The
just
phone fell
mistaken.
apart. Again, she said she was running,
Yeah.
phone
It was a
fell
locked
down.
facility. It was a locked
Alex's
facility.
injury to his head. You heard from Dr. Tova.
Honestly, the state could be objecting to so much of this because that's just completely misstating the evidence and testimony. Like, but you know what? I think they're just trusting that the jury's gonna remember because, you know, or that the jury's just not listening.
Right? And just makes common sense about a fight. If you're in a knife fight, it's dynamic.
There was a firefight!
People are going to be moving around. The fact that he got stabbed on the right side of his head, they say makes her guilty of stabbing him from behind. But he's also stabbed on the right side of his neck. Like, people move their heads all around at all kinds of different times. She doesn't
Because people are owls?
know when and how it happened. That's not evidence that she did it from behind in any way.
No.
I'm looking at you. Now my right side of my head is exposed. I mean, that's what happens. And people are moving around in that situation. Their theory that that's what they're going to
I think you want to be quoting Trooper Paul. It just happens.
hang their hat on. That's what the hook that they're going to say. She must be lying because she couldn't have stabbed him in the right side of her head. That doesn't ring true. That doesn't make any sense.
You're right. What you're saying.
The center console with Officer O'Neill, they try to tell you that she doesn't open the center console. There's no evidence of that. Officer O'Neill never got up here and told you that she did not open the center console. That's not what he said. He never said that. Check your notes. Check your memory. He didn't say that. That's what their theory was, is she wasn't willing to open up the center console because she didn't want to expose this knife that was in the center console. She said in the tape, as you heard, I'm looking for it, right? You heard that in the tape.
Yeah, but...
And she produced something. We don't know eventually, even in that picture that I showed you of the wallet in the front seat on the ground, nobody's testified. Oh, I take that back. Ms. McCandless testified that her license was in her wallet.
Oh my God.
Dr. Tillotson, I understand again about his testimony. Remember, he saw her.
So what he's saying is completely incorrect because you can tell. Oh my God, I just hate it so much. You can tell from listening to it that she's like, oh, let me find it, but she's not actually looking for it. She's like, it's in here somewhere. I always lose it. And then like he doesn't press her for it, and also like he testified that he did testify that she didn't open the center console. So he's just flat out lying again.
For 20 minutes. 20 minutes. And his testimony was about, well, you'd have this type of injury. And their whole thing, you'd have this type of injury if you grabbed the knife and pulled it away. That's their whole theory, was based upon that. If you grab the knife and pull it away, you're going to get cut like this. Well, we just went through what she said about the knife, right? She never said she grabbed the knife away from the blade.
So then that would have been
this is a whole, they're trying to misdirect you. They're not going on the facts. They're just
gaslighting.
Making stuff up.
That's gaslighting right there.
Making stuff up.
I'm sorry, but it's just...
Dr. Tillotson saw her for 20 minutes. He never came back, consulted any other evidence. He didn't say anything else. What she says, what the other doctors talked about, Dr. Tovar, Dr. Thomas, of somebody you can...
That was so creepy. I'm sorry that you guys have to see that. Like, he's just trying to... It's just gaslighting, and it's just awful.
It's dynamic, right? If your hand hurts, you're going to push and pull it back. It could get superficial. It could be a defensive wound. Again, I put in here Tillotson, grabbing of the blade. Look at that.
What?
They talked about, I believe the state put up one of those pictures and said that her blood was on the clothes, right? I believe the only shirt that had her blood on it was the blue flannel on the outside. And as you can see here, her blood, I believe, was tested on the sleeve, right? So where she cut herself, her own blood was there. And then her blood is on this L1 stain that you can see in the other spot. Which again, if her left hand is cut, and she goes like that once, that's going to be her blood there.
Okay.
There's no other blood that they've tested on there because she's wearing that like a jacket and it's open. And this fight that happens in the backseat of the car happens quickly. And it's done. It's over. They're upright against each other. He gets out, and then it's over. right? He's not dripping, he's not bleeding in that situation. He walks away. It's not going to get blood all over her. If she's trying to set up the scene, that's when it's going to get blood all over her. That doesn't happen. Speaking of which, his clothes. They want to talk to you about, well, his clothes, if you looked at the evidence, his coat had his blood on it. They stood up here and told you, no, it didn't. I submit to you that, yes,
I
it
don't
did.
think that happened at all.
The testimony that you heard from Scott, and I believe that's on Exhibit 339, item B4, is the coat recovered from the rear of the driver's side.
Yeah,
All right, on report 9, page 3, DOJ 806 of Exhibit 339. Alex Woodworth is the source of this DNA. So again, he got up here and said,
stop, Nelson.
Alex's blood isn't on the coat.
I'm just going to clarify. He's misstating. Mr. Dufour said that when he was talking about going through the idea that Alex was laying on top of his coat, which is their theory, and that it would have been covered in blood. There would have been pools of blood. Mr. Dufour was pointing out that there wasn't pools of blood, which there weren't. There was a small amount of blood in a couple spots. It wasn't soaked in blood the way it would have been. And it also didn't have any mud on it either, by the way. So
Yeah, it is. Their own crime lab said it is. And their own crime lab came here and told you that it is.
Oh my God, stop it.
It had 2 marks in the back, but they're right. It didn't have marks here. It didn't have marks on the side. And what we know is Alex had been stabbed on that side. Yes. I submit to you, this is his sweater, right? That's the back of his sweater. His clothes are moving all over the place. He's got a coat on.
Is he also an owl?
His coat is open. He's stabbed in this area. It could very well have happened with his coat open, not through the coat.
No.
Right?
No.
But we know he's stabbed here.
No, it couldn't.
If you look at the photos when we do that, and I don't want to pull them up there again, but if you recall, it's on his side. That, look it up on the top there. You have my pointer? Thank you, Hannah. Click. This is the back of the sweater, right? That's the upper right shoulder where they say he got stabbed in the back. This is the back of the sweater. There's the other stab mark in the back. These 3 punctures are in the back of the sweater. But he didn't get stabbed in the back on that side. He got stabbed on the side. Because when you're in a fight, when it's a dynamic process like that, your clothes are moving all over the place.
Owls.
And so for them to say she must have stabbed him when he didn't have his coat on makes no sense with the sweater evidence either.
I mean, I think it's just the whole thing about now that we know that their heads were spinning around in 360 degrees, it just adds a whole other layer to this thing, right? It just makes it a little bit more confusing because they're owl people, so. Oh no, I did that thing again. Sorry. Hold on, let's see where this is. This might be pretty close. Let's see.
If he cut her first, and then
I think we were past
you
this.
know it didn't, I submit to you that yes, it did. The testimony that you heard from Scott, and I believe that's on.
We're right about here.
Right, on report 9,
A little
page.
bit further. Here we go.
This is the
Perfect.
back of the sweater, right? That's the upper right shoulder where they say he got stabbed in the back. This is the back of the sweater. There's the other stab mark in the back. These 3 punctures are in the back of the sweater. But he didn't get stabbed in the back on that side. He got stabbed on the side. Because when you're in a fight, when it's a dynamic process like that, your clothes are moving all over the place. And so for them to say she must have stabbed him when he didn't have his coat on makes no sense with the sweater evidence either. Because according to them, he'd have 3 puncture marks in his back. But he doesn't. That's on the side. Because you know what? Clothes move when you move.
Just remember, everybody, when you're an owl, your head's moving all over the place too.
Especially if you're moving quickly and a lot. The clothes are going to be moving all over the
It's
place.
so spot on saying. So now we're at the nah, yeah, portion. Yes, accurate.
Some of this I've covered already. The clothes are moving.
Oh my God. This is where he's thinking out loud one of the times.
I don't want to belabor the point.
He's about to belabor the point.
So lastly, let me talk a little bit about the scene. Because
He's about to belabor the point. I
they
can't.
might come up here and talk about the scene. So if this is the car, right? I'm gonna just put up the
If this is the car, he just what imaginary air in front of him, and then he walks away from it. Okay, Nelson. Okay,
picture of the back seat of the car. If I can find it again, this is the picture.
if I can find it.
This is a big blood stain, right? That's a big blood stain. Alex gets out of the car. He walks around. He lays down, as Ezra said. He's got his coat off at this point. That's how the coat gets off. He doesn't take his coat off in the car. He gets back into the car, and then he sits down on the edge of that seat. Sits down right like that.
The laying
That
down
seat
thing is so weird. I don't know why.
is that seat.
Honestly, if anyone can help you remember, I don't even remember what they're attempting to explain with that part of the story. That he lays down on top of his coat. That's of course that's supposed to explain something, but I don't know what. I still don't really understand fully what. I know that they want to make it seem like he was still alive, I guess. And that he could have moved, but they could do that without him having to be laying down. Yeah, no clue. Right. That's one of those things where it's like, if we don't get it, the jury doesn't get it, right? The jury's just, I mean, because we're thinking harder about it. I mean, I know that they're seeing more evidence, but I don't think that any of that would make a difference in terms of this story. We're probably thinking way harder about it, Anyway, so it's okay. Well, I'm glad it's not just me.
That's what this is, right? And then at that point, he's moving around in the back seat. I submit to you that.
I mean, I remember opening statements. We were like, "What? That makes no sense, right?" But it's like we kind of assumed, or I assumed anyway, that it would come to fruition as to why.
That's the driver's seat.
Never happened,
right? So if this is the back seat, this is the front seat.
Note that earlier in this, he said there was no blood on the front driver's seat, and remember, I corrected him, and I said, "Yeah, there was." But now he's showing us there's blood. So he's correcting himself, I guess.
That is right here behind me, right? So if you're sitting back here, you need help. Alex was up. He got into the car. He needs help.
I'm assuming that's
Puts his hand on the driver's seat and he pulls himself forward.
What is the front?
And he tries to honk the horn. Right?
You already
We
said
know
there was
his blood is there
blood
on 33.
He already said
We
there
know
was
his
blood
blood
there.
is there on 31, right there.
That is not.
And it's not anywhere else on the seat.
There's not a handprint though, Nelson. I'm sorry. No.
How does his blood get there? Because from the back seat, he reaches forward, tries to honk the horn. That's what explains that.
What?
And then on the other side, we have the painting,
Nelson.
right? And his blood is on the painting here.
The thing with the painting, I don't
His
even.
blood is on the painting in this situation.
I don't think it matters.
Well, if that painting was sitting up in the seat, this is the front seat and that's the painting. He puts his hand here,
Stop,
he
Nelson.
reaches over, knocks that down, goes to do that. That explains the blood there. He's not in the front seat with the blood. He's not moving around after that. The state's theory makes no sense. That makes sense. That's how we explain that evidence, right?
No. What?
So I'm probably overstaying my welcome, and I need to move on to talk to you about
Oh my God.
what I think are probably the two most important things. So,
Oh,
Judge, I
dear.
probably have about a half hour left. I know I've been talking for a while. Happy to go on.
I think we need a break.
I don't need a break. I'm asking if anybody else.
All right, anybody in the jury need a break?
Yes. After, yes.
Here, yes, okay. I think we'll take a 10-minute recess. You think that's sufficient, Ms. Jones? Okay, all right. All rise.
Appreciate your patience. I understand this is long. I only get one chance.
Reminder that Miss Fishney said we can get it done in 90 minutes, and that's why I put that at the very beginning of this, because I was like, yeah, try double that.
I only get one chance to stand up here and talk to you about the last 15 days. I only get one chance
Stop.
to make this last
No.
argument. This last fight for her life.
That's a nice fight to me.
So I appreciate
The nice fight,
that
Nelson, in the
it's
back
long,
of the car.
and I'm sorry that I might stay up here too. But I
I know.
don't want to sit down. She's innocent.
I don't want to sit down. He's going to stand there forever and continue to repeat himself over and over.
So if you'll indulge me,
I don't
want
want
to talk about two more categories
Oh, God.
that I think are crucial
What haven't you talked about already, though, Nelson?
to your doing your duty
You've done the
and
history
coming back
thing.
with the not guilty verdict.
You did civil trials.
Because you've been here for 3 weeks,
Learned
right?
about owl people.
3 weeks. And every day when we finish, the judge says, you can't talk to anybody about it. Don't talk to anybody about it. Don't talk to anybody about it. We're all talking to everybody. We're talking amongst ourselves about it every day. I imagine that they're talking about it amongst themselves every day. Imagine everybody out there is talking about it every day.
What?
And you haven't had that chance yet, right? But you're gonna. You're gonna go and deliberate.
What's the point of this?
And if you do your duty, you'll find that she was acting in self-defense. And then on Monday or Tuesday or whatever day that is that you go back and you enter into the world, or Saturday or Sunday, you're going to see your friends. You're going to see your loved ones.
Oh.
You're going to see your work colleagues.
You guys, that's right. It's about to get really gross. Be ready to be pissed off. I know I was. Anyway.
Everybody else. And they're going to say, where you been? What you been doing? And you can get to tell them, well, I was on this jury, right? I was on a jury, on a homicide case, on an important case. And I'm sure they're going to ask you, what did you do?
And he doesn't
And
push
why
it.
did you?
He does it twice. And he doesn't push it all the way the first time, if I recall. He pushed it, but then he comes back to it, and then he takes it even further. Yeah, but you can see where it's going. Oh yeah, it gets to like the head on the pillow, looking yourself in the mirror thing. But I don't think it happens the first time. I think it's the second.
And when you tell them,
It's horrifying. Horrifying.
it's my duty to follow the law. And I took that serious. I took that serious when the judge says you have a duty to follow the law. And we looked at all the evidence, and when I did that at the end, I had to conclude she's not guilty. And they'll say, but how? How can you do that? She stabbed somebody. And you'll be able to say, you know what? She was acting in self-defense. And my hope is that I can tell you now so that you can explain it to your loved ones, your colleagues, everyone else out there. And you can be proud how you did your duty and you followed the law and supported the woman in a backseat fighting for her life, acting in
Objection, Your
self-defense.
Honor. Asking them to support someone is inappropriate argument.
Don't believe it is, but I'll move on, Judge.
All right, thank you.
To consider Ezra's beliefs, right? We talked about before there's 3 things. First 2 are, does she have an actual belief? And before I get into it, I just want to talk a little bit about the instructions, right? Because there's 4 different counts that she's charged with, right? And so I think of them as, the first one is first-degree intentional homicide. We talked about that already. They have to prove that it's intentional and she didn't have these beliefs. If you find, nope, she had these beliefs, then you move on to the next charge, which is called a lesser charge of second-degree intentional. And again, you'd need to consider whether it was intentional, which I submit to you, there's no evidence that it was intentional. Their theory of motive is frankly bizarre. It's not supported by any evidence, certainly not evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked about intent and her lack of awareness of that. At second degree, you need to consider whether it's intentional, as well as self-defense. If you find it's either not, if you find it's not intentional, you can then go and consider a different crime, which is first-degree reckless. And there's definitions of recklessness, and you also have to consider whether there's utter disregard for life. You might say, look, there's no utter disregard for life.
Yeah, it's
and
horrifying.
the judge defines it and how you can consider that, and then you'd have to consider the last choice, second-degree reckless, which would consider, again, cause of death, recklessness, and self-defense. But what I'll submit to you now, and which I want to talk to you about, is self-defense, and the way that I'm going to talk to you about it right now, washes all of those away. Right? So when you go back there and you deliberate, if you conclude...
I will just say that I've been working on the next episode, which is like the jury deliberations, the verdict and the sentencing. And so there's like the victim impact statements and the sentencing. And I will just say that I'm just seeing things I just never thought I would ever see in a trial, ever. It's really something. I'll just say that much.
She was acting in self-defense. You have to analyze intent. You don't have to analyze recklessness. You don't have to analyze all those other things. Self-defense, she's not guilty. So let me talk to you about self-defense, right? We said it was this belief. So what's the evidence that she had a belief? It's her actual belief, her subjective belief, her personal belief. Not whether she should have had it, not any of that, but those first things are, did she believe that? Well, we know this, right? So it's a state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
We went through this already, Nelson.
Meaning if you pause, remember, a reasonable doubt is a doubt that would cause...
Nelson, do you remember the thing with the paper? We remember. We were there. That was like 100 years ago, but we already did this.
A person of ordinary prudence and intelligence to pause or hesitate
We know what pausing means.
when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. It doesn't say stop. It doesn't say turn around. It says it to pause or a hesitation. So that's reasonable doubt, right? It's the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she did not actually believe, one, there was an unlawful interference,
Reading from his
and
legal
two,
practice.
she needed to stab him to get him off and get away.
You
Or I
don't know
think
that
as the
that's
law
accurate
calls it,
for jury instruction.
right? That she believed the amount of force she used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference.
He's not even putting it. Oh, Nick, Canary.
So what's the evidence that she believed it? What's the evidence? The evidence is at Farmer Sipple's house, she told Farmer Sipple, I was attacked. She said, I had to get them off me.
Good job.
That's her first words.
I am.
When she's in this...
To be honest, I hadn't thought of this until just now, but somebody could have been talking about bugs. Think about that statement. I was attacked. I had to get them off of me. Somebody could be talking about ants. Somebody could be talking about bees. Honestly, that's so, like, I was just thinking about how it's so vague, and I was like, wait, it's so vague that literally it could be other things, right? It doesn't necessarily even mean people. She was just muddy. I was attacked. I needed to get them off of me. I mean, honestly, bugs, plausible. So
disassociative state, hyperventilating, hysterical,
there's no evidence.
Crying,
There's no evidence or testimony that she was hyperventilating.
uncontrollably sobbing. We heard from witnesses.
They all said it was fake.
You heard it yourself. In that state, she still says she was attacked. She had to get them off of me. That's her belief. At Farmer Sipple's house, what's her appearance like? Second thing to consider, right? We have her words, and the state says, but those are just her words. Those are just her words. Don't believe her words. Well, fine, let's look at her appearance, right? Everybody says she looks like, my words, she's a wreck, a total and complete wreck.
Yeah, no one said
Kid,
that.
she's crying, she's sobbing,
Of course, he's
right? She sounds hysterical. She looked hysterical from all the witnesses.
No,
This isn't just her
no.
words. This is her appearance. This is her demeanor. This is all of it. All of it. She was scared. That's
Well,
her actual belief.
that's-
Dr. Benson's diagnosis, right? He says it's consistent with, or it's because of trauma, right? Now, we don't know what trauma, sure, fair enough. We don't know what trauma it is. But it's certainly consistent with her having that belief. His diagnosis is consistent with that. At the hospital, same thing. Her appearance, her behavior, her statements talk about her belief. She was scared, she was attacked. On March 23rd, her statements to Proc that we talked about already, she says 9 different times, and we've gone through that, how she was scared. On the March 24th, she talks about how she has these intrusive memories, right? She was, and I think it's on page 55, line 2499.
Yeah, I'm with you on that too.
Because it was just so scary, and I can't get it out of my
I mean,
head.
Just.
She can't get it out of her head because it scared her to death.
I mean, this thing.
She's never fought like that before. That's what she told Proc.
Listen
Listen to the recording.
There was none of this.
She says that on the recording. I don't think, this is where you have to listen to the recording, all right? She says it was because she was scared. Intrusive memories consistent with her having this fear from the trauma. Again, also on the 24th, she consistently says, she tells him about the attack. She says how she was scared. It starts on page, you may want to review the records when you go back there, you may not, that's going to be up to you. Maybe you won't need them. But right from the get-go, I believe it's on, well, I'm going to use my version because it's easier to, it's marked up.
Oh, you're not supposed to be using that, Nelson. Oh, it's not in evidence.
Line 1790, starts on page 40 at the top, right? 39, line 1775. What, actually even before that, line 1754. What do you remember? This is where it starts. Her first words, and she starts to disclose it. I remember being really scared and in a lot of pain. She then goes on, what happened to Alex? She says, I got him off me. Line 1781, it's just really painful. It's not clear there whether she's talking about the pain of talking about it or the pain of what happened. She says, it's just really painful. And then they ask, basically, what happened? She says, he grabbed me again, he put me in the back of the car, he seemed really upset, and he kept grabbing me, and I didn't know what to do. He started cutting my pants. 1808, he started cutting my pants. I didn't know what to do, and it was really scary. And then he started cutting my shirt off me, and I didn't know what to do. And I went to go make him stop because he had this arm. And then she goes on, and she talks about how she was grabbed, and she was afraid. She was afraid, and she was grabbed, and she was attacked. And they're going to attack her again. But the gist of it is, and these are her central details, the gist of it is, she had that belief. She believed something was happening, and she believed she needed to do that. That's what she believes. That's what she says on those days. We already went through, are her beliefs supported by the evidence? The evidence is, I submit to you, there's a fight in the backseat of the car.
Really, Nelson?
That was a firefight!
That's consistent with her having this belief, right? She had those actual beliefs. Now, Dr. Hopper also testified about what happens to the brain under attack, right? The defense circuitry and how the amygdala takes over and it's the reflexes and habit, but that's because of the stressor. That's the stressor that happens. She had that fear. She had that belief. That's consistent with the evidence. Alex's journals. There's an instruction on how to use Alex's journals. Let me just say this.
Turned into Miss Fishney. He said, let me just say this.
This case is about Ezra McCandless's state of mind. I understand that it also involves a young man by the name of Alex Woodworth,
Right.
who lost his life. This is a homicide. It doesn't get more serious than that. And it's tragic. And as Ezra said in her statements, she didn't want it to happen. And there's a death of a young man. And his parents, his family, they've been here a full week, 3 weeks. And I just want to acknowledge, I'm up here speaking of their son, right? And I don't mean it in that way. I'm sure it feels that way. But we need to talk about some of this stuff.
All right. At this point, it's like, okay. He's just basically told us, hey, if you weren't listening, you are now because I just got your attention. And boys, here we go. I'm about to say something that's like really fucking offensive about the victim.
Try to figure out what was Ezra McCandless thinking.
No.
But I want you to follow that instruction. This is not meant to disparage or label Alex Woodworth as a particular character or person, right? I know from the evidence what Ezra McCandless has said he said. We know what he wrote. We know what she says happened in the backseat of the car. I want to talk to you about that. But I just wanted to acknowledge we get it.
How gross.
And I think
So
I'll
gross.
move on.
Yeah. Wow.
But his journals,
so there,
right?
He must have seen a face. Hold on. That was interesting. I remember thinking about that when I was editing the video. I was like, did somebody make a face at him? Hold on. The way he kind of interrupts himself.
Or person, right?
And he's looking at the jury, though.
I know from the evidence what Ezra McCandless has said he said. We know what he wrote. We know what she says happened in the backseat of the car. I want to talk to you about that. But I just wanted to acknowledge we get it. And I think I'll move on.
Are you there? What do you guys think?
But his journals, right? She had a belief. And her belief in some way was based upon his journals. And you know what you recall from what the judge says the instruction is, a belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. Right? A belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. You have heard absolutely no evidence whatsoever that Ezra McCandless is a philosophy major. That she has a degree in philosophy or a master's in philosophy or that she's an expert in philosophy or Kierkegaard or Derrida or Caputo or anyone else for that matter. And we could go on and on down the list of philosophers. We don't have the evidence about that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would actually go further than that as to say her reading level skills are like, I don't know, 6th grade, given what we saw from her, from her journals. So, yeah.
What he wrote, and I'll tell you this, it's confusing, right? I don't know that anybody necessarily understands it, but the point is this supports that she would have that belief. Might have been wrong. I'm not here to say that our interpretation or the state's interpretation is right. I think to some degree that's beside the point. The point is there's some stuff in here that I think needs to be interpreted, and it's some scary stuff. It's not your everyday writing. I think we all agree with that. It's not typical. It's not usual. I imagine that none of you have ever read or had friends read to you their journals about cannibalism.
And as soon as he says that, I'm like, I hope somebody in the jury has had that, just so they can, because the thing is that it's so gross the way, again, you guys have heard me, I took philosophy in college. I almost double majored in it. And like, if you're just a guy, okay, maybe if you're just a guy who like goes and watches football and goes to the bar and like is like, I don't know, a guy. I'm just trying to picture like you're some sort of average American dude and what that would be like. You know, Bud Light. I don't know. Maybe yes. Okay, this would be like what the fuck, right? But like, I mean, that's not. And I just have to say, not even limited to philosophy. I'm sure there's other books like in different classes I've taken, you know, within, you know, like English, right? Like literature, right? Where that comes up as a theme and as a metaphor. It's not ever, I've never read anything where that's talked about literally, but I feel like it's certainly cannibalism or things that are similar, whatever. Like, anyway, it's so basic. Like he's trying to make this into he's like, this thinking is so basic. Like, you know, as if there's a rule about what people's writings should be like to be normal or what, I don't know. It's just, but the thing is that as someone who took these classes in philosophy and read a lot of stuff, like, you know, to me, I can't tell you guys how impressed I was with his writings to where I actually was like, I was super impressed. I was like, wow. I mean, some of the stuff, the way he fleshes out these ideas and goes through them are really brilliant. And I don't know, he would have been going places with it, you know? It's just a shame that it's not appreciated. Even if people can't understand it, they should still be able to appreciate it because it's really genius. So anyway.
Right? But in the end, he writes about this. Metaphorically, literally, he writes about some stuff in here that might cause a 20-year-old woman, she was 19 when she met him, 20 years old at that time, to start thinking at some point, and not initially, right? We understand she went to his house, she wasn't afraid of him on the 22nd. She got in the car, she wasn't afraid of him. She wasn't afraid of him until the knife came out and the words attached to the knife she started to hear. And that's when this stuff starts flooding into her mind, as it would, I imagine, anyone. So let's just talk a little bit about this, because the state talks about the journal from December 20th, Desire and Will, and how this is the true meaning of his journal, is this one entry on December 20th. Might be. And that portion of it from DOJ 2531 reads, "Love and do as you desire transforms into infinite obligation." It says, if you actually love, you'll give and give, no matter what your love asks for, that is your desire. Is he talking about himself, or is he talking about Ezra? Is he talking about himself, or is he talking about Ezra? If you actually love, you'll give and give, no matter what you love ask for, that is your desire. Because you'll remember, she testified and talked about how he would test her, push her to be vulnerable. Close your eyes, be blindfolded, no safe words. You need to basically fully, completely, and totally commit to this. And for reasons that are perhaps unique to Ezra, perhaps they're not unique to Ezra, she maybe didn't always want to be completely and utterly fully vulnerable, right? So this meaning, this interpretation, it may be that Alex is looking to give, but it may be that he's talking about what he expects from somebody else. If you love me, you need to give me all of this. You need to give me, you need to give me, you need to give me. Because we know what he writes in other places. On 25:11, there is love, so do as you will. Don't worry about self-control. Be excessive. If you want to, that is, there's nothing you ought to. Anything goes. He also writes that. He writes, do as you will so long as you love, which gives far less freedom, as one cannot do anything when one loves, and love can cause quite limiting obligations. Later on February 3rd, he starts talking I love you all, each and every author, reader, writer, you. Know that, whatever becomes of me, for this unconclusive postscript is my suicide note. It will only be found post-mortem. Always prefer life and never stop affirming survival. I love you and am smiling at you from wherever I am. That was from Authors and Others from February 3rd, 2018, DOJ 2566. I'm smiling at you from wherever I am. That's what he writes in February. Previous to that, in January, in Giving Space, on DOJ 2546. Say that I come to absolutely know you, but you do not know me. In this, I gain complete power over you, and you will lack the ability to resist me. This is the case even if absolutely knowing was reciprocal. Later, or previous to that, on November 24th, when probably writing about Ezra, on DOJ 2501, he writes, I am not even sure that I do love you, yet I feel that I can do what I want, which is, I suppose, a sort
probably writing about Ezra. What is the point, dude? Okay.
of indication that love is occurring. These are the things that he wrote that she had read or had heard from him. So when she says she had certain beliefs, that he said these things to her as well, this corroborates that. They're like, well, how else would anybody know what he said to you? Well, that's fine. But he wrote it. He wrote it. If he wrote it, it's a reasonable hypothesis consistent with the evidence that he said it. And that he said it to her, if he's writing about her.
I guess I just want to point out that there was some type of pink note on the front of what counsel keeps showing to the jury, which is clearly not evidence.
Okay, very good. Note is removed.
So to then say she didn't have this belief, her belief is supported by the collateral information. She says she believed this because there's a journal out there that says it, right? And again, she may not have believed it before, but when there's a fight in the back seat of the car and the person that's got the knife is saying things to you and it's consistent with what they've written before and it's consistent with what they've told you before, that supports the fact that she actually had that belief. Their theory is she's just making that all up. And of course, the belief makes sense if there's a fight in the back seat, right? And we've went through already, established, there was a fight in the back seat. There's a fight in the back seat.
There was a firefight!
The reasonable hypothesis is a person in a fight in that back seat would have those two beliefs. The one leads to the other. Her beliefs, and this is where we get to it before, is the gist of it, right? Her testimony, her statements, or as the state would say, her story, right? In some pejorative sense, like all of a sudden that's a bad word. She's not making anything up. The gist of what she says is consistent throughout. She was attacked. She was scared. She believed she had to fight for her life. She had those beliefs. You find that the state can't disprove that. If the state has not convinced you beyond a reasonable doubt that she had those two beliefs, then you have to find her not guilty of first-degree intentional. You have to. You're required. Then the last bit is this. Her beliefs were reasonable. Right? And we talked about that before. So I want to find the part to put up on there, the standard for you to consider when considering whether her beliefs were reasonable before I go through this. So were her beliefs, well, let me say this too before I move on to that. Because one of the things the state's going to say is, you know what? She's a faker. They've said that already, right? Don't believe her because of her demeanor when she gets up on that stand. That's what they said, right? They say, put a camera in this young lady's face, put her on trial for 15 days, judge everything that she does at any moment, any time, because if she does something, we're going to point it out to you. If she cries, she's trying too hard to cry. If she doesn't cry, she's cold-blooded. If she has this emotion, she's guilty. If she has the opposite emotion, she's guilty. If she has the middle emotion, she's guilty. She couldn't do anything, no matter what she does. No matter what she does, they say, that's proof of this. Yet we know from the experts, response to trauma is unique to every individual, right? Who amongst us could say how a person would respond in that life-threatening situation? Who amongst us could say how a person would, could, should respond when they're on trial for their life at 20 years old, with cameras all over the place, a professional,
note, she's 22.
experienced lawyer cross-examining her about any little thing that she's ever said or done or picture shown anywhere or man she's ever flirted with or had sex with. And then they have the audacity to get up here and tell you, judge her based upon her demeanor, judge her based upon her emotion. That's fine. The cameras do that all the time. Whatever. Let them do that. That's not you. That's not how we do business.
Cameras are judging her?
That's not in a court of law. You should consider all of those things under jury instruction 300 to determine her credibility. But remember, she was 20 years old. She's fighting for her life. She's got 1 year of college and she's up on that stand. And no matter what she said or did, her demeanor was going to be criticized by the prosecution team. The team of professionals who would get together every night to try to figure out how they could show she's this faker. But they haven't done that. Is this, apologize, sorry, there's a lot of laws here, right? All right, so we're gonna get that in a moment, but let me tell you what the evidence is regarding the reasonableness of her beliefs, right?
There's a lot of laws
'Cause
here,
it's,
right?
again, under the circumstances at that time, and it's reasonable even if mistaken. So those are the two lines that you need to look for, and I can find it right there. Here we go. A belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. The reasonableness of Ezra's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of her at the time of her acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. The standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the position of Ezra McCandless at the time of the alleged offense. That's the standard, right? So let's look at it. Under these circumstances at that time, what's the place? Backseat of a car stuck out in the middle of nowhere with a man with no phone, alone. That's the circumstances. Backseat of the car stuck out in the middle of nowhere, right? What else should you consider, right? Alex's words. What did Alex say? She got up here, she told you. He said, I deserve you. Believe, and I want to make sure that I deserve you one last time. That's what she testified to. Those were his words. And you might say, oh, well, I mean, there's the issue. Did he say that? And we talked about that. Read his journals. What was his statements that he's made in the past? Is that what I would consider, I think you should Is that a credible threat?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The counsel is arguing that they should use the journals as propensity evidence, which is improper.
Sustained.
I didn't mean to imply that. If I did, I apologize. We've talked about the journals. The journals support her belief is what I'm trying to articulate, right? The journals support her belief that it's reasonable, meaning she's read his journals. She has this opinion. Might be wrong, might be right, but it's reasonable from her standpoint to say this is a credible threat. This is a person who has wrote these things and said these things to me. And now he's in the car, in the back seat with a knife, and he's making statements. That's a credible threat. And they're, as I said, they're credible because of what she's read and because of what he said. And now he has a knife. And we went through the whole issue about who has the knife, all right? Who had it first, and I'm not going to go over that again. But I think the evidence supports he had the knife. He cut her clothes. We went through all of that. That makes her beliefs reasonable. He's cutting her clothes. He's cutting her. He's cutting her. The state says, don't believe any of it, right? She's got that injury to her leg, right? That's consistent with him cutting her, him stabbing her. We know that from Dr. Tovar. We know that from Dr. Thomas. Dr. Tillotson, granted, he gave his opinion after 20 minutes. And if you recall, what he said right away at that time was, it's all about boy, 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 boy. Here's this woman who comes into his office, and he says he wants to care for her to get her the help that she needs.
It's a hospital room.
And she's hysterical. She's not making any sense. And she's got the word boy carved in her arm. And from there, it seems obvious she did that herself.
Office.
How much analysis is going on of the other stuff? Who cares? At that point, it's like, I want to care for my patient. Let's go and get her some help. Because whether these happened by her or by somebody else, this, he concluded, happened by her. Send her up to the hospital. Get her the treatment he needs. That's the 20 minutes. I appreciate that he had that opinion, and his reason was because he wanted to help her. But think of it in that context. He doesn't get information after the fact. He doesn't get the pictures later. He doesn't get the marks that show the puncture wounds later. He doesn't get to see the clothes. He doesn't read the journals. He doesn't see the other, the scene.
You're saying, okay, since when would someone who's an ER doctor read someone's journals, Nelson?
He doesn't see any of the other evidence. That's consistent with him cutting her. He's cutting her. Her beliefs are reasonable. He's not letting her out, right? And that's, again, even if mistaken. There's a fight. It's in the back seat of a car. There's not a lot of space. The door's open. There's one way out. She's trying to get out that door. Maybe he's trying to get out that door. Maybe he's not. I don't know. But two people in a small space, they're going to be bumping, hitting, going up against each other. If her belief is, he's not letting me out. Because she's, as she said, I think at one point, she's freaking out. As well as she should. She's in the backseat of a car with a guy with a knife who's maybe just trying to use this as knife play and a sex thing, but she's not into that today. Don't want that.
A sex thing. I just have one question. Were they in the backseat of the car?
Today, because I'll tell you this, and I think the state might come up here and say that. Consent in November isn't consent in March. Consent in December isn't consent in March. Consent in January isn't consent in March.
God, Nelson.
Consent in February isn't consent in March.
Stop.
It is disrespectful and disturbing.
They didn't say that.
Your Honor, object. State's never argued.
I don't know what they're going to argue. This is argument, Judge. I can make argument.
Well,
I can make argument just like I can make argument.
it's just, I'm overruled, just go ahead, but I don't believe that the state made that argument.
If they get up here and make that argument, the implication through questions was She wasn't afraid before. She's agreed to this before. She liked prone position before. If the implication was there, that's not consent on March 22nd. Any
No one-
person, doesn't matter their gender, gets to decide that on an individual day.
The only people who are alleging that there was any sexual activity that could have or would have or was going to take place on that day is the defense. The state has never suggested that at all. And I would agree, because it was just Ezra luring him to murder him.
And they're in the small space. He's got a knife. She tries to get out. He's not getting out of the way. She talks about in her statement how she tried to scoot around through the side. Her beliefs are reasonable, even if mistaken. He's not letting her out. Another reason, Alex is strangling her. We've seen the neck mark, right? I showed you the mark on the neck. She says he's got his hand up against her. He's pushing her head up against the back of the car seat. Remember the car seat where the hat was? And there's punctures in the back of the rear of the seat from a knife, right? She's got the knife. She's trying to get out. He's not letting her out. He's holding her there. She can't breathe. That's a reasonable belief at that point to say, you know what? I got to get out of here. If he gets the knife, it's over. I can't get it. Can't get it back. That's a reasonable belief. Reasonable belief, another one. He's up and moving.
Crazy how much of his theory hinges on the fact that she was wearing that hat and that he didn't. I mean, is he just hoping the jury is stupid? Like, she wasn't wearing a hat.
Talked about this before. If he's up and moving outside of the scene, he's out in front of at marker 15, out by the front tire. He's alongside the other parts of it. He's up and moving. He's mobile. He's capable of doing all of that stuff. Then it's certainly a reasonable belief to say, I haven't stopped him yet. He's still moving when he's inside the car and they're fighting. That's a reasonable belief. And the type of wounds, right? They're going to talk over and over and over, like the amount of force that this was. And they're going to say 16, all right? But let's break this down a little bit. One of them is to the finger, and they don't know when or where. It's just, there's 3 to the neck, but I think all of the experts said it could have been 3, it could have been 1, depending upon that dynamic process, right? And then even Dr. Mills in her testimony, a few of them deeper, correct. Most shallower, yes. Most soft tissue, yes. So the amount of force on most of those, they weren't that deep. They weren't that hard. There wasn't a lot of force. Which makes sense, because if she's not stabbing hard enough, he can still fight back, and he is still fighting back. And what her testimony was is, look, I remember at some point a neck, and I remember the head, and it all stopped when it was over at the head. Which makes sense, right? But that's the reasonable belief part of it, is the number doesn't matter if he's still moving, if he's still attacking. She believes that he's still attacking. That makes it reasonable. The belief of her is reasonable, right? And while we're talking about his wounds, let me just say, this abrasion to his knee that we talked about before.
Oh my God, why?
About the back seat of the car. There's no testimony. If the state gets up here and tries to argue that that happened after death, post-mortem in some sort of attempt to drag him or something, first off, there's no evidence to support that at all. There's no evidence of that at all. His injuries, even despite that, he's still up and moving. Her testimony was she left, I think it's on page 54 and she said he was not moving anymore once he's down on the ground. She left, she stopped, right? She thought he was dead. She left. She didn't go back to stab him anymore. Now I know we have the stab outside of the car, right? There's the fight inside the car, and then he gets out and he wanders around and she sits at the edge of the seat and he's there. And the state says, well, that makes no sense with what Dr. Hopper says, but their analogy was, is if it's a lion. Nobody's saying he's a lion.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
This is a human being. This is a human being that she cared for, that she had a relationship with, that she wanted to go and talk to so that she could see if they could sort some stuff out. Some stuff happened in the back seat that's horrible, that's horrendous, that nobody wanted to happen, she didn't want to happen. But then when he said, I need to help, I want to pee, I need to pee, I need to go to the bathroom, the amygdala's not there now. Things have now stopped. It's a different. And she reaches out to go and help him. She gets scared again, whether he's grabbing her to pull her down or whether he's grabbing her because he's going to fall down. It's reasonable for her to believe, oh no, it's all happening again. And as she says, she's in close to him and she reaches around and stabs him one last time. That's what her testimony was. She's going to make up some story. Why would she say that? Why would she talk about that? She'd initially told the police, Investigator Proc, right away, stuff happened in the car, I got out, I got scared, I reached around, I stabbed him. I think she said in the side, right? Whether that's on the left side or on the back side. But she left before knowing, because she stopped when she had to stop. Two other things. The reasonableness of this you can consider. Post-traumatic stress disorder. The judges said you can consider that in deciding the reasonableness of her beliefs. And what you heard from the experts and was uncontested is that's who she is. Under those circumstances at that time, we're talking about a 20-year-old woman with PTSD. Whether she had it in that moment, I guess I can't exactly say, but childhood onset trauma, he does say. Aspects of depersonalization, he does say. You can consider that in deciding a person under those circumstances. What would their reasonable belief be? What would her reasonable belief be at that time under that condition? And then what we know is Dr. Hopper's testimony about defense circuitry, right? What happens when the stress happens and there's a response and the defense circuitry goes on and the amygdala takes over and you're doing reflexes or habits. Her initial habits are to not fight back, are to freeze, to lay still, to let this happen. She doesn't say she's getting cut up, or she doesn't say she's fighting when she's getting cut up. She says she's laying there. She's laying there. And then at some point it's like, oh, and it changes, right? She gets cut near her vagina and it changes. She says she rolls over, pulls her right leg over to protect herself, exposing her right outside of her hip. When it gets punctures, she starts fighting back, kneeing, kicking, right? That's the defense circuitry. And in that situation, it's not as if you're rationally thinking. Any person under that situation, that's what Dr. Hopper said, anybody, short of a Navy SEAL, certainly there's no evidence that this 20-year-old vulnerable woman had any training whatsoever.
Well, except for all the testimony about her dad teaching her self-defense, so yeah.
Under those circumstances, at that time, those beliefs are reasonable. On day 2, I told you about a young lady who ran to a farmer's house and rang the bell over and over and over again.
Oh, I think he's getting some food done, guys.
Now a farmer from our community.
This is where guilt tripping comes back in. Finishes.
Opened the door. Brought her in. Found a chair. Made a call. Got her a blanket.
Yeah,
She'd been hyperventilating. She'd been crying.
Just to remember, because this was like a mess. The state's rebuttal is phenomenal. It's just mic drop after mic drop. I'm so excited to get there.
She'd been sobbing. remember his words, something along the lines of, looked like she'd been through a lot. He didn't judge her based upon her character.
Well, he didn't know her character. Still doesn't know her character.
He had no legal obligation to give her the benefit of the doubt. But sometimes, perhaps the best among us out there in the world on a day-to-day basis are able to give the benefit of a doubt to another human being. And in that situation, Don Sippel did that. He brought her in. He did his moral obligation. He protected her. He took care of her. He gave her the benefit of the doubt. Now here she is, in front of you.
You didn't trust her enough to drive her to the hospital when she was arrested.
She fought for her life once. She's asking you to do your duty. You only get one chance to do your duty. So go back there. Think about the case. Use care, caution, rationale. Remember what I told you about how you can use the evidence so that when you leave, you hand in that verdict form, that one verdict form that says not guilty, and one of you amongst you gets to take and sign that form and submit it to the judge. And you go home and you put your head on that pillow.
Here it is.
Tonight, tomorrow, sometime, right?
No, pillow. Incredible. Gross.
And then you wake up the next morning and you do like probably all of us do, right?
Why?
You wander into the bathroom at some point.
This is so stupid.
You rub
Oh my God.
sand out of your eyes, as they say, and
What
you look in the mirror.
And the look in the mirror. I was right. Both of them. Yeah.
And you can be proud,
Head on pillow and
proud American,
Ugh.
to say, I did my duty. I followed the law. And when this young lady had to fight for her life, and she was in trial and attacked again and again and again, you analyze that evidence and you see she was acting in self-defense. You know, there's a saying, and I'm sure I'm going to misquote it, but I'll paraphrase. Our communities are often judged by how we in the community treat those who are the oldest among us, or the youngest among us, or the weak, or the vulnerable.
Is that supposed to be any of those?
This is our community.
Oh my God.
Don Sippel is a part of our community.
Yeah. I mean, no. Oh my God.
She's innocent. She's fighting for her life, acting in self-defense. She's innocent.
She's running, sorry.
Oh my God. I love how that was the end of it.
So first of all, thank you for your time and attention today. I know it's been a long day. So I get to do a rebuttal argument to essentially rebut what the defense states. So it might be a little disjointed, but I'm simply just responding to some of the defense's arguments.
Not disjointed at all.
But when you think about this case, there's a saying in law school that when the law is on your side, you argue the law. When the facts are on your side, you argue the facts. And when neither the law nor the facts are on your side, you distract from the truth. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what the defense has been doing for the last 3 weeks. Trying to distract you from the defendant's lies. Trying to distract you with Alex's journals. When you go back to the first week of testimony, witnesses are up in that witness stand testifying about what they saw, what they heard, and the defense cross-examines them by reading from these journals to distract you. Just like the Soren Kierkegaard book, to distract you from the cover. When the defense mentions these journals, it's important to note that the defendant admitted that these were metaphorical in nature. She knows they're metaphorical. And when you consider whether she had this belief that Alex was this type of person, you gotta use your common sense. If she was afraid of Alex, would she have drove out there that day to see him? Would she have walked into his house, gone up the stairs, shut the door, sat on his bed? Would she have said, let's go in my car, let's go for a drive? No. The defense is trying to use these journals to distract you from the defendant's statements and what happened that day on March 22nd. The defense had a number of experts. We spent a couple of days talking about psychiatrists and psychologists, talking about how brain circuitry works. But let's call a spade a spade. The defense hired professionals to try to explain away the defendant's repeated lies and try to make the facts in this case fit. So I'm going to go through some of the defense's closing arguments. They talked to you about reasonable self-defense and what the self-defense standard is. But there's nothing about the defendant's statement that is reasonable. Her statement does not match the crime scene. It does not match the physical evidence. When you consider the reasonableness of her statements and of her actions, you need to ask yourself. So she testifies that there's this fight in the backseat of the car. Despite the fact there's hardly any evidence of blood in the backseat of that car. And then she wants you to believe that after this person, Alex, has attacked her, that she goes out there because she's a nice person to help him pee. That is not reasonable, ladies and gentlemen. If you are afraid of someone who just attacked you, such to the fact that you had to stab them 15 times, you get the heck out of there. You run and cry for help. You take that cell phone and you call 911. The defendant doesn't do that. And that makes this self-defense argument unreasonable. The defense brought up this mud on the car. I know it's a little bit hard to see. And this is the defendant's statement when she testified in court earlier this week. And she states, yes, one of my boot had come off. Do you know which one it was? No. And did you later take off another boot? Yes. Had you done this at this point yet? No. So in order for the defense's argument to make sense, she'd be wearing her boot. She's not wearing her boot, and that is not a boot mark. That is clearly not a boot mark. The defense states that there's no evidence of a struggle when you look at the mud of the crime scene. There's no evidence of a struggle here outside.
Can I see that? Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's the...
Judge, can you approach?
You're inside.
Okay, so the defense is talking about how there was not any evidence of a struggle in the mud outside the car. But then you need to remember that she told Detective Prock in her March 24th interview, the first place she thinks she stabbed him is in the head. And when you look at that stab wound, you've seen it enough, I'm not going to put it back up there, it's angled towards someone coming behind them. And then you think about the amount of force to go through the temporal bone, the amount of force. And so
That matters.
Alex is outside, and the defendant comes behind and whacks him right in the head, through the brain, through the temporal bone, completely disoriented him. And there's no evidence in the mud, according to the defendant's story, that Alex was laying on the ground. There's no handprints of Alex laying on the ground. There's no mud area showing that Alex was laying on his coat. The defense tells you that you heard the defendant in hystericals. She was hysterical in that squad video of Trooper Knutson when she went to Don Sippel's. But you need to remember the testimony of both Don Sippel and Emmer Shields. No tears. In fact, Deputy Shields testified that she was trying to be upset. Joe Wayne asked her about specifics, and she's able to say, Jason Mengel, a medic. Mengel, Jason Mengel, she's able to remember. The defense tried to state in their closing that the state said that Alex opened the car door. The state has never said that. The state has never alleged that Alex opened the car door. In fact, so these little stickers are indicating the DNA results. Alex Woodworth's DNA is on the handle. He's getting in that car to get away from the woman who's stabbing him to death. He's trying to pull that door shut to get away from her. The state never alleged that Alex tried to open that door. The defense then argued about Alex's pants, but you need to remember the testimony of Dr. Mills. She testified that the blood on his pants was not consistent with someone standing up. Rather, it was consistent with someone sitting down when you looked at the rear.
Judge, objection, that's not what she said. That's the mistake.
Well, it's up to the jury to decide what she said.
Incredible.
The defense also stated in their closing argument that if the defendant was concerned about getting rid of Alex's body, getting rid of the crime scene, that after she was in the hospital, she just would have gotten up and walked out of the unit. But that is also a misstatement. There was testimony that she was in a locked unit. She was not able to go back and fix the crime scene, and that is why she had to resort to Plan B when Detective Prock confronted her. The state has never claimed that the defendant carried Alex. The defense argues that, so the defendant says that Alex is outside of the car when she leaves. That's what she testifies, or what she tells to Detective Prock on March 24th. She states he's laying on the ground, laying on his coat, and I think he's dead or something. When she testified here in court, this was a new story. A new story where she states that she stabbed him 15 times in the car, and then he goes over to the, walks away, and she goes over to help him pee. I mean, this is just ridiculous. It's not reasonable. This is when you use your common sense. So the defense talks about the footprints at items 4 and 5. And the state does not dispute that Alex went back in that car. That has been the state's theory. And that is what the evidence shows. That when you look at all the blood outside that vehicle, he was stabbed outside that vehicle. And as I said earlier, she came behind and absolutely disoriented him. And then stabbed him in the scrotal sac across the neck and took him by surprise. He goes in that vehicle. Of course his footprints are going to be there. His footprints are facing in that car so he can get away from the woman who is stabbing him to death. The defendant's own expert, Dr. Tovar, testifies that Alex's wounds could have been post-mortem. Their own expert, Dr. Tovar. And then they talk about how if she had really committed this homicide, if she had killed Alex, why did she go to Don Sipples? Because her car was stuck. She had no place to go. So she goes to Don Sipples.
And again, the car being stuck, like we talked about when it was the original state's closing argument. I think she did that after she killed Alex, and that explains all the tire tracks. Yeah, every attorney that I've ever heard of, they all say that you should use notes. And in lieu of notes, you can use a PowerPoint, like what we saw from Mr. Dufour, because that kind of replaces the notes. But remember, this is rebuttal. So she is rebutting what came up just literally, like I said, from the defense. So she couldn't have prepared anything ahead of time because you don't know what they're going to say. So she prepared all of this while they were making their argument. And so therefore she couldn't have like a PowerPoint presentation. I mean, the alternative is you can do like Nelson and just be a complete and utter disaster. But they say the best thing to do for closing and opening is to have notes, unless you have a presentation, on the screen, but to have notes where you're using, you need to have an outline, you need to have a plan, and you shouldn't be reading from them, but it's good to use them. That's what they all say. So
The defense tried to infer that the state used this John Hanson information as an attempt to attack the defendant's sexuality. That is not the reason why the state used any of that evidence. The state did not call John Hanson because this case is not about John Hanson. This case is not about Jason Mengel. This case is about Alexander Woodworth.
And notice
that is why he wasn't called.
His portrait is back up, right? Because the defense took it down.
The only information that you got about John Hanson with respect to the text messages, which were sexually explicit, was in response to the defendant's statement that this was a BDSM case, which is again new when she testified, that this was some sort of BDSM. And if you remember that text message with John Hanson, it's about, wanting to get tied up. That is why the state used that evidence, in no way to judge the defendant. The defense in their closing statement talked about the knife and the DNA on the knife and how the defendant's blood, they don't know whose blood is on the handle. But we know that there's blood on the blade and that it's Alex's blood. But you need to remember that the defendant she absolutely admits she carved Boy in her arm after she stabbed Alex. After she stabbed Alex, she uses that knife. So the defense is just trying to distract you. There's no question that she used that knife because she admits she used it after she killed Alex. So then, I don't have the timeline, but Mr. Dufour went through the timeline. And we heard the defense come up here and argue, this happened quickly, super fast. But what happened for 2 hours and 50 minutes down that mud road? What did the defendant do? She staged a crime scene. That green trailer has the defendant's blood on there in 2 different spots, about 6 feet apart. How does her blood get there? You saw her wounds and scratches. They didn't even need a Band-Aid. So how do you explain that blood there? And how do you explain her blood on that door? A long drip of blood. This is the defendant staging that crime scene for the 2 hours and 50 minutes that she had. This is the defendant tearing her clothes, creating injuries, trying to get Alex out of the car. The defendant told law enforcement, nurses, medical staff that she was attacked. That she's scared and that she's attacked. But what doesn't she say? Anything about Alex. Anything about the fact that Alex is dead down that road. The defendant said that, or testified here in court at the trial, that Alex said, "I deserve you one last time."
Yeah, it's the best thing I ever heard.
And go back to her interview with Detective Brock. when she is asked specifically, do you think Alex was going to sexually assault you or something? And she says, I don't think so. I think he just wanted to look at me. She makes no mention of, I must have you one last time. This is the defendant who is continually changing her story to try and make it fit the facts of this case. The defense wants you to have a specific explanation for every piece of physical evidence. And that's just an unreasonable burden. I mean, the physical evidence is a huge part of this case, but what the state does is follows the physical evidence. And the physical evidence shows that this attack happened outside the car because you use your common sense. The blood is outside the car. The defense in their closing was talking about the abrasions to Alex's knees.
This is so good, this part.
And this picture illustrates Alex's knees stuck in between those.
This is exactly what we said.
The two seats.
Trying
And
to
the
get
sweater
car.
pulled up.
Yep. There it
This
is.
is the defendant trying to get Alex out of that car.
Yep.
And not being able to in the 2 hours and 50 minutes she had to try to figure out what to do after she lost it and killed Alex by stabbing him 16 times. Let's talk about the defendant's injuries. The defense likes these photographs.
This is a good part too. This is a good part.
From the SAIN exam, where they're distorted. I mean, it's bad lighting, they're not very accurate. But this is the next day. This is the defendant grabbing the blade of the knife. Defense stated that in her March 24th interview that she never pulled the knife. And she states, how did you get the knife from him? Respondent, I grabbed it. I grabbed it from him and I pulled.
Yeah.
This is again a defendant who realized you can't have that type of wound from grabbing the blade of the knife. So now I'm going to switch my story around. And I'm going to say, I need him and then picked up the knife despite the fact that I can't see and I didn't have my glasses on. This is a defendant who is trying to distract you and trying to conform the evidence to the facts of her case. The defendant likes to talk about the mark to the defendant's neck. The next day, that mark is gone. This is from, March 24th. I apologize, it's 2 days later. March 24th, you do not see that mark.
Yeah.
In fact, the defendant's
It looked like a
own
rat.
expert, Dr. Tovar, testified that that red mark under the defendant's jawline could have been a rash. And then their other expert, Dr. Thomas, testified that a mark, like that red mark from the SAIN exam, wouldn't likely be caused by skin-on-skin contact. The defense wants you to say, this mark is from her being pinned in the back of that car.
Strangled.
But she was never pinned in the back of that car. She attacked Alex from the back, and those facts show that. These facts show that. Jennifer Morris testified there was no petechiae in her eyes. She said in her experience, if there's strangulation, she sees petechiae in her eyes, and she never saw that in the defendant's eyes. The defense had the SAIN one, which makes it look a lot different than it does there. And you need to remember this is on the right.
That's the leg. It's so wild, right? Because it looks so much worse in that other picture. And those were like that was of all the cuts, those looked the worst from that picture. Like those were actually somewhat deeper. Look at that. I mean, that's wild, right? The difference.
Thigh, right where your hand would fall. And you see those long parallel lines, and those two that are
I scratched myself worse than that just on accident.
off to the side, which are parallel to one another. And when you consider the testimony of the defendant's experts in this case, let's take you back to Dr. Tillotson. Dr. Tillotson, who was extremely clear, these are self-inflicted wounds. And his description made so much sense. It's so common sense. I mean, if she admits that the boy in her arm is self-inflicted, and if someone is holding you down, you're not going to get that same depth. And you compare the arm to the hand, to the thigh, to the groin, and they're all very similar depth. And then you go back into characteristics of self-inflicted wounds. Parallel lines within the non-dominant hand. She's right-handed, in the left hand, left forearm, right where she would reach on her right outer thigh, and in the groin. And albeit the groin is even less deep than the other. And then you have to consider, so if Alex was cutting the defendant, as her story states, he's outside the car, he's cutting her in the groin through the clothes. He would have to, the marks go, I'm not going to show them to you given how late it is, but the marks go up towards the defendant's left side, up to the left. So in order for that to happen, Alex would need to be positioned over her using his right hand and curving it up. It just doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't make sense. And then you consider what Dr. Tillotson said about hesitation marks. How a person can get similar depth because, ouch, that hurts. Ouch, that hurts. But I need to put these wounds on me because I just killed Alex. And they're all of similar depth because as a hesitation mark, you know how to control. Dr. Tillotson, who has been a doctor for 30 years, said that he doesn't even know until he gets the scalpel in, and that's what anesthesia is for. Now the defendant's experts, Dr. Tovar, Dr. Thomas, want to say that these could be inflicted by someone else or they could be self-inflicted. But when you consider that Dr. Tillotson is not being paid, was actually trying to help his patient, and saw the depth of these wounds, and you use your common sense, it is clear that these are self-inflicted wounds. Very briefly, the defense talked about intent to kill, and that the state's motive makes no sense. The defendant's testimony is that she came over to Alex to try to be friends and try to get on. But I want to show you briefly the journal that she wrote. This is journal number 2 that she writes from the night before.
I don't think we've heard this yet.
She states,
if I recall, I'm just going to pause. I don't think we've actually heard this one because the jury, remember they like passed the journals out to the jury, and we've heard only snippets of it, like the part about like life starts now. But if I remember correctly, we hadn't heard this part yet because we didn't get to see the journals yet.
I would consider suicide daily. My mind would tell me I'm a failure and a monster. Become one of them.
That's right.
Told what to do and what to feel, using intellectual advantages against someone vulnerable and confused. I was so blind and followed the progression mindlessly. I was so close to ending my life. And this is how she describes Alex. I never gave their number a name in my contacts. I would look at them and not see beauty, but a big nose, a red nose too big for a face, where eyes looked dead, a brow jutting out of a large bulbous forehead, a smile that would make me cringe. Pores and veins stuck out on pasty, translucent skin, all felt like bugs under my skin. The scar on their wrist, red and deep, who was I kidding when I lied and told them otherwise? That was the defendant's feelings about Alex.
So she's saying she lied when she told him that she loved him or whatever, right? Or that she cared for him at all.
Before she killed him.
Okay, so I paused it for reading so we can see the rest of this. So after the highlighted parts, who was I kidding when I lied and told them otherwise? Why did I try to convince myself this is what I wanted for so long? Was I fun prey? I don't hide from the guilt or realizations of my actions. I see them fully and only want to strive for something better. Getting to the point of loss of one's self is the most terrifying thing. Seeing what you're capable of when this happens is like looking at the worst parts of humanity. I cheated on the one I love. I do not dismiss my actions. I do not discount my part in the abuse. I do not feel innocent. I know what I've done. I know I can be human. I know I can be free. I know I can love. I know I can only strive to never do this again. Which is interesting. I mean, a lot of that is disjointed, but, you know, again, I don't know. She wrote this like the night before the murder and with the intention of letting other people read it and shit. So, you know, who knows? But yeah, I wanted to make sure we could have time to read the rest of that.
Briefly want to go over the reasonable doubt instruction because the defense showed you part of it. I want to show you the rest of it because this part is important. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth and give the defendant the benefit of a reasonable doubt if it arises in your minds after you've carefully considered all the evidence in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no reasonable doubt.
There you go.
There was no attack on the defendant. When you look at intent and you ask yourself, did she intend to kill Alexander Woodworth? Absolutely she did. You can look at not only the number of wounds, 16 times that she stabbed him, but you can consider the locations in that intent. The locations in the back of the head, slicing the neck, the scrotal sac, in both lungs. That shows intent to kill. And then you can think of her actions after. She takes his phone, destroys it and ditches it, doesn't call 911, doesn't get help for Alex. That shows that she intended to kill Alexander Woodworth. So when you go back in the deliberation room, you're gonna have to pick a 4-person, and then you're gonna have these 4 different crimes for you to consider. But you start at first-degree intentional homicide. If you don't believe the defendant's story, there's no question. You stay at first-degree intentional homicide.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Then and only then, if you cannot all reach a consensus, then you can go to second-degree intentional homicide. But the facts of this case show that this was intentional. At the end of the day, this defense relies on an admitted liar with everything to gain, and defense experts that have no firsthand information of what happened in this case. Regardless of any motive, there is no doubt that she intended to kill Alexander Woodworth. The defendant viciously stabbed him 16 times and left him there to die. And instead of getting help, she distracted law enforcement. Go to Owen Park. Forget about the man that I just stabbed and left there to die. When you look at these wounds, this was not anger. This was rage. And this was personal. The defendant needs to be held accountable for her actions. The state has shown beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, the self-described tricky fox, has committed the crime of first-degree intentional homicide, and I ask that you find her guilty.
Woo!
Thank you.
Beautiful. Bam, bam.
All right. Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel and the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. The court has instructed you regarding the rules of law which you should govern, or which should govern you in your deliberation.
They're required. If you heard the part where they went over the jury instructions, they are required to include the lesser included in the state of Wisconsin. They're required to. So that's not everywhere, but they are required to. So shout out to DP. Glad you're here. Woohoo!
Deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of this case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors, selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, prejudice, or passion. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duty steadfastly in mind and, as upright citizens, render a just and true verdict. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offense charged. Any consequences of your verdict are matters for the court alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations. The following 5 forms of verdict will be submitted to you concerning the charges against defendant Ezra J. McCandless. 1 reading, we, the jury, find the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in the information. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, answer the following question, yes or no. Did the defendant commit the crime of first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Another reading.
So he's reading the verdict forms and explaining them to the jury. Guess where that didn't happen? Right? He's explaining to them, and he's making sure to each another form, right? So he's going through, here's this form, going through the whole thing. I mean, this is what, because again, we don't always see lesser includeds, right? Like I said, in this state, it's required. So this is just a good example of how it should have been done, in my opinion, for Karen Reed, because of, they had the lesser includeds and it was confusing as fuck, so.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless, guilty of second-degree intentional homicide in violation of Section 940.05 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin at the time and place charged in the information. If you find the defendant guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, answer the following question, yes or no. Did the defendant commit the crime of second-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? In the third reading, we, the jury, find the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless, guilty of first-degree reckless homicide in violation of Section 940.02 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin at the time and place charged in the information. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, answer the following question, yes or no. Did the defendant commit the crime of first-degree reckless homicide while using a dangerous weapon? In the fourth reading, we, the jury, find the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless, guilty of second-degree reckless homicide in violation of 940.06 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin at the time and place charged in the information. If you find the defendant guilty of second-degree reckless homicide, answer the following question, yes or no. Did the defendant commit the crime of second-degree reckless homicide while using a dangerous weapon? And the fifth reading, we, the jury, find the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless, not guilty. It is for you to determine which one of the forms of verdict submitted you will bring in as your verdict. This is a criminal, not a civil case. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict which may legally be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than the vote of any other juror. If you need to communicate with the court while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the presiding juror. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you communicate with the court only by a written note. If you have questions, the court will talk with the attorneys before answering, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for an answer. The court will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you have agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the person you have selected to preside. After you have reached a verdict, the presiding juror will notify the bailiff that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom. The verdict will be read into the record in open court, and the court may ask each of you if you agree with the verdict. All right then, Madam Clerk, if you would swear the officer, please. And also, the court is not going to sequester you, and I'll put my reasons on the record after you leave the courtroom. So what we'll do is you begin deliberating, and we'll ask you essentially for your input in terms of how long you want to go tonight. If you feel you're tired and you want to reach a consensus as a group, then we will retire for the evening and come back tomorrow. But I'll have to have all of you, including the alternate, come back into the courtroom for an instruction like we've had every day before we let you go home. I believe that you've been out and exposed potentially to things throughout this trial. I believe you've all followed the instruction, and I have no reason to believe that you would not continue to follow that instruction once you begin deliberating. But you may, again, and we'll cover that when that time comes, but we'll seek your input, and you'll be in charge essentially of how long you go tonight, okay? All right, swear the bailiffs.
Do each of you swear to keep all jurors on this trial together in a private and convenient place? You will not allow any persons to speak to them or to speak to them yourself, except to ask whether they have agreed on their verdict, and that you will not communicate to any person the state of their deliberation or the verdict they have agreed upon, so help you God.
I've never seen that. Elderly lady.
Okay, all rise. Okay, need a pen? Okay, you may be seated. All right. Anything council would like to put on the record related to rebuttal argument?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Sidebar, at some point I asked for a sidebar, essentially objected to the displaying of demonstrative piece of evidence that I believe was a photo entitled DOJ 110 from the crime scene photos, and that underlying photo had not been marked or offered into evidence, so that was my objection. The state then took the down, but it was displayed to the jury for a minute or two.
All right, and is the, I haven't seen this, so I have no idea what it is. Is it anything different than what we,
Judge,
so many photographs in this case?
I mean, I'll admit, it's extremely similar to DOJ 111, which is a marked exhibit, but technically that photo wasn't into evidence, and so.
All right.
yes, Your Honor, it's very similar to previous ones. When the state narrowed down exhibits, that was one that we must have inadvertently narrowed down. It's very similar. It shows an overview of the crime scene with the different marker numbers. It just, this one had the DNA stickers on it. So the state just then put the actual photograph that was very similar to it up on the screen.
All right. All right then. Anything further at this time? Okay, now then I'm going to put on the record my reason for not sequestering the jury. Both parties have made it clear that they're not requesting that the jury be sequestered. The statute does give the court the discretion. There is, again, some concern when juries are sequestered that they may feel rushed in their deliberations and maybe less comfortable. And this group, in the court's opinion, they've been instructed every day not to discuss the case or research, or again, they've been given the instruction every day. I'm not going to repeat all of what it is. Some days it was a shorter, improvised version. Some day, much of 150 was read to them, and the court is confident this jury will be dutiful and follow the instructions. And if they deliberate into the evening, again, I think the jury would be more comfortable being in their own home, in their own bed, and to come back tomorrow and to continue their deliberations. Now what I would like is there's often questions, especially early on, requests for exhibits and that sort of thing. So if counsel is going to, if someone is going to stick around, okay. So we just want to be able to get everybody assembled as quickly as possible so that we can address the questions and the issues as quickly as possible for the jury. Again, it's already 5 o'clock, so I imagine we'll be ordering some food for the jury, and then we'll give a period of time where we'll have a break where you can go and get something to eat if you wish. But if you do leave, we just ask that at least one member of the defense or the prosecution provide a number where the clerk can reach you.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Right? I know.
Anything further at this time?
Judge, I do know some family members live a ways away. I just want to know, if and when a verdict, comes in, how much time you're going to allow for people to respond to the courtroom.
Well, that's a good question. I don't imagine, I'd like to get them in within 15 minutes or so of being advised that there's a verdict. People want to be here when there's a verdict, and they just have to be.
The jury, it's 5 o'clock, and the jury just got sent to go. I mean, they took the full day for closing arguments, and the jury's just started deliberating at 5 o'clock, right?
Here, that's the building will have to remain open. We'll just make sure that that's clear, so people can come in and out. And I don't know yet how late we'll go tonight. So in the past, we've gone quite late on cases. So. But we'll leave that up to the jury. If they feel they want to come back and get a fresh start tomorrow, we'll honor that request. Okay, anything further at this time? Okay, thank you then. We'll be in recess.
And that's it for this one. So, that's it for this one, guys. So, yeah, so there we go, closing arguments. So the next episode, we will have the jury deliberations, which is interesting. They do ask questions. I'm not going to give any spoilers as to how long they deliberate or if they reach a verdict or whatever. But it is interesting that they do ask for things because we don't always see that. And then we have the verdict and then victim impact statements. And in this case, we have victim impact statements and defense impact statements and sentencing. And it's going to be full of surprises. I promise you guys will be, it's again, I've never seen anything quite like this. There's just some crazy shit that goes down. So, and I think also, I was looking it up, that appeal from Karen Reed, that was from a couple days ago. I'll take a look at that and I might cover that. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. And then do the next Ezra episode on the next day. In the meantime, I know I mentioned this on the last live stream, but for anyone who didn't hear that, be thinking about if there's any upcoming cases or trials that you are interested in covering next. I know there's been a little bit of talk about Sarah Boone because her trial's coming up. Another thing is that there is a really interesting interrogation that I'm thinking about doing a thing on that is a very not known case. And I don't think there's a trial date set for it yet, but it is out of Florida, which means there's everything's open to the public in terms of all the paperwork, right? And all the court filings, everything's open, which is awesome. And I just don't think there's a trial date set yet, last time I checked, but there's really not a lot of information about it, which is crazy because this is a really fascinating case. And I find it really intriguing for a lot of reasons. But one of the reasons I'm thinking about doing it is because one of the interrogators or whatever detectives, the lead detective on the case, is the female detective who interrogated or whatever interviewed Sarah Boone, which I learned her first name is Chelsea. And the reason I learned this is because when I watched this interview that I'm talking about now, the one that is not well known, I thought she did such a phenomenal job. I was so impressed. And I thought she seemed familiar. And so I realized I was like, whatever county it is, I can't even remember right now, but it's the same county as Sarah Boone. And let me look it up because that's going to bother me. And so I went to like the government website or whatever and saw, they have the detectives on there and there's only one lady and I recognized it was the same girl because the face, right? Her name is Chelsea. I don't remember her last name, but that's how I realized it was the same one also from Sarah Boone. And, during that, let's see what county it is. During that interview, they got a lot of heat for it being kind of a mess. However, I would say I've watched that many, many, many times. And I, again, in this other interview of this case that's not well known, she's the only one in the room for that one. And it's phenomenal. And so I really kind of attribute actually the disaster Sarah Boone interview being due to the dude who's in there with her. Who I don't think actually still has that role anymore, if I recall from when I went to the website. So it's Orange County. So she's, I think, like the lead detective there now. But because it's the same lady, and so that'd be something different. Like I haven't actually covered interrogations or interviews rather, in like by themselves, I don't think yet on here. Like we've seen them, but only if it's in the context of what's played during a trial. For example, like Alex Murdaugh's, or like, in this trial too. So if they're, with the exception of Jason Mengel, right? But this would be Like, in other words, there's not been any hearings or anything. It's just like, so far, it's still in the pretrial phase, and there's just this interview. But if you guys are interested in it, if I do decide to do the interview, then again, I can find the court documents there because they're all available because it's Florida. And we could kind of be the one channel that is following this and up through whenever it goes to trial. Unless there could, in this case, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a plea deal. So that could happen. But if it goes to trial, we could follow it all the way through. So, yes, another Chelsea, right? So,
it's a house.
So DP said, I'll try to get through. Right. And I'll timestamp it. And I will say there weren't any like scroll tangents, because we wouldn't want to disrupt it. We stopped to talk about things, but there weren't any tangents. But the real reason it was so long is because Nelson took like almost 3 hours. So like Mr. Dufour took like 2 hours. Nelson took like 3. The rebuttal was like, I think 40 minutes or something. And then there was some housekeeping in the middle of it and at the end. So I would love, Kat says, I would love to see other live trials from lawyers, judges before a heavy case like Ezra. What do you mean? Trials from lawyers, judges? I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what that means. Because I know you've watched a lot of trials, so I'm not quite sure what you mean by that comment. But right, I know, I agree with that. It is, but yeah, so that appeal though, I could do. I didn't do Judge Bev's order because it just pisses me off too much. I wouldn't be able to get through it without breaking my goat. So, let me see if let me look up this case again that I was talking about and see if there's anything else on here. Because what's weird is, let me see. So she was brought charges on 9/26/2022. I'm looking at I've got all the court filings pulled up already here. How does she get what? Wait, what? So she pleaded not guilty, but it looks like the case has been disposed. What is that? Or sorry. Yeah, disposed. Huh. It's a really interesting case though. Like what the heck? Let me see if I can find anything else. I mean, it says she's pleading not guilty and being held without bond. Why does it say disposed? Oh no, that's weird. So do you guys have any other ideas? Did you ever clarify, Kat, what you said about your comment there about other live trials? that I was asking for clarification on? Yeah, that's weird. It says it's been disposed. So I don't know. I'll have to take a look at those documents and see. How the heck that went down. If she pled not guilty. So anyway, I'll take a look. But yeah, I was asking what you meant by this comment though. I don't know what you mean by other live trials from lawyers and judges. You mean just any other trial? Or do you mean before we do, or do you mean before we watch her sentencing or what? I don't know what you mean. So I'll have to just download these documents so I can actually take a look and see if she did end up pleading. But it's really interesting. The interview is really interesting, and the case is really interesting and very different situation. Other live trials that have lawyers we like and other judges we like that we can watch. Yeah. So, well, y'all let me know if you have any suggestions. I mean, I wonder if Creighton's doing any trials these days. I don't know how would I find that out. Let's see. Because the trials have to be televised too. That's the other thing. Not every trial will be. I mean, it's still just saying everything about Murdaugh, so I don't know. But yeah, you guys just let me know if you do have something in mind. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll definitely take a look at that appeal. I'll probably read that. I'll probably cover that one. And then we'll have our next Ezra episode. So yeah. But anyway, y'all are the best. Squirrel crew for life. Love y'all. Thank you for watching and for being a squirrel. I'm going to get going so I can get these timestamps done for you guys who are on replay crew. Shout out to everybody on replay rewatch crew. And one more time just for fun, we'll do where is it?
There was a firefight!
All right, and I will let me roll the outro. I'll see you guys next time.